Chapter 1159. Back then, the Wind Spirits channel-breaking plot took them decades to prepare, but the Stargate sect took hundreds of years to prepare for the Wong family's channel-breaking plot. You can imagine the difference between the two. Not to mention, the people of the Star sect are the best at manipulating the details, looking far ahead in everything and planning ahead. Right now, the Wong family is already showing signs of decline, and this group of people heading to Phoenix City is practically the last straw that can bury the Wong family. If they want to succeed, they will not ignore the follow-up of this group of people. Think about it carefully. If Big Dipper 9 and Big Dipper 6 are here, the battle strength they can mobilize, at least in my opinion, it is unimaginable and extraordinarily powerful. If you're not completely confident, why don't you join forces with the Wu family, Yin family, Liu family, and Liu family? I have to seriously reiterate that now we are not only facing the Wong family, but also the Umno Alliance and the Stargate sect. It will not be easy. Although the wandering hero still did not agree in his heart, he still agreed and said, "I will keep it in mind. When I go back, I will tell my father to mobilize the top experts of the family to win this battle." Okay, what are the names of those people? Those people are called Qing Tian, Swordsman Gao, Feng Liang. The four people he brought are Lu Jiashan, Hui Yunting, Wang Shiqi, and Wang Shifang. Their figures and appearances are, their weapons are, their expertise is, so Xiao Duo added, their figures and appearances can only be used as a reference. It is difficult to count them. You must pay attention to this. I understand. The wandering hero memorized it and said, "With this information, things will be much easier. Is there anything else?" Xiao Duo was about to ask him to leave. The wandering hero, who had received the news, was also anxious to return home. He was afraid that someone else would beat him to it and wanted to go home. However, Mo Xuanyi was still there, holding hands and talking to Zhuo Xianyan intimately. "I have nothing else. I will send Xuanyi back and deal with this matter," the wandering hero said. Zhuo Xiaoduo carefully looked at Yuxian's face, then turned to look at Mo Xinyi's face. He suddenly smiled and said, "Nian Cat, you've been talking to Xian Yi for so long. Why haven't you finished yet? You two are so close to each other. Why don't you two become sworn sisters?" Zhuo Xianyan was stunned when she heard this. Then, she saw the deep meaning in Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes. She suddenly thought of something and said leisurely, "I do have this intention, but I'm afraid that Sister Xian Yi won't like me." Mo Xuanyi was very excited and happy. She pursed her lips and said happily, This is exactly what I wanted. How could I not be happy?" For Mo Xuanyi, it was a blessing from the heavens. Zhuo Xianyan was very popular, as she liked her at first sight. Moreover, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xianyan were the few people in this world that Mo Xuanyi trusted the most. Now that she had such an opportunity, although Mo Xuanyi felt that it was a little sudden, she was still overjoyed. So, under the witness of everyone, Zhuo Xianyan and Mo Xuanyi became sworn sisters. Mo Xuanyi was a few years older, so she was naturally the elder sister, and Zhuo Xianyan was the younger sister. Now, the two of them were only sworn sisters. "When my parents come back, I will call you. Sister, come and kowtow," Zhuo Xianyan said. "Okay, I will also bring my parents over," Mo Xuanyi said with a happy face. After becoming sworn sisters, the two of them were even more happy. They held each other's hands and felt that they were much closer. Then, under the urging of Zhuo Xiaoduo and the wandering hero, Mo Xuanyi reluctantly left. Watching the wandering hero and Mo Xuanyi disappear, Zhuo Xianyan looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo with bright eyes. "What's going on?" "Well, there's indeed a small problem, but the root of the matter is to help others and help oneself. So why not?" Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled. "Humph." Zhuo Xianyan was very smart and said, "These two people have feelings for each other, but the elders of the Yu family will not accept a daughter-in-law like Xuanyi, let alone a girl from a small family like her. So, you want me to become sworn sisters to help Mo Xuanyi?" "Smart. You are right." Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was full of shock. He did think that Zhuo Xianyan would be able to guess a little, but he didn't think that her thoughts would coincide with his. Sister Nien, you're so smart. Your little brain. It's like a worm in my stomach. You know what I'm thinking with just one look. Isn't this what they call telepathy? Everything shows that we're a perfect match. You are asking for a beating. Humph, dog. Why didn't you give some pills to Sister Schwani's parents? Her parents should need it now. Zhui Xiaoyan was a little puzzled. Well, they don't need us to give them, Zhui Xiaoduo said leisurely. That as promised, the wandering hero sent Imo Schwani home and then quickly returned home. Along the way, he was constantly thinking, how should he tell the family to send people? Although the family supported this matter, if he wanted to send a large number of people, the family might not be able to take it seriously. The hall was filled with people. Many elders and seniors of the Yu family sat in the hall with a heavy expression. Seeing the wandering hero return, everyone's expression was complicated. Some were gratified, some were happy, but there was also a headache and a lot of helplessness. This guy had recently made a good friend, which was naturally a good thing. Others might not know Zhui Xiao's identity, but how could the Yu family not have guessed? From the fact that the Heavenly King of the Right directly ordered the wandering hero to be the future head of the family, they could see some clues. When had the Heavenly King ever cared about family matters? Who was the head of the family? It didn't matter who it was. For so many years, the Heavenly King of the Right had never asked about it. It was as if the entire Yu family had nothing to do with him. Usually, he didn't even come back. Only when a Yu family did something serious under the Heavenly King's banner would the Heavenly King of the Right appear and mercilessly punish, beat, or even kill. Then the entire family would be sorted out in a thunderous manner. Most of the wrongdoers would be thrown to the front lines. Then the Heavenly King would leave and not appear for hundreds or thousands of years. The Heavenly King was very dignified and serious. In the entire Yu family, no one dared to speak in front of the Heavenly King that invisible aura. Just thinking about it made everyone feel suffocated. The Heavenly King was serious in his speech and manner. He was very firm in his principles that how could a small shrimp suddenly appear and open his mouth to accept his fate be like this if there wasn't a big reason? Besides, the small shrimp's aura was very clear. Other than picking up girls and fooling around, eating, drinking, and waiting for death, he made a few friends the last time he went on an adventure. Yes, especially that Zwa. Then he listened and understood. Boss Zwa, this was clearly the kind of person with a very strong background. Although the minister never had any relatives or anything. But if the Heavenly King of the Right places importance on him, then there must be something we don't know. Also that night, the guard came back and reported that the demon ancestor had reappeared in the world and was Zwa's grandfather. Well, Zhui Xiaoduo was the grandson of the demon ancestor. Then, wouldn't his deeper identity be clear? Yu Xiao was able to make friends with him and hug his thigh. He was really far-sighted and insightful. This Yu Xiao was simply a lucky star bestowed by the heavens. But this news had to be kept strictly confidential. It couldn't be leaked out bit by bit. The higher-ups of the Yu family who received the above information were very excited. At the same time, they were also a little nervous since it was obvious that the family already had a super thigh, and now they had an even thicker one to rely on. Then, the love and family of the future head of the family would become the most important thing. But this kid, he didn't take a fancy to any of the young ladies from the big families. Why did he take a fancy to a commoner's daughter? If it was just a commoner's daughter, it would be fine and acceptable. But this girl was once a member of the Umno Alliance's Greedy Wolf sect. That would be a little unfriendly and unacceptable. This matter was a matter of position. It couldn't be done. For this matter, the Yu family had even invited the seventh elder, who had been indifferent to worldly affairs for many years. This time, they had to get rid of Yu Xiao's unrealistic idea and completely extinguish it. They had to tell him that love wasn't everything in his life. As long as he became the head of the family and got married, he could have as many girls like this as he wanted. Now, they couldn't be blinded that commoner girl, that girl with the Umno Alliance's background, couldn't enter the Yu family. If it really didn't work, they had to quietly get rid of that girl. Position. had always been a big taboo in the Yu family. That, to be honest, the elders of the Yu family didn't expect that this unusually slippery little fatty was actually a romantic. No matter how they looked at him, he was still a playboy. How did he become a love-struck type? Who do you think you can reason with? However, before dealing with the relationship, they had to deal with the proper business first. When the little fatty walked in and saw so many people, he was shocked. Dad cough. Greetings, ancestor. Greetings, great-grandfather. Greetings, second great-grandfather. Greetings, third great-grandfather. Greetings, great-grandfather. Greetings, second great-grandfather. Greetings, third great-grandfather. Greetings, third great-grandfather. Greetings, great-grandfather. Greetings, second great-grandfather. Greetings, fourth great-grandfather. Greetings, fifth great-grandfather. Greetings, fifth great-grandfather. Greetings, second great-grandfather. Greetings, ninth great-grandfather. Greetings, first uncle. Greetings, third uncle. Greetings, second uncle. Greetings, fifth uncle. Greetings, 17th uncle. If he wanted to say this fluently, it would be impossible without a certain amount of energy. It was almost like a crosstalk. When the little fatty finished, he almost fainted. Chapter 1160. There were too many people in the family, and if he called the wrong name, he would be beaten. Little fatty had grown up under constant beatings and scoldings. Now, he could confirm that he wouldn't call the wrong person, but it was still difficult for him to deal with this. You're back? Tell me, what's the matter? It's like this. Zhou provided the details of 5 people, the names and identities of the 5 people the Wang family sent to Phoenix City. Xiao Xia said excitedly, "Our family might be able to catch a big fish this time and finish this job." The names and identities of the 5 people? Is it accurate? Accurate. Which 5 people? They are. Send me the information. I'll send people to do it immediately. Cough. It was said that the situation might not be as simple as we thought. There might be other changes because he found out that the Stargate of the Umno Alliance is behind the Wang family. Moreover, the Big Dipper and the Southern Dipper are all involved. If this force is really behind the ambush, the situation will be very bad. If we act rashly, not only will it be difficult to achieve anything, it's possible that we will lose soldiers and generals, and it might even alert the enemy. The gains don't make up for the losses. Understood. Zhou Xiaoduo is indeed very resourceful. He even dug out the Umno Alliance's Stargate. He's right, and his considerations are also very thorough. In this battle, our Yu family really can't let down our guard. We must make thorough arrangements to finish this battle in one fell swoop. If we catch these people this time, I'm afraid the Wang family will really be finished. Once the Wang family falls, the forces in Shangjing will inevitably be reshuffled, and this big empty cake left by the Wang family. Everyone was deep in thought. Old Ancestor by Mei Xian moved and said softly, "To the east and to the west. This time, the few of you will go. The 7 of you will bring your own guards and the Heaven 1 unit. In addition, bring some of the juniors and go out together to gain experience. This time, let's move out 300 people." Yes, the Yu Xiangdong and Yu Xiangxi brothers stood up, saluted, and walked out. All of them were of the same generation as Wandering Heroes' great-grandfathers, and all of them were top-notch high-level cultivators. They swam to the east, swam to the west, swam to the south, swam to the north, and swam to the middle. Originally, they had decided that the 5 names of the east, west, north, south, and middle were just right. But in the end, they gave birth to too many people. One by one, they swam to the mountains, swam to the water, swam to the clouds, and so on. More than 10 people. Now, after so many years of the 20 or so brothers of their generation, there were still 11 who were still alive. This time, they were all sent out, with their own strength, their personal guards, and their clan's Heaven's #1 squadron. Their combined strength had already reached a considerable level. Not to mention facing 5 Sky Soar Realm cultivators. Even if 5 or 10 more came, it would not be a problem. The ranger's face lit up with joy. From his point of view, the Yu clan would be reduced to a huge joke if they were unable to capture those 5 Wang clan ascendants after dispatching so many of their forces. The Yu clan would be reduced to a huge joke if they were unable to capture those 5 Wang clan ascendants. The reason why 300 people were sent out this time was because the old ancestors' intention was very clear. It was to train the younger generation of the clan. 11 people, along with 10 or so juniors, walked out of the hall, and the hall suddenly became much more spacious. The ranger also let out a sigh of relief. Looks like they won't criticize me today. If there's nothing else, I still have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. The ranger wanted to slip away. Although the ranger had the identity of the future clan head, and his status was naturally respected, this was undeniable. But at the same time, it was also undeniable that he was not the clan head yet. He had another identity that was closer to reality, a junior of the U clan. And in this hall, everyone had the right to press him to the ground and spank him without being able to fight back. And he might even have to take the initiative to get into position and cheer after being spanked. Wait, an old man rolled his eyes. We have so many people, and we have been waiting for you with such great fanfare for so long. Naturally, we have important matters to attend to. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Please speak, great-grandfather. You are the future clan head that the old ancestor has personally appointed. Now that you're not young, you need to settle the important matter of marriage as soon as possible. This is the most important thing right now, and you can't neglect it. The old ancestor said slowly, "We've carefully screened and selected the girls of the right age from each family. There are only a few who are qualified. Take a look and see if there's anyone who catches your eye. Then have your father find someone to arrange for you to meet and see if you could get along." Hey, a blind date? The ranger's eyes widened. What era was this, and there were still blind dates? I, the ranger, I, the handsome ranger, the embodiment of justice, actually need to go on blind dates. Who are you looking down on? I don't want to. The ranger muttered. You dare. The ranger's father suddenly stood up and pulled out his belt with a swish. You, in front of the old ancestor. Using force. The ranger's face was pale, and his chubby cheeks began to tremble. You, what a scandal. I'll show you what a scandal is. The old ancestor flicked the belt in the air, and with both hands, it made a deafening sound. Little brat, come here and receive your punishment. The ranger almost wet himself on the spot. Old ancestor, save me. Whoosh. The belt disappeared from the ranger's father's hands. The old ancestor rolled up the leather belt and held it in his hand. If you're being reasonable, then let's talk reason. Our U clan treats our children with reason at all times. Little Hero is still your son, but he's still the future head of our U clan. The ranger nodded repeatedly, his face filled with gratitude and excitement. The old ancestor paused, then said, It's not too late to beat him up when you really can't reason with him. So what if he's the future clan head? The future clan head is still your son. As his father, it's only right that you teach your son a lesson. The ranger's jaw almost dropped. Old ancestor, did the heavenly king know that you're so arrogant? We have no intention of interfering with your marriage, but you're no longer an ordinary son of the U clan, but the future clan head. The clan values you greatly, and you have to bear this responsibility. You can't just do whatever you want, especially when it comes to your marriage. For a clan like ours, the clan head's marriage has always followed a principle, and that is marriage alliance. The clan wants to use marriage alliance and a strong joint forces to push the clan's power forward a little. Even if we can't reach the goal of going further, we can't take half a step back. This is the responsibility of the clan head, and it's also helpless. Since you're respected by the clan, you have to pay for it. Your marriage is no longer just your own business, and it's no longer even our clan's business. Your marriage has been targeted by many clans since the day you became the future clan head, such as the Nyen clan, such as the Lu clan, such as the Dongfang clan, such as the Dongfang clan. These clans all have daughters of the right age, and they want to marry our clan. Every one of them is the clan head's legitimate daughter. Among the many clans mentioned above, no matter which one you choose, the other clans won't say anything. Because, in the case of a perfect match, it's the same no matter who you choose. It can only be said that they have similar temperaments and are compatible with each other. But if you don't choose any of the clans, and choose a commoner's daughter with no background, then you'll be looking down on the clans. After all, this isn't your personal love, and you can choose whoever you want, but after you make such a choice, you'll be slapping the clans in everyone's faces. Think about it, and you'll understand. Our clan's noble daughter is waiting to marry you, but in the eyes of the U clan, our clans are not even as good as commoners. How humiliating is that? There are all kinds of choices, all kinds of human relations, and all kinds of things. If you can't take care of any of them, it'll be troublesome. Also, there are so many people in U clan, but only you were chosen to be the young clan head. If you're not even willing to make such a small sacrifice, unwilling to contribute to the clan, and only care about what you want to do, then what right do you have to enjoy the honor of being the future clan head? How will your peers in the U clan view this matter? There are plenty of them who are willing to sacrifice for the clan. Many people, as long as they can be the clan head, even if you want them to marry a sow, they'll gladly endure it. Why we have to follow your personal wishes when it comes to you? You, who haven't made any contributions to the clan, what right do you have? In other words, no matter which clan's girl you marry, our U clan won't have any trouble. Only if you marry that Umno Alliance's disciple will become the target of public criticism. Once you insist on doing so, the situation will evolve. Not only will the clan not be able to advance further, but because of your selfishness, the U clan's overall strength will decline instead of advancing. Is this what you should do as the clan head? These reasons are all in front of you. I hope you can think about it carefully. We're not stubborn old fogies. After you marry a wife, you can still take a concubine. It's normal for a man to have multiple wives and concubines. Even if you hide her in a golden house and arrange for her to be an outside mistress, we won't care about how intimate you two are in private. But if you want to take her as your wife, that's impossible. The old masters tried their best to persuade him. Speaking to this point, the U family elders had already taken a big step back. Their words were sincere, and indeed, every word was from the bottom of their hearts. They spoke with certainty, and every word was sonorous. Yu Xiaoxia sighed and said miserably, when all the problems are summed up, isn't it because of my identity as the future clan head? I've said it before, I don't want to be the clan head, okay? The little fatty cried out in grief and indignation. I don't want to be the future clan head. You can choose someone else. In the future, I'll build a small courtyard and raise flowers, dogs, and vegetables with Xianyi. That should be fine, right? Chapter 1161. Everyone looked at each other. The group of old men were fuming. If we could replace you, do you think we would keep you? If there was even the slightest possibility, you would have been long gone. The problem was that they couldn't replace you. The little fatty said sorrowfully, I have never had any great ambition since I was born. I'm small and my shoulders are narrow. It's hard for me to bear the heavy responsibility. I only want to be with Xian, Yi, and have a wife and children. This patriarch, I'm not cut out to be the patriarch. Why don't you elders see who's more suitable, and I'll give up my position in advance. This is the old ancestors' arrangement. How can you say you don't want to do it? The patriarch position is the Yu family's honor. How can you say you don't want to do it? But I really like Xianyi. Didn't we say that you can take that woman in, but you can't give her the position of your wife? No. I only want Xianyi in my life. I don't want anyone else. My wife can only be her. What a good no. If you insist on doing this, then we'll have to use some ruthless methods. What? Ruthless methods? The hero's face turned pale. Get rid of that girl. She has a background in the Wizard Alliance. Who knows if she's a spy from the Wizard Alliance? The hero's father snorted, his words overflowing with a chilling aura. Don't. The hero was filled with grief and indignation. We've already said all the good and bad things to you. No matter what, you can't take her as your wife. The backbone of the Yu family in the hall were all determined. A huge pressure gathered and pressed down on the little fatty in the middle. It was like a group of fierce tigers threatening a pitiful little rabbit. Dozens of big tigers had surrounded a small rabbit. The ranger trembled in fear. He knew that the situation was very clear. Today, the elders of the Yu family had laid their cards on the table. If he insisted, Imo Xianyi's life would be in danger. But if he did not insist, it would be the same as saying goodbye to Imo Xian Yi forever. With Mo Xian Yi's personality, he would never accept anyone other than his wife. Faced with such a dilemma, little Fatty cried out in despair. Xian Yi is so cute, so smart, so cold. Who wouldn't like her? Why do you insist on breaking us up? Everyone likes it. Why don't you guys like it? Today, she came with me to visit Mrs. Zhua. Mrs. Zhua fell in love with Xian Yi at first sight. They chatted so intimately. She even offered to become Xian Yi's sworn sister. Other people like her at first sight. Why didn't you agree? Can't you see how good Xian Yi is? No matter what, I can't do it. No means no. Halfway through his words, the elder master's eyes suddenly widened. What? Sister-in-law? Sworn sisters? What are you talking about? What's going on? Who else could sister-in-law be? She's was fiancée, spiritual goddess Zhuxianyan. She has already become sworn sisters with Xian Yi. In a few days, they'll be meeting each other's parents. What does this mean? This means that Xian Yi is really cute. Everyone likes her. Then, the entire hall fell silent. Zhuxianyan and Mo Xian Yi have become sworn sisters? There's such a thing? She'll be meeting each other's parents in a few days? She'll be meeting Zhuxianyan's parents? The few old men looked at each other, obviously unable to believe their ears. That can't be right. Why can't it be? Little hero, you cried. Zhua and I witnessed it. We've already kowtowed. What's wrong with meeting each other's parents? When Zhua's parents come, we'll call Xian Yi and her parents to have a meal together. We'll meet each other's adoptive parents and offer them a cup of tea. Why can't you be as reasonable as them? You only know how to use your old-fashioned methods. Little hero Yu threw caution to the wind. He sat on the ground, kicked his legs, and wiped his tears. Is it so important to be well-matched in terms of social status? Xian Yi is kind and pure. Everyone loves her. Flowers bloom when they see her. Why are you targeting her? What's so great about the daughters of those big families? In my opinion, they can't even compare to a strand of Xian Yi's hair. Zhua already knew about Xian Yi's background. Xian Yi came to Shangjing because of Zhua's guidance. Your so-called position is not valid at all. It's all excuses, lousy excuses. The hall was still silent. Only little hero Yu was kicking his legs and crying. He wiped his tears and walked back and forth on the ground. After a long time, the elder master murmured, "Didn't you say that Mo Xian Yi would keep a distance from you? Why did she go with you to visit friends today? Didn't you hear what I just said?" Zhua and Xian Yi have been friends for a long time. They met in Phoenix City and are very, very good friends. If not, why would Xian Yi take the initiative to go with me? Little hero Yu cried until there was no more energy left in his eyes. He said, Why? 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 All the old men in the hall were looking at each other. Everyone's face was very awkward. What to do after all this time? She had already turned into the goddaughter of the minister. Now, it's not a matter of whether we are willing or not. It's a matter of whether we can climb up the social ladder or not. Cough, cough. Just now, we try to reason with him, to move him emotionally, and to threaten him with our lives. What to do now? Why is this brat's luck so good? His boss is the minister's son. His free love is the minister's goddaughter. But now is not the time to be surprised. We have to quickly return to the topic. To all the old men urged each other with their eyes. You do it. No, you do it. You do it. You do it. I just made my objection clear. I can't turn it around. Cough, me too. After a long time, Elder Yu coughed and said, Little hero Yu, do you really love this girl so much? Until death do you part? Yes. Little hero Yu nodded. Elder Yu snorted and said, Are you really willing to die for her? Little hero Yu was stunned and said, Really die? This. I didn't say that. Ugh. Elder Yu was stunned. You fucking that you don't play by the rules. If you answer now that you don't care about life and death for her, we will take advantage of this situation and help you. You don't want to die for her? We don't agree. Are you willing to die? Why would I want to die when I'm living so well? Little hero Yu's face was as white as paper. His eyes were filled with fear and his heart stopped. Am I going to die? What I mean is, are you willing or not? Little hero Yu's heart was beating like a drum. An ominous premonition surged in his heart. He suddenly burst into tears. Elder you. I haven't lived enough. What the fuck? The entire hall was filled with black lines. Looking at the wailing fatty with snot and tears running down his face, everyone felt like countless mythical beasts were galloping in their hearts. When we needed you to be a coward, you were strong. Now that we needed you to be strong, you were a coward faster than anyone else. Sigh. Little hero Yu's father could barely stand. All the old men were glaring at him. If looks could kill, he would have been riddled with holes by now. Obviously, everyone wanted him to stand up. Your little fatty's father. If you don't stand up in this awkward situation, who will? Under the murderous gazes of everyone in the hall, little hero Yu's father knelt down with a sorrowful expression. Elder Yu. What? Elder Yu and all the other elders were puzzled. Why are you kneeling? What's the matter? Little hero Yu's father only felt his chest tighten. Our Yu family shouldn't be called the Heavenly King family anymore. Let's change it to the Best Actor family. Look at all of you. You're all experienced actors. You've seen this child. He really likes that girl. We've even tested him with life and death. It seems like his heart is unmistakable. Little hero Yu's father said solemnly. The little fatty's father solemnly said, as a father, I really can't bear to see him like this. So, Elder Yu, please grant this child this one time. Little fatty was so shocked that he forgot to pretend to cry. This is my father? This is the father who beat me up whenever he saw me, because of me and Xianyi? The father who wanted to whip me to death just now. My father? Could it be that he was possessed by someone? My father can't be so good to me, right? Or maybe my father loves me so much. Sob, sob, sob. I'm so touched that a father's love is like a mountain. A father's love has always been silent. He loves me so silently. When I meet a hurdle that I can't get over, although he doesn't agree, he still stands up for me. My old father, the person I love the most. You have only tasted 30% of the sweetness in the world. I haven't done enough to be your daughter in this life. I beg you, in the next life, please be my father again. At this moment, little hero Yu's heart was surging with emotions. He looked at the elders with his eyes wide open. The faces of the old ancestors softened. Many of them were sighing with doting looks on their faces. Sigh, silly child. Forget it, forget it. The elders had just sighed when someone stole the show. They sighed and said, forget it, forget it. Instantly, they were unhappy and glared at that person. Then, they sighed again and said, silly child, since it's like this, we won't break up the two of you. Our Yu family is not a third-rate family that will give up the happiness of our children and grandchildren for mere benefits. Although the family will. Sigh, forget it. It's not like the Yu family can't afford it. The elders' faces were reasonable and solemn as they said, the family exists to protect its children and grandchildren. You two are truly in love. Naturally, we will grant you your wish. Little hero Yu exclaimed excitedly, Really? Chapter 1162. Of course. In the face of the adventurer's surprise, the old ancestor's expression was both helpless and kind. Silly child, we've created such a big scene to test your loyalty to love. You're the future head of the family, so you naturally have to bear more pressure than the other family members. Haha, our Yu family is the #1 family in the continent. So when did we ever need to strengthen our family through marriage? Moreover, it's a dirty deal that sacrifices the happiness of the younger generation. Old ancestor, you're the best. The adventurer's eyes were filled with tears of happiness. Cough, cough. The old ancestor is right. We were just testing your loyalty to love. Cough. Old ancestor is right. Love is a major event in life, so we must be loyal. We must be tested. Don't worry. Go and pursue your happiness. We won't have any objections. Everyone agreed. That's right. As long as Mo Xianyi doesn't object, she'll be the future wife of the Yu family's head. Find some time to meet Xianyi's parents. The adventurer's father said kindly. Your mother and I will treat them to a meal. It'll be a formal introduction and confirmation of our relationship. Don't let the girl suffer. Always remember your promise and treat her well. Girls need to be loved. Yes, Xianyi is a good girl. She's also a poor child. Sigh. So pitiful. We have to take good care of her in the future. That's right. I'm just afraid that the little fatty will bully her. We have to keep an eye on the little fatty. How can he bully a girl? That's right. But there's one thing we have to consider. Since we've acknowledged her identity, we have to consider her safety. After all, she lives too far away, and Shangjing is so complicated. Yes, I heard that Xianyi's parents aren't in good health. Are you family as relatives? So we should take care of them. That's right. The old ancestor turned and said, "Little fatty, go get 2 longevity pills and 2 heaven reversal pills and give them to Xianyi's parents." Sai, what kind of son-in-law are you? You can't even think of this? That's right. Take good care of your father-in-law and mother-in-law. Do you think your daughter-in-law will run away? How could a brave woman be afraid of being pestered? I mean, where there's a will, there's a way. All of a sudden, the elders in the hall changed from scowling to benevolent and amiable. Now, they were actually giving advice to the wandering hero. The ranger felt as if he had been hit on the head with a huge pie. Happiness. Happiness. Satisfaction. He was so happy that he wanted to cry. He was so satisfied that he wanted to cry. She was so happy that she wanted to shout. The heavens have treated me so well, allowing me to have such a group of reasonable ancestors. Xian-yi, I'm here. There are no more obstacles between us. Roar. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I'm too lucky. Thank you, ancestor. Little fatty held the heaven-grade elixir and staggered out of the house. He still felt dizzy, as if he was in a dream. Finally, in order to confirm her happiness, she fiercely scratched her own thigh. Suddenly, hello, a blood-curdling scream was heard. It's actually true. The little fatty scratched his head. Oh my God, it's not a dream. Xian-yi, Xian-yi. I have to hurry and tell Xian-yi. Tell her this good news. Little fatty jumped up high like a wild horse that had suddenly broken free from its reins. Dust billowed as he sprinted away. Guards, follow him. A few more of you go. An elder called out from behind. Protect Xianyi's family. You, see if there are any empty courtyards nearby. Choose a good one and buy one. Then think of a way to let Mo Xianyi's parents win a prize. The prize is a big courtyard. Understand? Hurry and do it. This matter concerns the marriage of the future head of the family. Everyone, be alert. If anyone leaks this news, I'll skin them alive. Other families? This. Sigh. Children should be free to love. What time is it now? Why are you still thinking about such old-fashioned ideas? Isn't this something that can be easily discussed? Mo Xianyi's house. Impossible. Mo Xian, he said decisively. Not because of anything else, but because of the Yu family's mocking and ridiculing him during this period of time. They kept saying strange things around him, and even threatened him about how could there be such a huge change in such a short time. Either there's a trap, or there's some other scheme. It's true. Everything that happened before was a test from the elders of the family. It's mainly a test for me, the future head of the family, and also a test for you, the future wife of the family head. Little fatty, you swore. If I lie to you, I'm a bastard. Mo Xianyi's face turned cold. Scram. Hee. I'm not a bastard. I'm not a bastard. Why aren't you scramming? I'm a dog. I'm a dog if I lie to you, all right? Woof woof, woof woof. You're barking now, and you're still saying you're not lying to me. Then if I lie to you, may the heavens strike me with lightning. What lightning can strike you to death? If I lie to you, that has nothing to do with me. I never intended to have anything to do with you. Whatever test has nothing to do with me. Xian-yi. Stop. Don't call me that. We're not close. How many times do you want me to say it? Xian-yi. Aye. Go away. Don't block me from washing clothes. That's right, this time, the ancestors specially asked me to bring a few pills for Uncle and Auntie. 2 longevity pills, 2 reversal pills. I really didn't steal them this time. With my current status, I can't steal them even if I wanted to. You should believe me now, right? Little fatty, you was quick-witted and finally thought of his trump card. Longevity pill, reversal pill. Emotion, he turned around like a whirlwind. The longevity pill could extend one's lifespan and improve one's aptitude. A single pill could increase one's lifespan by 100 years. As for the reversal pill, it was the best medicine for Mo Xianyi's parents who had their foundations destroyed. Although it couldn't completely restore their astral souls, it could slowly improve their condition. Coupled with the effect of a longevity pill that could increase their lifespan, it would ensure that the two elders could live until they were over 100 years old. During this period of time, they would have plenty of time to think of other ways. This was the foundation of the Yu family. When Yu's foundation was destroyed, she wouldn't live past 40 years old. But LV Yingfeng personally came to the Yu family and begged for a longevity pill and a reversal pill for Yuanyue to consume. This allowed the old principal to extend his lifespan by 100 years. These two spirit pills were things that Mo Xian had always dreamed of obtaining. Seeing these 4 pills, Mo Xianyi's heart was extremely conflicted. He wanted to be more reserved, but these pills, his parents needed them too much. Seeing the little fatty's overjoyed expression, he also felt unhappy. It was as if he had sold himself for these 4 pills, but this kind of conflicted feeling was not something that could be described with words. Receiving the 4 pills, Mo Xianyi said with a straight face, "Your family's attitude is your family's attitude. You gave these pills to me willingly. I didn't promise you anything. I understand very well." The little fatty nodded repeatedly. Mo Xianyi snorted and put the pills into his pocket, coldly saying, "I didn't promise you anything either." With his hand in his pocket, he suddenly felt that he was a bit of a bitch, taking someone else's things while rejecting them righteously. Wasn't this just acting like an idiot? Forget it. For the sake of these 4 pills. Mo Xianyi snorted and said, "I promise to be with you, but I can't help it. I am such a materialistic woman. Your generosity has moved me." She wanted to say for the sake of your sincerity, but she felt that she would be more like a white lotus and a green tea. What was the point of saying for the sake of your sincerity? So he simply said it out loud. "Yes, I'm greedy for things. I am materialistic. I love vanity. I am such a person. It's okay. What I am most afraid of is that you are not materialistic." The little fatty spoke without thinking. Mo Xianyi chuckled. "Yes, I am an extremely materialistic woman. It will be easier for you to win me over in the future, right?" No. Seeing Mo Xianyi's face suddenly become cold as ice, the little fatty's heart suddenly jumped. "I said the wrong thing again. Why do I always say the wrong thing? You are not materialistic. If you were materialistic, wouldn't I have already? You would have already won me over, right? Maybe you would have already played with me." The little fatty anxiously walked in circles, sweating profusely. This woman is too hard to please that now I can't even follow her words. I have to go ask Swa for advice later. If I don't learn a few moves, I really can't deal with her. Cough. When a girl says she is materialistic, what she is waiting for is a retort. You are not materialistic at all. You are filial to your parents, you are. I already knew you were a good girl. Then the girl will secretly grumble. I am. Then you will say, you are not. After going back and forth like this, the sky will naturally clear up. One wrong step here, and you will basically be consigned to eternal damnation. Right now, little fatty was not far from being consigned to eternal damnation. It was almost within reach. Mo Xian, he had no choice but to accept the pills that she couldn't refuse. She already had the feeling of selling herself, but the little fatty's response was completely wrong. Now that she saw the silly look on this guy's face, and he actually didn't say anything to coax her, Mo Xian, he felt even more uncomfortable. She touched the 4 pills in her pocket, but in the end, she still couldn't muster the courage to throw them back. In a fit of anger, she angrily snorted, turned around, and walked back home. As she walked, tears of grievance fell from her eyes. For my parents, I sold myself. And if I sold myself, then so be it. But this little fatty who kept saying how much he liked her now actually acted like a buyer. Was he showing off? Or was he being picky? Humph. Chapter 1163. Behind Mo Xianyi, the little fatty followed along. as if he was walking on clouds. His feelings were completely different from Imo Schwani's. He felt that she had never accepted anything from him before, but now that she had accepted his gift, it meant that there was a chance that their relationship had taken a huge step forward. This was great. The little fatty, who was immersed in his fantasy like a fairy or a dream, was already immersed in his fantasy. He didn't realize that the flower girl in front of him wanted to swallow him whole, and was even humming a little tune. When he walked, he was surprisingly skipping and hopping very lively. At the same time, it was very similar to the feeling of achieving one's long-cherished wish. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Ho-ho. From now on, I am no longer a single dog. Ha-ha-ha, thus. The two of them, one fuming with anger, the other bubbling with joy, walked back one after another. The storm on the internet was still in full swing, wave after wave. The whole continent of astral souls, with Shangjing as the center, was engulfed in fierce debates. The Wang family, who had gone against the trend, had all their businesses collapsing rapidly. Without exception, this momentum was like a new national movement, where everyone was pointing fingers who would not end up dead. And in some places, the office buildings of the Wang family's enterprises were pushed down and inexplicably exploded, collapsing with a loud bang. That a huge business empire and countless chains of survival had collapsed in an instant. In addition, in the cities, in the wilderness, on the streets, and in the pugilistic world, there were killings everywhere. All the cultivators who belonged to the Wang clan, unless their identities had not been exposed and had not been recognized by others, would be besieged at any time once they were recognized and their identities were confirmed. Students from various universities, graduates from various batches, people from all walks of life, and people from all walks of life, that this kind of thing was too easy to arouse a common hatred. The targeted posts on the internet were still hanging high up, making people angry and bloodshot. If the teacher who helped you in your life had his grave dug up after his death, what would you do? Under this post, there were almost no other replies. All of them were, fuck, fight to the death, fight to the death. I will fight him to the death. Countless teachers of martial arts schools were excited when they saw the craze on the internet. One teacher once said with emotion during class, "If one day I die and my grave is dug up, I will feel that my life is not in vain, and I will have no regrets even if I die 9 times. Countless high school teachers couldn't hide their envy when they mentioned Yuan's name when they were teaching their students. How should one behave, Yuan? To be able to achieve such accomplishments as a teacher, my life has not been in vain. Her student, for the sake of her injustice, is even overturning the entire world and shaking the entire continent. If I were Yuan, I would also smile in the underworld. To hand over my life's work to such a student, it is glorious, glorious. As a teacher, to have such a student, I am truly worthy of my life." Gu Qianfan, the principal of Shui Cheng First High School, directly threw out a sentence in Shangjing. "Old Principal Yuan is the person I respect the most in my life. Her grave was dug up, which means that after I, Gu Qianfan, die, my grave will also be dug up. How will my children avenge me?" One of the ancestors of the Wang family went through a lot of trouble to find the heavenly king of the right and asked him to speak up and let the Wang family go this time. The heavenly king of the right only said one thing: "I also have a teacher. I respect him very much. If someone digs up his grave, I will definitely take revenge. I will not care about the price of my identity and position. I will not care about the price of the other party's identity. I will definitely seek justice for my teacher. If I intercede for you on this matter, I will feel sorry for my teacher and all the teachers in the world. But for the sake of Senior Wang Fei Hong, I will not do anything to you. This is the limit of my patience. The Wang family, take care of yourselves." The Southern Marshal Nanzheng Qian directly scolded the person who pleaded for mercy for the Wang family. "How dare you come to me to plead for mercy after doing such a shameless thing? You may be shameless, but I still have my face. You should be glad that I am no longer the Minister of Finance in Shangjing. Otherwise, the Wang family would have been homeless and wouldn't have the chance to make a fuss in front of me." The Wang family was already in a precarious situation and was about to collapse. At least on the surface, it seemed like it was too late for them to find trouble with Zhuoxiaoduo. Zhuoxiaoduo and the others were making use of the time to cultivate in Shangjing. During the day, they would wander around to gather information and check on the progress of the situation. At night, they would swarm into the spatial destruction pagoda to cultivate. Everyone was holding their breaths, competing with each other, comparing with each other. They were competing to see who would break through to the Ascendant Realm later. Currently, everyone was at the critical point that, to put it bluntly, if someone were to speak loudly or fart uncontrollably, it would be possible for them to break through the Celestial Bridge and enter the Ascendant Realm. The person who entered the sect the latest would have a deeper foundation and a stronger foundation. Xiaoyan also accompanied them in their cultivation. Every day, she would impart the insights of the Ascendant Realm to everyone. She allowed everyone who was at the peak of the nascent, profound realm and a half-step into the Ascendant Realm to have a basic understanding of the Ascendant Realm. That the result of this was that at this stage, everyone began to analyze that feeling on their own, vaguely confirming it that according to what Bai Yunduo had told Zhuoxiaoyan in the final stage of the nascent, profound realm, the more insights one could gain from the Ascendant Realm, the better. The deeper the insights, the better. Based on this understanding, everyone was working hard in this direction. Zhuoxiaoduo had also reached his limit. According to his estimation, he had suppressed around 70 times. This was not only an unprecedented achievement, but also Zhuoxiaoduo's current limit. However, he couldn't tell anyone about this, not even Zhuoxiaoyan. I'm about to break through. I really reached my limit. There's no way I can suppress it anymore. Zhuoxiaoduo sighed. He quietly consumed the 9 heavens spirit spring water and made the final preparations for his breakthrough. He glanced at Zhuoxiaoyan from the corner of his eyes and pondered. If he were to fight Nian Mao now, he didn't dare to say anything else, but he should be able to achieve a draw, right? However, if he were to fight Nian Mao, a draw would be equivalent to a loss. There were many places he couldn't attack, many moves he couldn't use, and many weapons he couldn't use. Therefore, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. If he removed these factors, what awaited him was still a violent beating. If I want to completely defeat Nian Mao, I'll probably have to go one step further. I'll have to cultivate all the way to the Dao integration stage before I can achieve my long-cherished wish. However, by then, I'll be able to casually arrange her into 360 different positions. Zhuoxiaoduo stroked his chin. He looked fascinated and immersed. These 13 people fought like pigs in the Tower of Annihilation every day. Most of them had pig heads and pig faces most of the time. However, the strength of each of them showed signs of increasing at a rapid pace. Ever since they saw Zhuoxiaoduo's small house, everyone changed into this. The walls were all top-grade Astral Souls Jade. The pillows and beds were all top-grade Astral Souls Jade. They were constantly absorbing energy and making great strides forward. Breakthrough. Zhuoxiaoyan saw Zhuoxiaoduo looking at her suspiciously and thought that he was worried about breaking through. You're already at the peak of vitality. Breaking through is a matter of course. There's no possibility of failure. Zhuoxiaoduo grinned. I'm not worried about breaking through at all. I'm thinking about how to arrange the positions after I've beaten you into submission. However, he definitely couldn't say this out loud. Yes, I understand. I'll break through tonight. The moment Zhuoxiaoduo made up his mind, an indescribable emotion appeared in his heart. I'll fly. What does flying represent? Flying represents my mother's approval. I'll officially leave the ranks of single dogs. From now on, I'll... As he thought about it, he looked at Zhuoxiaoyan's body and face. He couldn't help but lose control of the power of the Flaming Sun Sutra. Suddenly, it protruded indecently. Xiao flapped her wings and flew over. Her round eyes looked at Zhuoxiaoduo's crotch and felt that it was very strange. Why is there a piece here? Hence, she instinctively pecked at it with her sharp beak. Ouch, Zhuoxiaoduo screamed. His expression changed. He grabbed Xiao and gritted his teeth. Little bastard. You, I'll pluck your hair. Zhuoxiaoyan's mind was racing. She turned around and ran away with a red face. Pervert. Zhuoxiaoduo turned around and rushed into the room. He opened his pants to check and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Xiao was just curious and didn't use any force. Furthermore, it was through his pants. He wasn't injured. It was just that he was flicked. If Xiao had spat out a mouthful of solar true fire. Xiao Duo shuddered. He pointed at Xiao and said angrily, "You can't peck here in the future. Do you understand?" Zhao's body was held in Zhuo Xiao's hand. Only her black, sharp head could be seen. Her eyes were rolling around as she nodded her head in confusion. Sword of Empress in Viwa transformed into a shadow and flew here and there, filled with a gloating expression. "Oh, seventh crown prince. Oh, seventh crown prince. When your cultivation reaches a certain level, you'll break the seal and regain your memories. You'll feel like dying. She actually pecked at that place. When the time comes and you forget, I'll definitely remind you. I'll never forget." That night, Zhuo prepared a large batch of high-quality materials and prepared to try to break through to the Sky Soar realm. Well, the word try should be removed. The so-called breakthrough to the Sky Soar realm was just a formality for the current Zhuo. However, in order to be safe, he prepared to break through in the Tower of Annihilation. Because Zhuo Xiaoyan had broken through in the Tower of Annihilation. You're going to break through to the Sky Soar realm? Lei Changtian's eyes widened. Yes. You're going to break through in your space? Yes. No, absolutely not. Chapter 1164. Lei Zhangtian vetoed the idea firmly. Your breakthrough must be carried out in the open, and you have to receive the heavenly Tao's baptism. Zhuo Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. There's no need for that, Grandpa. Nian broke through in the Tower of Annihilation. Why am I the only exception? Nian is Nian, and you are you. Lei Changtian said, Nian has a pure Yin body, a body of 9 astral souls, and she has the blessing of the phoenix. She can choose to break through in your space. There's a huge amount of vitality in your space, and Nian can break through there with twice the result with half the effort. However, with your pure yang body, it's not appropriate for you to follow Nian's example. Zhuo Xiaoduo was dumbfounded, and his head was filled with question marks. Grandpa's words seemed to make sense, but why couldn't he understand? Whether it was luck, physique, or astral souls, Zhuo Xiaoduo knew that no one in the world could compare to him. However, in response to Lei Changtian's words, Zhuo Xiaoduo expressed that he had never heard of such a saying and he couldn't understand it. No means no. You must break through in the outside world. Lei Changtian's attitude was unprecedentedly firm. However, he couldn't give a concrete reason to persuade Zhuo Xiaoduo and could only be anxious. At this moment, Bai Yun Duo descended from the sky. Wait a moment. Master and mistress will be here soon. Zhuo Xiaoduo's breakthrough was a big deal. Previously, Zhuo Xiaoyan broke through in the Tower of Annihilation, and Bai Yun Duo didn't know about it. However, this time, Bai Yun Duo immediately reported it as soon as she heard the news. If she didn't report it, she felt that she would be beaten up. Upon hearing this, Lei Changtian immediately cowered. I have something to do, and I haven't recovered from my cold. I'm going to get an intravenous drip. After giving an extremely lame excuse, the demon ancestor disappeared without a trace. Who is your master's wife? Your father and mother. Mom and Dad are coming. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan were a little scared at this moment, but they quickly gathered their courage. They were the ones who kept us in the dark for so long. What were we afraid of? They should be the ones feeling guilty. Zhuo Xiaoduo mustered up his courage and said to Zhuo Xiaoyan in a trembling voice, Nian Cat, I'm telling you, we're on the right side now. As long as you're on my side today, we'll definitely be able to defeat the Demon King together. There's no such thing in the world. Since ancient times, no father and mother have kept their son and daughter in the dark for so long. Zhuo Xiaoyan was not as courageous as Zhuo Xiaoduo. She was now cowering in fear. She took a deep breath and said timidly, Defeat the Demon King? You're too daring. I just hope that our mother won't beat me up. It's still easy to talk to our father, but it's really hard to get past our mother. Why are you trembling? Why are you so afraid of her? Zhuo Xiaoduo encouraged her and said, You're our daughter-in-law. You don't have to be afraid of her. It's an eternal truth that mother-in-law and daughter-in-law can't get along well. You have to learn how to resist, learn how to fight, learn how to monopolize my heart. So Xiaoyan trembled and said, But I'll really get beaten up if I do that. So Xiaoduo said, As long as you stand in front and act like a spoiled child, our mother won't be willing to beat you. After all, you're mother and daughter. But our father is willing to. So Xiaoyan shook her head like a rattle drum. No, why don't you stand in front? If I stand in front, I'll be the one getting beaten up. So Xiaoduo said matter-of-factly, Girls always have some dignity. So Xiaoyan said timidly, Forget it. When have I ever had any dignity in our family? You're dreaming too much. Then forget it. So Xiaoduo sighed. I've found such a cowardly daughter-in-law like you. Sigh. Zhuo Xiaoyan rolled her eyes. If you're not a coward, why don't you do it? You only know how to talk. I'm a coward too. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed and was very pessimistic. He felt that he would never be able to raise his head in front of his parents for the rest of his life. The possibility of him usurping the throne and becoming the new head of the family, with the exposure of his parents' identities, it seemed more and more impossible. I'm a coward, and my daughter-in-law is also a coward. The whole family is a coward to the core. Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and glanced at Zhuo Xiaoyan. He saw that the girl's face was full of panic and her eyes were wandering around. We're your parents. What are you afraid of? Zhuo Xiaoduo was furious. You, if you're not afraid, why are you trembling? Zhuo Xiaoyan asked softly. I'm not trembling. Zhuo Xiaoduo refused to admit his mistake. With a soft, tearing sound, the space around Zhuo Xiaoduo was accurately torn from the middle like a piece of cloth, and a spatial portal appeared naturally. Zhuo Changlu stepped out of the portal elegantly and calmly, as usual. Then, Wu Yuding followed behind him with a smile on her face. When the couple received the news from Bai Yunduo that Zhuo Xiaoduo was about to break through to the Ascension Realm, they couldn't stay outside and immediately rushed back. Dad, Mom, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan cheered and rushed forward. Ha! Wu Yuding hugged Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan in each arm. She looked at their faces and smiled. Have the two of you been good these few days? Good. Zhuo Xiaoyan looked up and said, I'm the most obedient. Mom, Xiaoduo said that he wants to settle the score with you and defeat the great Demon King. He said that you are the great Demon King of the world. She had sold out Zhuo Xiaoduo completely with just one sentence. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes widened and his body stiffened. He turned to look at Zhuo Xiaoyan in disbelief. Even if you don't join me in the rebellion, you can't be a traitor so quickly. Isn't this selling your husband for glory? Wu Yuding skillfully grabbed Zhuo Xiaoduo's ear and pulled it up. Dog, you want to rebel? Defeat the great Demon King? Who's the great Demon King? Your dad or your mom? I don't dare. Zhuo Xiaoduo begged for mercy with a face full of flattery. His expression was rich and sincere. Mom, how could I rebel against you and Dad? We are a family. This is not Nian Nian Cat. She feels that her status has risen from a daughter to a daughter-in-law. She wants the right to speak. Ahem, I'm just testing her. Great Demon King, you're the great Demon King. Grandpa is the great Demon King. You are the daughter of the great Demon King. If you are not the great Demon King, then what are you? I am the little Demon King. Sister Nian is the little demon girl. Mom, don't listen to nonsense. I'm not like that. Zhuo Xiaoyan twisted her body in Wu Yuding's arms. Slap. Zhuo Changlu slapped Zhuo Xiaoduo on the back of his head and said, Other than you, who wants to be the head of the family every day, Xiaoyan doesn't want to be the head of the family. What Demon King, and Demon Girl? If you are all demons, then what am I? Zhuo Xiaoduo touched the back of his head. He was angry but didn't dare to say anything. You two hid it from us for so long. You're too much. Of course, his voice was very low. But no matter how low it was, how could he hide it from Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding? The two of them suddenly felt a headache. These two fellows were clearly scared to this extent, but they still brought it up. This meant that these two fellows still had some thoughts about this matter. There must be a reason for this. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding brought their son and daughter into the room. Li Chenglong and the others were cultivating in the Tower of Annihilation. Outside, the family of four was alone. Well, Bai Yinduo also came in with a warm smile on her face. Little junior brother, little junior sister. This is your sister-in-law. Bai Yinduo. Zhuo Changlu introduced calmly. Well, you guessed right. The king of Zhuolu, Yin Zhonghu, was my disciple back then. Xiao Duo is your mother's disciple. The jade powder of astral souls outside Fenghai was made by your sister-in-law. Do you really think that stuff will fall from the sky? I see. Thank you, sister-in-law, for putting in so much effort and going through so much trouble. So Xiao Duo understood tacitly and understood everything. He thanked her profusely. It's good that you understand, is what Changlu said. Well, so that's how senior brother and sister-in-law came to be? Mom and Dad didn't start with the two of us, but it's a tradition of our family. I see. So Xiao Duo paused for a moment before letting out a sigh of realization. Duh. Zhuo Changlu's face darkened. This brat had been enlightened, and he had actually comprehended this one? What the hell did he comprehend? Bai Yinduo almost laughed out loud. After half a day, Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had been taught a lesson again, sat obediently on a small stool. Zhuo Xiaoyan sat on a small stool next to him. Wu Yuding and Zhuo Changlu sat on the two-seater sofa in front of them. Bai Yinduo accompanied them on the one-seater sofa on the right. This kind of formation felt a little like a class. First of all, I have to explain to you why we hide our identities. Wu Yuding said, but after she explained it, she saw that the two of them were sitting upright with their 4 ears erect. They really looked like a cat and a dog sitting in front of her seriously. She couldn't help but burst out laughing. So Xiao Duo and Zhuo Xiaoyan looked at her innocently with round eyes. What's wrong? Ahem, let me do it. Zhuo Changlu couldn't help but like Zhuo Xiaoduo, so he knocked twice on his head before he began to explain. Zhuo Xiaoduo touched his head. What's going on? Why did he hit me again? At that time, your mother and I encountered a bottleneck in our cultivation. We couldn't make any progress for a long time, and our enemy had already begun to make a breakthrough. If we didn't make a corresponding attempt, once our enemy succeeded in breaking through and returned, it would be a disaster for the astral souls. It was even possible that they would all fall. But it's easier said than done. If it was easy, or if there was a direction to make a breakthrough, we would have done a long time ago. However, things were urgent, and we had no choice but to seal our bodies, separate our bodies from our souls, and then separate our souls from our divine sense. In the way of transforming into the mortal world, we try to make a breakthrough. Chapter 1165. Although the mortal dust can purify one's soul and clear one's mind, it is also very risky. First of all, during the process of the mortal dust, the two of us really don't have any martial arts. Whether it is the soul, the body, the vital spirit, or even the cultivation state, everything is sealed and can't be used. In other words, even if we see you in trouble, we can't do anything. We can solve the problem by ourselves, but we can only look on coldly and watch you fight. Zhuo Changlu said apologetically, in this matter, as the person involved in the mortal dust transformation, it is reasonable. It is also the reality that we can't do anything. But from the perspective of your parents, we have wronged you too. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan's eyes were red. They shook their heads at the same time. We don't feel wronged. With what you said today, we don't feel wronged at all. This was the truth. Originally, they might have felt a little resentment in their hearts. You two are the most powerful people in the world, but we, as your children, don't enjoy any privileges or benefits. However, as Wu Zhonglu uttered these words, the little bit of emotion in the hearts of the two men instantly vanished like smoke in thin air and no longer existed. Which family's children didn't go through this? Do the children of big shots have to enjoy special privileges? It doesn't make sense. The two of them instantly succeeded in their own way. Back then, we were most worried about Xiao Duo's aptitude and Xiaoyan's soul-piercing phoenix vein. Thinking of these two things, even Wu Yuding and Zhuo Changlu sighed and sighed, because these two things were impossible for the two of them to solve at that stage. Zhuoxiaoduo's aptitude, even at their current level, could only be solved if they improved a lot. And Zhuoxiaoyan's matter couldn't be solved even if they improved a lot. Xiao Duo's aptitude is congenital. It is extremely strange. Until now, we still can't find a vein and the root. This is the first helplessness. Fortunately, you solved it by yourself. Zhuo Changlu sighed. As for Little Nian's Phoenix Meridian Soul Charging, it's a heavenly Tao layout. Even if we wanted to interfere, we couldn't. Once you interfere, not only will you be directly targeted by the heavenly Tao, but it will also cause the situation that is already tilted toward the other side to become even more tilted. Zhuo Changlu said, "That's the second helplessness. We tried our best to bypass the rules, but it was still limited to your Uncle Wu and Uncle Nan coming once in the name of visiting Xiao Duo. As for the Phoenix Vein Soul cleansing layout, your Uncle Nan arranged for an expert to secretly watch over it. In the end, if Little Nian is unable to survive that round, the person who is secretly watching over you will sacrifice himself to save you. However, after you escape danger, that person's soul will be destroyed under the punishment of the heavenly Tao. Your Uncle Nan will also face the pursuit of the heavenly Tao. His life and death will be unpredictable." So Xiaoduo's expression changed when he heard that. He interrupted. So at that time, Uncle Nan left Nanjiang and came to Shangjing because he planned to use Shangjing's Providence Array to fight for a greater chance of survival. So Changlu said indifferently, "Yes, that's the plan. You have a legacy of the old principle He Yuan Yue's aura observation technique. Naturally, you know how terrifying the heavenly Tao is. In this world, only Shangjing, a place where dragons mix, can slightly hide from the heavenly Tao's eyes. This is the arrangement that your mother and I made for Little Nian after racking our brains. Other than these two things, there are other small matters that are not worth mentioning." Zhuo Changlu picked up his teacup and took a sip. He said, "Then there are other things about you. I'll tell you about them." As Zhuo Changlu spoke, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan listened attentively. Beside him, Bai Yunduo's face was filled with admiration. Sure enough, sons and daughters are different from disciples. If it were me and Xiaohu, we wouldn't be treated like this. Not to mention explaining, it would be good enough if we didn't get beaten up. However, as he watched Zhuo Zhonglu explain himself, he also felt annoyed and continued to beat up Zhuo Xiaoduo. Bai Yunduo's heart slowly calmed down. Finally, Zhuo Xiaoduo exploded. He touched his head and looked up. "Dad, I asked you to explain to us. I can understand that you're unhappy, and I can understand that you hit us. But why did you only hit me? Why didn't you hit Nian Mao? You're treating her differently." Zhuo Changlu said slowly, "Nian Mao is my daughter-in-law now. As her father-in-law, how can I hit my daughter-in-law? How can there be such a logic in the world?" Zhuo Xiaoduo said angrily, "When you hit her, you could have treated her as your daughter first. After you hit her, it wouldn't be too late to treat her as your daughter-in-law. Nian Mao is your daughter-in-law, and I'm your son-in-law. How can you be an elder like this?" Zhuo Xiaoyan. Slap. Zhuo Xiaoduo was hit again. "Shut up. What kind of husband are you? You actually threw your wife out to take the hit. Isn't it because you didn't hit her enough?" Wu Yuding also hit him. Zhuo Xiaoduo could only shut up and turn to Zhuo Xiaoyan. Zhuo Xiaoyan was already pouting and turning her face away, ignoring him. "Oh no, I've offended you." Zhuo Xiaoduo slapped his thigh. He knew that he had said something very wrong. He regretted it so much that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. "Mom, Dad, aren't you doing this to me?" Zhuo Xiaoduo was full of resentment. "I'm about to break through to the Sky Realm. Once I break through, I'll be able to consummate my marriage. But at this time, you just had to dig a hole for me to offend her. What should I do?" "Do whatever you want." Wu Yuding crossed her arms and said lightly, "I've stuffed your daughter-in-law into your bed since you were young. If you still can't handle it, then you're useless. Go hang yourself." Zhuo Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. "Mom." Zhuo Xiaoyan couldn't take it anymore. Zhuo Zhonglu explained everything in the shortest and most concise manner. The husband and wife heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he had to explain it to Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan. It was just that with so many things weighing down on his heart, it was also hard for him. If he said it out loud, his children would understand, and he would be able to get rid of a worry in his heart, making his state of mind perfect. So Changlu described the process of the two of them since they were born into the mortal world in an unusually calm tone. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan listened with a myriad of thoughts. How many things were there to raise a child from childhood to adulthood? How could it be summarized with just a few things? When they were born, they were overjoyed. When they were sick, they frowned and worried. When they couldn't cultivate, they were full of worries. When they could cultivate, they were afraid that they would die. When they went to school, they looked forward to it. Were they tired? Was it hard? Was it painful? When they fell behind, they expected better from them. When they improved, would it be too tiring? Especially when they were raising a pair of martial artist children like Zhou Xiaoyan and Zhou Xiaoduo. When they could cultivate, each of them was a first-class genius with excellent qualifications. However, they faced more dangers of life and death. They didn't dare to speak or ask. They could only wait for their return. They clearly had great abilities and great powers, but they couldn't use them. They could only rely on their children's own efforts. The soul of the Phoenix Pulse. That was a very dangerous thing, a very dangerous situation. Her parents knew about the soul of the Phoenix Pulse early on, so they sealed the Feng Manor in the study, waiting for the day their daughter broke through. There were thousands of considerations, thousands of arrangements, countless calculations. They were all parents' hearts, and they were really worried to death. Zhou Xiaoyan's eyes reddened, and tears were about to flow out. "Dad, Mom, thank you." The two of them stood up together and bowed respectfully. The little bit of resentment in his heart that his parents had hidden their identities had long since flown to God knows where. Wu Yuding's eyes reddened, but she said angrily, "Do we have to say thank you to our own parents?" "We have to," Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan said at the same time. "Dad and Mom never owed us anything. We owe them. Although we can't do anything for them, we still have to say thank you." So Xiaoduo sighed in his heart and said, "Now that I think about it, I did have a lot of adventures. But if I think about it carefully, if I didn't have the resources and connections that Dad and Mom set up early on with my little effort and luck, how could I reach where I am today? It's impossible." Although Dad and Mom keep saying that they can't do anything for us, in reality, they've done everything for us. Without Dad and Mom, there would be no Uncle Nan's help. Without Dad and Mom, there would be no Uncle Wu's help. Without Dad and Mom, why would sister-in-law Yinduo gather so much Astral Soul's jade powder for me? Without Dad and Mom, there are too many things that we wouldn't have had a chance to get. Zhou Xiaoduo said seriously, "So Dad, Mom, thank you." Zhou Changlu said with relief, "Actually, your mom and I are already very satisfied. Most parents do everything they should do to the extreme, but their children are still useless and can only be let down. You and Yin Yin have already made us feel that we are among the best parents. It's something to be proud of." Zhou Zhonglu's words were full of emotion. Zhou Xiaoduo could feel this, and Zhou Changlu was very happy. He felt that the hard work of these years was nothing in an instant. He glanced at Zhou Xiaoduo and thought to himself, "Little dog, you missed out on one thing, and that was your godfather. If it weren't for my plan, you wouldn't have had the luck to obtain the world's #1 hammer technique. Of course, if it weren't for me, Flood wouldn't have been so lucky to pick up a godson and goddaughter for no reason." Zhou Xiaoyan rolled her delicate body and snuggled into Wu Yuding's arms. Now that the serious matter was over, she could naturally act coquettishly. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at her eagerly. He also wanted to snuggle into her arms and act coquettishly. However, after thinking carefully, he decisively gave up on this unrealistic and irrational approach. If he really went over at the wrong time, what awaited him would probably be an inhumane threesome. "About your breakthrough." Zhou Changlu's expression suddenly became serious. Wu Yuding hugged Zhou Xiaoyan and also became serious. Chapter 1166. You have to break through outside and come into contact with the heavenly Tao. Only then can you break through. Your grandfather's insistence on this point is not wrong at all. So Xiaoduo was puzzled. Although Grandpa explained a reason, I don't understand. How did Nian Nian cat? Your sister Nian Nian is different from you. Apart from the difference in her physique, Zhuge Zhonglu said indifferently. There's another, more important reason. This time, the dragon's fight for heritage has the same nature as the reciting phoenix pulse soul. It is also the so-called way of heaven. In other words, the part we can participate in this round is still limited. Way of heaven. Zhuge Xiaoduo's eyes widened. Another way of heaven? I even suspect that this round is the continuation of the Phoenix Pulse Spirit, Zhuge Chonglu said. Little duo, you've studied the old principle He Yuan Yue's aura observation technique, and your attainments in it are quite profound. You also have a profound understanding of the supernatural power of aura observation technique. You're blessed by the heavens in your aura observation technique. However, if you think about it carefully, during the Phoenix Pulse Soul situation that day, if it weren't for the fire dragon rushing up and protecting the Phoenix, would the Phoenix Pulse Soul situation still be able to rise up calmly afterwards? From the beginning to the end, the fire dragon hovered and protected the surroundings so that the Phoenix could focus on flying without any distractions. Is there a hidden meaning behind this? Hidden meaning? Are you saying that this is a hidden meaning of our fate? Zhuge Xiaoduo was shocked. Zhuge Chonglu's words seemed to have awakened a person from a dream. Zhuge Xiaoduo's thoughts flashed back to the past. His father's words were concise and comprehensive, but they hit the nail on the head. Yes, although the Phoenix Pulse Spirit layout was extremely dangerous, most of the pressure was actually on Zhuge Xiaoduo, the person who planned and protected the Phoenix Pulse Spirit layout. Mobilizing the manpower of all parties, dealing with the various forces, and turning the originally dangerous situation into one that was advantageous to their own side. Only then did they have the final success. If Nian Nian is the beautiful phoenix that doesn't care about anything and only cares about flapping her wings to soar into the sky, then Toto is the fire dragon that protects the surroundings, no matter how big or small, and carries the wind and rain on his shoulders. Zhuge Chonglu stared at the thoughtful Zhuge Xiaoduo. Now, do you understand? Zhuge Xiaoduo was in a daze for a moment. Suddenly, he remembered that night when he Yuan Yue, Sister Lan, and the others were at the top of Phoenix Turtle's head, and saw the phenomenon of heaven and earth. The phoenix was hovering, waiting. He waited until the fire dragon rose into the air, shaking its head and wagging its tail as it soared into the heavens. Then, the phoenix flew up into the sky with ease and soared into the 9 heavens. From the beginning to the end, the fire dragon's huge body was connected to the heavens and earth, and it hovered around the phoenix in its protection. No matter how strong the wind and rain were outside, no matter how earth-shattering, and no matter how heavy the thunderstorm was, it didn't affect the phoenix at all. All the dangers, all the attacks, and all the dangers were all blocked by the fire dragon. The phoenix was only responsible for soaring into the sky and being beautiful. Everything else was taken care of by the fire dragon. As Zhuge Xiaoduo thought about it, he suddenly smiled and said, "So, the dragons fighting for the heritage this time is targeting my heavenly Dao layout. That should be the case. I can only say that the heavenly Dao has the basis, and karma brings about its own results," Zhuge Chonglu said. And the reason why Nian Nian can break through to the sky realm no matter where she is because I've already taken over all the tribulations that belong to her. So, she only needs to focus on breaking through in peace. But when I break through, I have to accept the baptism of the heavenly Dao layout? Or could it be that this is actually some kind of backlash from the heavenly Dao against my forceful interference with the heavenly Dao layout? If I can overcome it, everything will be fine, but if I can't, I will be consigned to eternal damnation. Zhuge Xiaoduo asked. The meaning is about the same, but you missed out on one thing, which is also the most important thing, and that is the providence. Zhuge Chonglu said. The providence of the dragons and the phoenixes is already against the heavens. Since the phoenix vein has successfully risen, what follows is to continue to rise, but in the end, it still needs a guardian to help it break through the barrier. The guardian has to bear his own providence, and also the phoenix's providence. This is because this is already his responsibility. From the moment he got involved in this matter, The two can no longer be separated. Just like the various arrangements you made in the past, and even the layout in Phoenix City. Is what Changlu said indifferently. You connected the Phoenix Vein's providence with the nation's providence. This is naturally a good thing for Nyin, but when you break through, a great calamity will befall you, because there will be a double punishment from the heavenly Tao. However, this is not only the backlash from the heavenly Tao, but also the backlash from the people. Don't tell me you don't know where the core of the Yinwu Empire and the center of the people is. Shangjing. Yes, Shangjing. And now, you are at the center of the Yinwu Empire's providence, and you are about to break through to the Ascendant Realm, wanting to completely break free from the shackles and be free from the heavens. If you don't bear it, who will? Zhuo Changlu said, but I only feel the tide of heaven and earth, and I don't feel the relevant phenomenon of the dragon veins soaring into the sky. Dad, as the target of the heavenly Tao layout you mentioned, I have not sensed it at all until now. This doesn't seem to make sense, right? Zhuo Xiaoduo was puzzled by this point. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be. Although you're proficient in the aura gazing technique, your experience is still too shallow. The dragon vein hasn't formed the image of ascendant yet. So how can the phenomenon of the heavenly Tao appear? Zhuo Changlu said indifferently. Things like providence will never erupt on its own. Instead, it is permanently attached to a certain person, and with this person's surging winds and clouds, it will shake the nine heavens' providence at a certain point in time and disturb the Milky Way's fortune. Therefore, everything you don't understand now will become clear after you break through to the Ascendant Realm. And now, the entire Shangjing's heavenly Tao layout is actually in a state of silence, waiting for the rain to fall. Everything will have to wait until you break through to the Ascendant Realm before this layout will truly begin. A unique layout that combines the right time, the right place, the right people, providence, and the Tao of fortune. Zhuo Xiaoduo came to a realization and said, so that's how it is. So this is the truth. Zhuo Changlu said indifferently. The so-called soaring dragon and dancing phoenix, from a certain point of view, is that only the soaring dragon will have the dancing phoenix. The so-called dragon and phoenix bring prosperity. At this point, he suddenly had a thought and said, perhaps this heavenly Tao layout is the dragon and phoenix bring prosperity. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, that's not right. The dragon and phoenix bring prosperity is a good phrase that implies good things, but this heavenly Tao layout is clearly a killing trap targeted at the soaring dragon. There are two sides to everything in the world. A killing trap can also be a dragon and phoenix bring prosperity. Don't you know that a crisis is also a turning point? Eliminating the killing intent is naturally a good opportunity. If the soaring dragon survives the killing trap, it will naturally be a happy ending for everyone, and the dragon and phoenix bring prosperity. If the soaring dragon and phoenix bring prosperity. To those who are on the opposing side, it may be a dragon and phoenix bring prosperity. When the dragon and phoenix bring prosperity, the dragon and phoenix bring prosperity will all belong to the enemy. This is also a dragon and phoenix bring prosperity. So Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. Of course, because to the enemy, this is a dragon and phoenix bring prosperity. That's why your breakthrough is especially important at the moment. Because if your breakthrough this time goes smoothly, it will inevitably trigger a great tide of the heavenly Tao. To the enemy, it's not a good thing. Based on this argument, the best way is to interfere with your progress so that you can break through, but it can't be in the most perfect state. It's best if you break through with some regrets. If you succeed, you'll promote a flawed layout. Heaven and earth are incomplete, and there's rarely anything perfect in this world. To the heavenly Tao, it's also a state that the heavenly Tao is willing to accept. The current heavenly Tao is also in an incomplete state. If you break through in a perfect state, it'll only become more and more out of its control. Zhuo Changlu said until here, and suddenly there was a faint sound of thunder in the sky. Muffled sounds could be heard coming and going in the clouds. The whole world was dignified and solemn, as if it was warning something. Zhuo Changlu frowned and turned to look at the sky outside the window. He shouted in a low voice, "You're so noisy. As a father, it's fair for me to teach my son. It's none of your business." His voice wasn't loud, but it went straight to the clouds. In an instant, the clouds in the sky dissipated, and the sky became clear again. "Dad, you're so awesome," Zhuo Xiaoduo said with great admiration. With just a few words, the wind and clouds changed color, and the sky became clear in an instant. This kind of unworldly cultivation was really terrifying and appalling. On the other side, Zhuo Xiaoyan and Bai Yunduo also showed a look of admiration and shock. Such a thing of rebutting the will of the heavenly Tao with just a few words was not only unprecedented, but also unheard of. "There's nothing to be awesome about." Zhuo Changlu shook his head. "There's no such thing as reason. I teach my son and point him in the right direction. It's a righteous thing to do. A father teaches his son, and no one can say anything. Even the heavenly Tao can't say no and can only give in. Do you think that I was just casually talking about heaven's justice? But it's also because of this that the heavenly Tao won't give me face when you break through. Even if I'm already at the top of this world, it's still the same." So Xiaoduo took a deep breath. "Then I'll break through outside. Yes, your mother, your grandfather, and your sister-in-law will protect you during your breakthrough this time." So Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. Isn't this a little too grand?" So Xiaoduo couldn't be blamed for being surprised. It was just a Zhao's breakthrough, but the heaven-inspecting minister and his wife, the demon ancestor, and the king of Zhuolu's wife had to protect him personally. This was simply Zhuo Xiaoduo instantly felt like he was floating. Not only did he float to the sky, but he also continued to float. Wu Yuding smiled and said, "Isn't it fair for us to protect our own son? There's nothing wrong with that." She looked at Zhuo Changlu and smiled knowingly. They didn't say anything else. There wasn't any nervousness in the depths of their eyes. However, the couple's hearts were filled with nervousness. Chapter 1167. Although they did not say it explicitly and would not say it out loud to increase the pressure on Zhuo Xiaoduo, both husband and wife knew that Zhuo Xiaoduo's round was extremely dangerous and crucial. If it was purely to prevent someone from causing trouble, any one of these four people would be able to guarantee that nothing would go wrong. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo's breakthrough was an extension of the heavenly Tao. What was involved was not only the human Tao. Even if Zhuo Changlu and his wife were to personally protect him, they could not guarantee that there would not be any accidents during this breakthrough. If it was only the will of the heavenly Tao of the Umno Alliance and the Astral Souls Tao League, it would be fine. However, this time, there was most likely something else strange. There would be an inexplicable variable. The reason was very simple. Zhuo Xiaoduo had taken the initiative to bear the entire Dragon Phoenix tribulation by himself. It had already increased the danger factor by several times. This was the Dragon Phoenix tribulation, the second great tribulation in the world. Zhuo Changlu and his wife were not confident at all about whether they could survive it perfectly. If they only wanted to survive, there was a 10,000% chance that they could. Even without any protection, Zhuo Xiaoduo could survive it by himself. However, the key was the word perfect, because once this breakthrough started with a perfect start, it would be the first step outside the heavenly Tao. In other words, there was hope for the future to transcend the heavenly Tao. Even Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding had never heard of anyone achieving this kind of achievement. This kind of achievement was just a guess of the people at the top of the world. "If possible, I want to break through tonight," Zhuo Xiaoduo said. He couldn't hold it in any longer. That impatient feeling of "I want to show off" had turned his bones into white clouds. If it wasn't for the string of pendants at his crotch, he might have already floated up to the sky. "No, not today," Wu Yuding said. "Tonight is not the time. The fastest time for you to break through will have to wait until tomorrow night." "Why?" Zhuo Xiaoduo was puzzled by the timing. "Because you still have some leeway now. You can still do more preparation work." Wu Yuding touched her interspatial ring and said, I have quite a few natural treasures here. I was planning to make a meal of chive pancakes. But now that you're using it as an opportunity to break through, you could be considered to have made the best use of it and complemented each other. As he spoke, he began to take them out one by one. Bai Yunduo, who was at the side, was dazzled by the sight. This is the Umno Alliance's hurricane crab. This is the water flame bamboo. This is tranquil lotus root from the Tao League. When should you eat it? And this is the so-called ingredients that Wu Yuding had collected for such a long time finally came in handy today. Then there was a long and tireless explanation, such as what to eat before breaking through, how much to eat, what to eat first when encountering white lightning, what to eat when encountering red lightning. Then he began to take out all kinds of protective treasures. Just for this breakthrough of yours, your father and I spent a few days looking for those hidden demonic beasts. After a few days of hard work, we finally found a heavenly, king-level demonic beast. After a friendly negotiation, this demonic beast contributed a piece of skin. Although it was only one piece, the amount was enough. It was enough for me to make a pair of shoes, a pair of gloves, a hat, a waistcoat, a vest, and a coat for you. Originally, I wanted to make a set for Nian Nian. Isn't it the most popular couple outfits between young couples? But your father pitted that monster and said that it had shrunk its body. The skin on its entire body was enough. If we make another set, it would inevitably grow a new layer. Not only would it not be powerful enough, it would also seem that we were too much of a bully. We have to be kind to others. We can't be too unethical. Wu Yuding was a little regretful. She patted Zhuo Xiaoyan on the shoulder and said, but it doesn't matter. That monster said that when we're done here, we can go to him again. He'll take us to find another monster of the same level as him, and let that monster contribute one or two. By the way, this monster specifically said that the other one is beautiful and the fur pattern is more suitable for making clothes. Bai Yunduo looked up. She really had no strength to complain. How much did he have to bully this demonic beast for it to reach such a state? That was a heavenly king-level monster, and its real combat power was definitely above the ordinary heavenly king level. But in the hands of Master, it seemed to be more like raising an obedient kitten. And this helmet, it's the Raging Fire Witch's protective treasure. I originally wanted his armor, but I'm a thin-skinned person. I'm really embarrassed to ask for all of them, so I only asked for a helmet. I'll make do with it. This shield is the spiritual treasure of the Tao League's Taoist foam. He owes us so much. This shield is definitely not enough. Just treat it as interest. You don't have to have any psychological burden. This is, in the blink of an eye, helmets, shields, breastplates, and other protective treasures. Zhuo Xiaoduo had received 20 to 30 of them. Every one of them was a rare heaven-grade treasure. It was like a dream item. Wu Yuding thought for a long time and looked up at Zhuo Chonglu. Her meaning was obviously, what else do you want to add? Did I miss anything? Can you check and fill in the gaps? Zhuo Chonglu sighed. Even though his bearing and self-restraint had reached the peak, he still couldn't help but roll his eyes at this moment. These things you have prepared. I feel that it is enough for me to pass the tribulation. Bullshit, Wu Yuding scolded. Then she suddenly took out a pile of small bottles as if she just remembered something. If you're a little weak and your spiritual chi and vital essence can't keep up, break one and throw it into your mouth. In addition, don't use the stone in your hand that can recover quickly. Only use it at the most critical moment. Don't use it if you can, understand? Mom, how do you know about that thing? Huh? After finishing the arrangement, Wu Yuding still frowned and thought for a long time. After confirming that there were no omissions, she said, have you thought of a place to break through? Where are you most confident? Zhuo Xiaoduo said tentatively, if you want a more special place that makes me feel more secure. I want to break through on the cliff where Mr. Qin fell last time. That place is very special and strange, but it makes me feel very relieved. Wu Yuding said flatly, no. Which place is not good? No. Zhuo Xiaoduo opened his eyes wide. Why? Wu Yuding was speechless for a moment. Then she said, I think that place is too remote. Your breakthrough this time needs the right time, the right place, the right people, and the right luck. We have a lot of people, but the right luck is a little lacking. She thought for a moment and said, how about breaking through in the sky above Shanjing City? Well, the chi of the 9 and 5 in the human world above the imperial palace is enough to offset part of the heavenly tribulation. Zhuo Changlu was speechless. The direct result of that is that a lot of the imperial family's luck will be consumed. There are few people in the imperial family who lack luck. They will be exhausted because of the decline of their luck and die prematurely. Well, more than half of the imperial family will be overturned in this place. Wu Yuting rolled her eyes and murmured, it doesn't matter, right? Zhuo Zhenglu pondered for a moment. Then he said, it's possible to make a breakthrough on that cliff. After all, it's a dangerous place. So, you can get the geographical advantage. Moreover, you can also get the reverse nurturing from the dead. Wu Yuting was unhappy. According to her idea, it was best to break through in the imperial palace. The emperor's chi of the past dynasties, the real dragon's chi of the human world, the emperor's chi of the 9 and 5, plus the chi of the Yinwu country, and the collective chi of the astral souls continent, will be used to break through the heavenly tribulation. This was the best choice. Although, after the event, the heavenly tribulation would be settled, and the chi of the heavenly tribulation would be greatly weakened. It was very likely that it would cause a lot of casualties in the imperial family. It was also possible that they would not have any descendants. However, these were not in Wu Yuting's consideration. In her opinion, the imperial family, perhaps Wu Xiaoduo was right about her mother's judgment. The daughter of the demon lord was, of course, the great demon lord. However, under Zhuo Changlu's persuasion, she finally gave up this seemingly perfect plan. The location was confirmed. Then the rest would be easy to discuss. Mom, Li Chenglong and the others want to observe my breakthrough. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, what do you think? No. Zhuo Changlu, Wu Yuting, and Bai Yun Duo said in unison. Do you think they're watching a show? They actually want to form a group to observe your breakthrough? Wu Yuting pointed a finger at Zhuo Xiaoduo's forehead, causing him to stagger. Then, she felt that it was too easy to do so, so she bent her finger and flicked his forehead. There was a thump. The process of your breakthrough is destined to be different from everyone else's. Zhuo Changlu said, what's more, after watching your breakthrough, it's very likely that they will lose their confidence in safely breaking through to the Ascension realm. Wu Yuting nodded and sighed in her heart. Although breaking through to the Ascension realm was crossing the true boundary between immortal and mortal and was destined to usher in the so-called heavenly tribulation. If an ordinary person broke through to the Ascension realm, it would just be a baptism of heavenly refinement, heavenly punishment, and heavenly refinement. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo's breakthrough this time was a true heavenly tribulation. Moreover, it was the Dragon Han tribulation. The so-called Dragon Han tribulation was the second great tribulation between heaven and earth. It was also the first great tribulation after the first judgment of heaven and earth. The danger was that looking at Zhuo Xiaoduo, who still didn't know anything but had a look of anticipation and even eagerness to try, Wu Yuting sighed. However, she couldn't help but feel flustered and exasperated. She pointed a finger at his forehead. This child, can't you stop making me worry? Who would have thought that this kid would walk step by step, and even surpass the heavenly Tao? Zhuo Xiaoyan was the bearer of the Phoenix bloodline. Zhuo Changlu and his wife already knew about this when they first picked up Zhuo Xiaoyan. However, even Zhuo Changlu and his wife didn't expect that. Their biological son would actually have the life chart of the hidden dragon. Chapter 1168. Furthermore, Zhuo Xiaoduo was extremely protective of his wife. He took on the Phoenix Pulse spirit all by himself. The most direct result of this was that their destinies were completely intertwined. After a series of coincidences, the Dragon Phoenix Tribulation was formed. Who do you think you can find a reason with? Thinking about Zhuo Xiaoduo's journey, he was a young dragon in hibernation. Then a hidden dragon was born. After that, he worshipped the flood, which as his godfather. He had the best destiny of the Umno Alliance and the Astral Souls. If the Astral Souls and the Tao League were included, then the destiny of the three sides converged on one person. His first battle after leaving the mountain was against the heavenly Tao of the demon race's killing wolf Star-Lord. Then he walked step by step, picking up all kinds of treasures of the heavenly Tao's destiny. Now that he had come to Shangjing, he was actually guided by the Wang family's conspiracy. A conspiracy led by the Big Dipper and the Big Dipper, which led to the heavenly Tao's counterattack. Perhaps that was not all. Because this kid had been tainted by spiritual and demonic luck, that this result and the current situation made Zhuo Zhonglu feel that it was extremely troublesome. In my life, I've become the world's #1, the pinnacle of this world, but I've never enjoyed such treatment. This kid is so young. Zhuo Changlu sighed in his heart. For a moment, he did not know what to say. If his guess was correct, the thing that had been troubling Zhuo Xiaoduo's aptitude since childhood and could help him soar to the sky should be the creation plate. If he added the destiny of that thing and its ability to carry destiny, the future might be. Zhuo Changlu felt his heart beating faster and faster. Even though he could be called the world's #1, he had no confidence in protecting Zhuo Xiaoduo safely through this Dragon Han tribulation, because at the most critical moment, he still had to rely on Zhuo Xiaoduo to face it himself. At that time, if he intervened, the heavenly tribulation would only increase its power by 10,000 times. Zhuo Xiaoduo would be killed by his own father. Sigh. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't know about the sadness in his parents' hearts. He only saw that his parents were very happy for him and were very concerned about him. There were even some who personally stood guard for him, but what's more, when Yin Cat broke through, there wasn't even a gust of wind, let alone thunder. This so-called breakthrough was no different from the breakthrough of other cultivation realms. There was no difference at all, although Wu Yuding had reminded him repeatedly, and Zhuo Xiaoduo had also repeatedly promised that he would pay attention and be careful. But in reality, he really didn't take it to heart. With his current equipment, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that he could definitely fight his way up MT Sorcerer. Looking at my parents' physiognomy, it was clear that they didn't have the tragedy of losing a child in their middle age. That meant that not only would I be fine this time, I would also be fine in the future. Then, he looked at Nyan Cat's face. Oha, there was no sign of her being a widow at all. This proved again and again that Zhuo Xiaoduo, was very safe. After thinking about it for a while, he felt that everything was foolproof. While he was feeling refreshed, he suddenly remembered something and said, Dad, Mom, I forgot to tell you a piece of good news. What good news? Zhuo Changlu couldn't help but be curious. Well, it's Nyan Cat. She has found another goddaughter for you. Hee, isn't it great news? Zhuo Xiaoduo attentively massaged Wu Yuding's shoulders, and Zhuo Xiaonian attentively massaged Zhuo Changlu's legs. This was the way the two of them fawned on their parents, and it worked every time. Zhuo Changlu shook his neck, and Wu Yuding shook her legs. Who is it? That person, Mo Shuani. It's like this. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, that Yu clan is too much. They actually look down on people. Such an old-fashioned clan is actually the first in Shangjing. So Bai Yunduo covered her face with her hands. The Yu clan was doomed this time. They would probably be skinned alive by Yu Dongtian one by one. Who would be able to withstand such unwarranted attention? Sure enough, Zhuo Changlu was furious and shouted, How did the Yu clan become like this? Tonight, ask your god sister to come and kowtow, and then confirm it. Then, spread my words. I am not satisfied with this marriage. The Yu clan is too lowly. How can they be worthy of our daughter? Master, Bai Yunduo knelt down with a thud. It's not easy for Brother Yu. This matter has nothing to do with Brother Yu. If you don't teach them a lesson, the younger generation of the Yu clan may become like the Wang clan. This is what Changlu said. And Yunduo, the Bai clan that you came from, should also be taught a lesson. We have been fighting for our entire lives, not to let our families ride on everyone else's heads and do whatever they want. If that was all, it would have been enough. These younger generation bastards are all spoiled. Where's the decency? Let's start with the Yu clan. Bai Yunduo, who had invited trouble, bowed, and accepted the lesson with a face full of sympathy. The sympathy was for you, Don Tian. Brother Yu, I have done my best. Good luck to you that night. In Zhua Xiaoyan's courtyard, the Zhua clan held a long-awaited family banquet. This banquet was naturally held to witness the meeting between Zhua Xiaoyan and Imo, Xuani, and Jinlan, as well as the parents of the two clans. This news was not important to Shang Jing. Only a few people knew about it. However, Yu Xia, who had been shamelessly following Imo, Xuani, naturally knew about it. He went home in the afternoon. Imo Xuani had to bring her parents to the Zhua clan's courtyard, so she definitely had no time at night. Moreover, she had to tidy herself up in the afternoon, so she naturally had no time to deal with the little fatty. After leaving Imo Xuani's side, the little fatty felt very bored. He did not want to go anywhere else, so he returned to the clan unhappily. When he returned home, he was surprised to find that the old ancestors were all there. None of them had gone to sleep, since he did that thing yesterday. It seemed that the old ancestors were all free. Every time he came back, he would see the old men walking around with their hands behind their backs. No matter how he tried to hide, he would always bump into them. Hey, what? How is your partner? The adventurer felt that all of them had gone crazy, hadn't they? You were so against it before, but now. It's as if you're afraid that I can't catch up to her. I really don't understand this change. However, in terms of personal experience, this treatment was much better than the treatment he received before. Since he entered the clan, 7 old men had already asked him, "Hey, little fatty, how is your partner?" They all pretended to meet him by chance, with a what a coincidence look on their faces. The questions that came out of their mouths were similar, and it did not seem like a coincidence at all. At most, there were some slight differences in their choice of words. At first, Yu Xia was flattered, but gradually, he felt that something was wrong. In the end, that feeling turned into shock, because in front of him, there were dozens of old men walking around with their hands behind their backs. It was obvious that they were all waiting to bump into him. What's going on here? What details did I miss? Yu Xia's head was about to explode from thinking, but he was still at a loss. Finally, that an old man seemed to have accidentally noticed the ranger and asked the same question in a similar and natural manner. What's wrong with you? What the hell? How's your girlfriend? Yu Xia's teeth hurt. You're all like repeating machines. What are you trying to do? However, the identity of the person in front of him was very different. He could only suppress his anger and say helplessly, "It's okay. It's okay, it's not okay." This old man was Yu Xia's grandfather, a biological grandfather. Naturally, he had more privileges than the other elders. He ordered straightforwardly, "Don't go. Tell me the situation before you go." Upon hearing that, people came out of the garden, the nursery, the pool, the rockery, the corridor, the front door, the hall. A group of old men walked out one by one, pretending to have nothing to do. In short, Hero Yu's surroundings were filled with people in an instant. He did not even have to find an excuse for being late. "Hey, why are there so many people gathered here? What are you all doing? Is there any big news?" Thus, he naturally leaned over and stared at the ranger without blinking. It was clear that the ancestors were very concerned about the marriage of this young man in front of them. "Tell me, what's the progress now?" Yu Xia's grandfather took advantage of his seniority and used his identity as Yu Xia's biological grandfather to grab Yu Xia and interrogate him. "It's still the same, Grandpa. What's still the same? It's just that it's still lukewarm." "Sigh, how can it be lukewarm? Why don't you take the initiative?" "If I don't take the initiative in my pursuit, I really don't know what is. But the atmosphere between us is lukewarm." Yu Xia sighed. "Grandpa, can you just leave it alone? It's not easy for me to get into a relationship. There are hundreds of old men following behind me. What is this? Evil creature, we're just concerned about you. What's wrong with asking?" "That's right. This old man will pass away in a few years. What's wrong with asking?" "That's right. This old man is already so old. All I want is to look at shrimps and find a wife." For a moment, Yu Xia only felt powerless to complain. He could not explain himself clearly. It was hard to explain. You guys have been like this for hundreds and thousands of years. Even now, you're still alive and kicking. I reckon that after hundreds and thousands of years, even I will be gone. You'll still be alive and kicking. You'll still have to talk to your descendants like this. To think that you have the guts to say such things now. What's the situation? Hurry up and tell us. We're all experienced people. We can help you out. Thus, after Xia spoke for a while, the old men all blew their beards and glared at him. How can you talk about love like this? Are you stupid? You're so stupid. You're so stupid. You should be like this. Then kiss when it's time to kiss, touch when it's time to. Why are you so honest? Chapter 1169. The old men surrounded Wandering Hero and lectured him. You have the face to call yourself a member of the Yu family and the future head of the family. You don't even know how to date. It's not a problem of whether you know how to date or not. This problem of yours would have been solved by a scumbag. You're not bad either. How can you lose to a scumbag? What are you talking about? What if you really become a scumbag? Don't use your youth to teach little shrimps the wrong things. That's right. Then, the group of old men began to talk about their history of picking up girls in the past, hoping that one sentence would give Wandering Hero some experience. They talked until their saliva was flying everywhere. Wandering Hero's face was ashen, as if his parents had died. Oh my God, save me. How can I have the face to talk about picking up girls with a group of old ancestors here? The group of old men talked until their saliva was flying everywhere, their faces full of disappointment. They wished that Wandering Hero could carry Mo Xian back right now, riding the phoenix and riding the dragon, crossing the sea, but not the water, doing that in the rain and mountains. That Wandering Hero became more and more confused, as if he had fallen into a fog. He didn't understand what was going on at all. Right? You haven't done anything yet, and you haven't even gotten a wife yet. Why are you back so early? Your attitude isn't right. Wandering Hero's grandfather said discontentedly, "What time is it? It's not even dark yet. Why are you back so early? Logically speaking, it's already dark. You shouldn't be back, but you're already home." The other old men suddenly realized, yes, is this how you act when you're in love? Where's your tough attitude from before? Where's your tenacity? Where's your stubbornness? What a disgrace. Who pursues girls like this? Isn't it all about being lovey-dovey under the moonlight? You're back so early. What about the moonlight? Let me ask you, what about the moonlight? The old men were angry. They felt that Wandering Hero was too careless. How can you be so careless when chasing girls? Shouldn't chasing a girl be that, and that? The ranger was dumbfounded. I didn't have a choice. Xian, he has something to do tonight. So his parents are coming back tonight, and they called to have dinner together. The Zhua family is preparing a family feast, and Xian, he has to prepare gifts and dress up for the feast, so she sent me back. What else can I do other than come back early? So his parents are back. In an instant, the group of old men was dumbfounded. Shall the two families meet tonight and kowtow to confirm their relationship? Family dinner tonight, so a family's banquet, the legendary family banquet. The group of old men could not help but hold their breaths. In an instant, the entire courtyard was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The sudden silence made little Hero you feel suffocated. He looked around in panic. What's going on? Why did they suddenly stop moving? Furthermore, what was going on with their faces that looked like they were in a pilgrimage? After a long, long time, Grandpa, little shrimp called out timidly. Tee, tee, tee. The few old men came back to their senses with their teeth chattering. They looked at each other in dismay, but they all felt as if a century had passed just now. Family dinner. The oldest ancestor had a look of fascination on his face. His eyes were filled with longing, so much so that they were practically glowing. It was a kind of, if I could attend this family dinner, I would be willing to sacrifice the rest of my life. The old men smacked their lips as they fantasized. After a long, long time, finally, one of the old men regained his senses. That's not right, little shrimp. Logically speaking, you should be able to attend this family dinner. Didn't Mo Xian invite you? The ranger scratched his head and said, She invited me to go with her, but I felt that it would be awkward for me to be there at such a time. I didn't know what identity I should use, so I refused. Then, he chased me away. Refused. Rejected. Refused. For a moment, the old men felt like there were flocks of crows above their heads, cawing as they flew past. In an instant, puffed. One of the old men fell to the ground, his limbs spasming. Why you? The old ancestor pointed a finger at little Hero Yu's face, trembling. Why, you're really something. You're probably the only person in the world who can refuse this family dinner. You're the first. You've unlocked a new achievement. You've really created history. This achievement is not only unprecedented, it's also unheard of. You're really unyielding. Why you're really? Little Hero Yu, why can't I understand why this is happening? Are they all crazy? Hurry up and call them. Call them now. Tell them that you came back to prepare a gift. You still have to go with her. Little Hero Yu's grandfather urged. That's not good. Little Hero Yu is unwilling. Hurry up. The old man was furious. Hurry up. How can you be so assured to let Xian-Yi go alone? She doesn't come from a big family. What if she's rude? This is the reunion dinner. It's such an important occasion. You're raised by our family. You should know more about these things than Xian-Yi, right? The old men immediately came up with countless excuses. Besides, as Xian-Yi's boyfriend, shouldn't you let your adoptive parents check on you? How can you run away at such an important time? What's the difference between you and a deserter? You're a disgrace to our Yu family. You deserter. Little Hero Yu gradually felt that he had committed a terrible crime. As the saying goes, when you're condemned by thousands, you're guilty even if you're not guilty. This was probably the atmosphere, this feeling. So he called Mo Xuanyi. Mo Xuanyi didn't say anything. He only said, I'll wait for you. And so, in a few seconds, the old men had already prepared countless gifts for little Hero Yu to bring them all. Little Hero Yu clearly remembered a few of them. They were clearly heirlooms of the Yu family. In the past, if he had wanted to take a look at them, he would have been beaten to a pulp. But now, he had stuffed all of them into his spatial ring. However, the truth was even more excessive than the wandering hero had imagined. The top 10 treasures in the entire Yu family's treasure trove were all given to the wandering hero. Little Hero Yu, who didn't know what was going on, was dumbfounded. He never thought that as the young master of the Yu family, there would be a day when he would be knocked out by treasures. But today he was completely bewitched. Under the constant urging, little Fatty Yu walked out of the house in a daze. His feet didn't feel like he was walking on clouds. His mind was a mess. Fortunately, there were still some conscious Yu family guards who brought him to Mo Xuanyi's house. They arrived at their destination in less than 2 minutes. Little Hero Yu was still in a daze. How did you get here so quickly? Mo Xuanyi was shocked. He felt like little Hero Yu had appeared right after he hung up the phone. He didn't even have time to go to the toilet. If he didn't know about this guy's lazy personality, he would have thought that this guy's cultivation had improved greatly. He could actually tear through space and come here directly. I'm here to accompany you. I'll accompany you to the family feast. Little Hero Yu said dizzily. Mo Xuanyi felt that this guy was a little crazy, but he didn't think too much about it. After changing a few clothes, he helped his parents dress up. Finally, the family of 3 stood in front of the mirror and looked at themselves. Little Hero Yu gave him some advice. Is this okay? Little Hero Yu was in a daze. Yes. 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 In fact, his eyes were still dazed, and he couldn't see anything. Then let's go. Let's go. Why don't you turn around? What's wrong with you today? Mo Xuanyi looked at little Hero Yu strangely. How did this guy become an idiot? How could he have such a boyfriend? Oh. Little Hero Yu turned around in a daze and suddenly rushed to the faucet. He turned on the faucet and poured cold water on his head. I feel like I've been dreaming for the past 2 days. Everything is so unreal. Everything is so mysterious or even magical. Mo Xuanyi. It was already half an hour later when they really left the house. Under the protection of the guards, the group of people left the house in high spirits, but also a little nervous. Mo Xuanyi knew that Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan were actually from ordinary families in Phoenix City. She knew this very well. Therefore, She felt that as long as she was respectful and acted normal, it would be enough. She was going to meet her adopted sister's parents, not her boyfriend's parents. For M.O. Schwani, the pressure was much less. It was close to being negligible. At this time, little Hero Yu's mind was finally clear. He began to think about the cause and effect. After he finally succeeded in making himself dizzy again, he arrived at the small courtyard where Zhuo Xiaoyan lived. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the door. Zhuo Xiaoduo personally opened the door and welcomed M.O. Schwani and her family in. After they entered, they saw that everyone was in a happy mood. Many people were gathered in one place. It could be said that this was the largest number of people since Zhuo Xiaoyan's new residence was completed. Other than Zhuo Xiaoduo's family, and by Yunduo, Li Chenglong and the rest of the 12 people were all sitting upright and still. They looked honest and well-behaved with a serious face and were dressed neatly. At first glance, it was obvious that they were a group of very sensible and well-behaved children. These people all went to the Liu family in the afternoon. Why did Principal Yuanyue give them such a big gift? Especially Yu Moyan, who almost emptied his family's savings. However, when he touched the jade pendant hanging around his neck, he felt a little guilty. He felt that what he did was far from enough. Chapter 1170. M.O. Schwani's family filed in. Wu Yuding and Zhuo Chonglu welcomed them with a smile, while Bai Yunduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan followed by their sides. Is this Schwani? This child is so beautiful. Is this Brother Mu? And sister-in-law? Come sit in the room. M.O. Schwani's family had an inexplicable feeling. The man and woman in front of them had a graceful bearing, and they exuded a sense of closeness from the inside out. There was not the slightest bit of arrogance to speak of, and it was a peaceful feeling that came from the bottom of their hearts. A feeling of goodwill that came from the bottom of their hearts suddenly surged up. After exchanging a few words with each other, it was as if they were brothers who had been separated from each other for 80 years in the chaos of war. Zhuo Zhonglu and Wu Yuding were the top powerhouses of this era. While they were comprehending the mortal dust incarnation, they were able to restrain their imposing manner and become indifferent. They were no different from Father and Mother Zhuo, who were ordinary people in Phoenix City in the past. They were completely different from the so-called amiable and approachable people of the upper echelons. They were truly ordinary people. With their countless years of experience in the world, the Mu couple instantly felt as if the people in front of them were their own brothers. After their daughter returned, Mu Tsongjun and his wife changed their daughter's name to Mu Schwani. For the sake of familiarity in the book, I still used M.O. Schwani. Then, without any superfluous words, under the witness of everyone, M.O. Schwani and Zhuo Xiaoyan kowtowed to their parents. The two sisters gave each other gifts, and the two parents gave their adopted daughters gifts. After a very simple process, the ceremony was completed. After that, Zhuo Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, and the others gave their gifts to congratulate the two sisters on becoming sworn sisters. The whole process was simple, but it did not lose its grandeur. It was simple, and there were no complications. It made people feel that everything was so logical and natural as flowing water and floating clouds. Then, everyone went to the hall and sat around a large table. Everyone took their seats. The food had already been prepared, and they just had to take it out from their spatial rings. For jugs of wine were opened at the same time, and the aroma of the wine filled the air. The four elders sat at the top. Bai Yunduo, accompanied by Wu Yuding, Zhuo Xiaoyan, and M.O. Schwani, sat below them, and then Zhuo Xiaoduo and his brothers sat in 4 rows. Let the family feast begin. Today is an authentic family feast, everyone. Enjoy yourselves. There's no need to be restrained. Ha ha ha. Zhuo Chonglu seemed very happy. Most parents were even happier. Mu even felt a little emotional. The Zhuo couple's foundation had been destroyed, and they were already crippled. According to his daughter, although the Zhuo couple were ordinary people, their son and daughter were not ordinary. They were outstanding talents of the younger generation. If his daughter could become friends with them, she would naturally benefit a lot in the future. Strictly speaking, This oath of brotherhood was still a social climb for the family. However, the Zwa couple was extremely amiable and sincere toward the two of them. It made the two of them feel as if they were bathed in the spring breeze. They couldn't help but speak a lot of heartfelt words. When they spoke emotionally, tears streamed down their faces. Wu Yuting let out a long sigh. This was really the most pitiful thing in the world until they sat down. Yu Xian, who had been frozen for a long time, woke up from his daze. Why did I do nothing from the beginning to the end? No one stopped me, but why didn't I find a chance to show my face from the beginning to the end? I didn't have a chance to speak. I didn't have a chance to go forward. I didn't have a chance to give gifts. I didn't have a chance to give my blessings to what's going on. I'm not that stupid of a person. It wasn't until everyone picked up their chopsticks and ate a few mouthfuls that Yu Xian realized that he had become an invisible person. Is my sense of existence that insignificant? How can this be? So he quickly put on a smile and said, Xianyi, Uncle, Auntie. Zhuo Changlu frowned slightly and looked at Yu Xian. He was a little hesitant and puzzled as he asked, This young man is. Wu Yuting also frowned. I've never seen him before. Mo Xianyi's parents smiled and said, This is Xianyi's. Well, he's her boyfriend. Xiaoyu's a good young man. He's very hard-working, and his family background is not bad. Zhuo Changlu's expression immediately turned better, and he smiled. So he's Xianyi's boyfriend. And Mo Xian didn't know why, but she raised her head and said, He's not yet. As soon as she said that, she was stunned. Why did I say that? Zhuo Changlu smiled and said amiably, Sit down, young man. He turned to Mu Songjun and his wife and said, Well, brothers of the Mu family, we're a family now. I'm a few years older than you, and I've experienced more things. I don't know if I should say something. Brother Zwa, you're too polite. We're family. If there's anything you shouldn't say, just say it. Yes, Brother Zwa is Xianyi's adoptive father. If you have any opinions about her, just say it. She's your daughter. So Zhonglu chuckled and said, Come to think of it, it's not easy for parents like us. You see, we've raised such a little thing from a little meatball that didn't know anything. But we've raised it all the way to this day. What can we not worry about? Sigh. Wu Yuting said, Do you still remember these two little debt collectors? When they were young, they didn't know anything. It was me who raised them. Puff. Li Chenglong almost choked on his wine. The dozen or so people gave Xiaoduo a thumbs up at the same time. The food was really good. But when Mo Xianyi's parents heard this, they felt very sympathetic. This topic had always been a common topic for all parents. Suddenly, the conversation became more and more emotional. Now that the child has grown up, we're old. Zhuo Changlu sighed. But I'm starting to worry about their marriage. I'm afraid that they'll meet the wrong person, that they'll be bullied, that they'll be let down, that they'll... Sigh, it's really worrying my heart. In the past, I heard that when a child was 100 years old, he would worry for 99 years. I thought it was just an exaggeration. Now that it's happening to me, it's the most realistic portrayal. Mo Xianyi's father's hand trembled. He picked up the wine and drank it in one gulp. His eyes were red. Brother Zwa, you've really said what's in my heart. Tell me, as parents, when can we stop worrying? So Zhonglu let out a long sigh. His gaze was fixed on the wine in his cup as he softly said from the bottom of his heart, Perhaps we will have to wait until the day we close our eyes, and then we won't have to worry anymore. As soon as he said this, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became solemn. Immediately, the four elders let out a soft sigh and drank their wine in one gulp. The others also had their own thoughts. They lamented that they couldn't be filial in front of their parents. It was really unfilial. Compared to the two of you, the two of us can be said to have less to worry about. So Changlu smiled and said, Xiaoyan, this girl was brought back from outside. It was raining at the time, and the girl in the swaddling clothes was like a wet kitten. She was just 1 month old. Wu Yuting smiled and said, Who would have thought that the wet kitten from back then would grow up to become a great beauty and even mesmerize my son? Such a good daughter was actually taken advantage of by that stinky brat of mine. Zhuo Xiaoyan's eyes turned red. She was grateful and shy. She stomped her feet and twisted her waist as she pouted and said, Mom. Zhuchanglu also looked at his daughter dotingly and said, "But now, I, Zhuchanglu, not only have a son and a daughter, but also a good son-in-law. It's one less thing to worry about." Mo Xuani's parents were very envious. Looking at the pair of children, they were like pearls in the dew. Moreover, they were childhood sweethearts, grew up together, and knew each other very well. Wasn't that a good son and a good son-in-law? Their future happiness was already foreseeable. This situation was indeed very satisfying for the parents. They couldn't be more relieved that, as a human being, when he thought about himself, he couldn't help but think about his own worries that the difference in status between Xuani and the young master of the Yu family seemed to be too big, that what would happen if they spent the rest of their lives together in the future? The moment he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel 100 knots of worry in his heart. After a while, they said sincerely, "I'm so envious of the two of you." Wu Yuding smiled and said, "I think Xuani's. This chubby boy looks quite mature." Mo Xuani's mother didn't know why, but she suddenly felt uncomfortable. She couldn't help but hold Wu Yuding's hand and said helplessly, "Sister-in-law, you don't know. This child is a good child, but his family doesn't match ours. His parents aren't very satisfied with our family." Wu Yuding frowned and said, "What kind of family is this? How dare they be dissatisfied with our family? This child is from the prestigious Yu family in Shangjing. It's the family that Heavenly King Yu came from. Sai, how can we, as commoners, be worthy of them?" Bai Yinduo, who was standing at the side, watched as the topic went smoothly under the guidance of her master and mistress. She subconsciously held her forehead with her hand and hurriedly ate a mouthful of food to calm herself down. "Brother Yu, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that your family's prejudice is too serious and too outdated. Plus, you've been arrogant for too many years. I really don't have any intention of gloating. The family that Heavenly King Yu came from," Zhuchanglu said thoughtfully. "Then, it's indeed a little different from our family. Isn't that so?" Wu Yuding pursed her lips. "That's right. I thought it was some big family with great ambitions. So it's the Yu family." So Changlu frowned and said, "How can such a small family be worthy of our daughter? And he's so insensible." Wu Yuding said, "In-law, sister-in-law, you really have to think about this carefully. This child is a good child, but his family is too lowly. His taste is really bad. This concerns the child's marriage. You have to think about it carefully. You can't be bewitched with flowery words," Wu Yuding said gracefully. "Xianyi is so smart. She's like a fairy who has turned into a human being. How can she be betrothed to a poor family like the Yu clan? The two of you, your standard for choosing a son-in-law are too low," Wu Yuding said. "Why don't we just forget about this marriage?" So Changlu made the final decision. Chapter 1171. Then let's forget about it. Wu Yuding said, "Leave Xuani's marriage to me in the future. I'll definitely choose someone better than the Yu family." With just a few words, they let it go. Mo Xuani was truly surprised by this change. She wanted to object, but found herself unable to say anything. Mo Xuani's parents felt the same. They deeply felt that the Zhou couple's words made a lot of sense. Right. How could a small family like the Yu family be worthy of their daughter? Although they vaguely felt that it was wrong of them to think this way, they still followed this train of thought that if there were any sensible people here, they would naturally be shocked. This, even if one's words were to enter one's heart and soul, it would at most be like this, right? With just a few words, everyone's thoughts followed suit. The wandering hero was dumbfounded. How did he just come here for a meal? And he had only eaten a few mouthfuls. And his wife was gone just like that? Where did this come from? How did things come to this point? Furthermore, he felt that what the other party said made a lot of sense. Everything was so logical and logical. It made too much sense that, no, this was not right. The wandering hero mustered all his strength and stood up. He said in a low voice, "Uncle, Andy, why? Why are you saying this? Our family. Don't talk about family. Choosing a partner is not the same as choosing a family. Besides, the Yu family is too low in our eyes. No matter what, it will affect our score. Wu Yuding comforted him. Little fatty, Annie can see that you're a good child. However, don't always think about climbing up the social ladder. It's not good for you. The wandering hero, you should be more practical. There are some people you can't climb up to. Zhou Changlu said. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan tried their best to hold back their laughter. They were so hard that their stomachs hurt. Li Chenglong and the others were puzzled. They did not know what was going on. Was the Yu family low? Weren't they the #1 family in Shangjing? In fact, they might even be the first clan of astral souls. After all, the Yu clan did not only have Yu Dongtian, Heavenly King Yu, but also the star-plucking monarch. No matter how one looked at it, it couldn't be said to be low. But why did Father Zhua and Mother Zhua's words sound so natural and reasonable? What's going on? Wasn't this too strange? The ranger was at a loss, confused, and dumbfounded. He suddenly felt that his family was too small, too lowly, too insignificant that based on the serial impact of these ideas, his outlook on life, values, and worldview had suffered a devastating blow. Immediately, he felt a subtle sense of inferiority. He stood up with his head drooped and muttered, Then go back. Go back, child. There are plenty of fish in the sea. There's no need to fall in love with a single flower. Not everyone can covet a flower on a high mountain. The ranger stood up in a daze. His face was full of disappointment. He didn't even know why he walked out of the house. Mo Xuani's heart ached. He wanted to chase after him, but he found that he couldn't move at all. At the table, everyone was still laughing and drinking. It was a lively scene. For a moment, he was in a daze. He pulled on Zhou Xiaoyan and asked nervously, Sister, what happened just now? No, did something happen? Zhou Xiaoyan widened her eyes in surprise. Mo Xuani frowned and pondered. He felt that he had overlooked something important, but he couldn't remember what it was. Bai Yunduo couldn't bear to see him like this. She sent a telepathic message to Wu Yuding. Master, don't you think you've gone a little overboard? Overboard? Wu Yuding glared at her. It's the Yu clan that has gone overboard. What did we go overboard? Do we say anything that wasn't the truth? Are we even going overboard when we say the truth now? Originally, Xian was just the daughter of an ordinary family. They were very unwilling and pretentious. Now that they heard that she was our adopted daughter, they changed their attitude and came to flatter us. They even wanted to win the beauty's hand without us knowing and make it a de facto marriage. How despicable. Little fatty shouldn't have such thoughts. He's sincere to Miss Xian. Didn't you hear what the Yu clan was doing just now? They were egging him on, and a bunch of old farts were teaching him how to pick up girls. This kind of thing. It's really disgusting. If our family's daughter can be coaxed so easily, where will your grandmaster's face go? These people in the Yu clan are too bold. This matter isn't over yet. If we don't teach you Xingqian and Yu Dantian a lesson, this matter won't end. Wu Yuding said domineeringly. Zhou Changlu also said calmly through telepathy. The Yu clan's customs have become so stale. There has to be a change. This is also on account of our friendship. If we can't change it soon, this marriage won't be going through. Bai Yunduo coughed. She felt that she couldn't sit still anymore. She stood up and said, Master, Grandmaster, I'll go out. To make a call. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. Sit down. Bai Yunduo sat straight on the chair. What supervisor? What heavenly king? What almighty? They were all gone now. Wu Yuding thought for a while and sighed. She said telepathically, You silly girl. Why can't you see your grandmaster's true intentions? If it's really a small matter like Xian Yi's marriage, would it be worth it for us to take action? The main thing is that the current Yu clan is in a mess. If we don't clean it up, I'm afraid that the Wang clan today will become the Yu clan in the future. Your grandmaster is only doing this for the sake of little Yu, and Xingqian. Do you really think that you don't care about the Yu clan anymore? Bai Yunduo was a little scared. She said, Isn't it too unfair for Brother Xiaoyu to take the blame like this? If he didn't always let others take the blame for him, he wouldn't have to take the blame today. Wu Yuding lectured them through telepathy. You guys are not young anymore. You're still so foolishly loyal. That's not how you talk about loyalty. That's not how you make friends. If you encounter such things in the future, You should just take action without mercy. That's what true loyalty is, because you're stopping the decline of a clan. When a person reaches a high position and reaches an old age, he will naturally understand that the unfilial behavior of his descendants is what makes a hero the most helpless. Today, we discovered the signs of the decline of the Yu clan. If we don't stop it, where's the loyalty of friends? Bai Yunduo hesitated. But I'm afraid that our relationship will be a little strained. Haha, a relationship that can be strained is not a true friend. Since we're not true friends, then let's just fall out. What do you care? Wu Yuding said lightly. This kind of thing needs to be decisive. As long as you have a clear conscience, you can misunderstand if you want to, and thank me if you want to. If you're grateful to me, I'll accept it. If you fall out, I'll fall out with you. In this world, I only spoil my son. I don't spoil others. Bai Yunduo looked at Wu Yuding with some resentment. Spoiling my son? Not spoiling my disciple? Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and could only say, All right, I'll spoil you too. Bai Yunduo smiled contentedly. The banquet continued in a lively manner. Li Chenglong and the others quickly forgot about the strange incident. They had no recollection of it and had no idea what had happened. They only remembered that they had witnessed the oath of brotherhood between Zhu Xiaoyan and Mo. That was all. The wandering hero walked out of the door in a daze. He suddenly felt that all the prosperity in this world no longer had anything to do with him. Young master, how is it? The guards who had been waiting outside naturally couldn't hear anything inside. Even if they used all their strength and stretched their ears, they still couldn't hear anything. It's over. My wife is gone. Our clan is too low class. How can we be worthy of her? We're not worthy. The wandering hero murmured. Our clan is too low class? We're not worthy? The guards could hardly believe their ears. They returned to the Yu clan. All the elders of the Yu clan were waiting for the news. Like a swarm of bees, they gathered in the hall, seeing that the wandering hero had returned at this time. They couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Why are you back so soon? Didn't you go to the banquet? At this time, the banquet should have just started, right? So early. What's wrong? You don't look right. What's wrong? Amidst the messy interrogations. Wah. The little fatty sat on the ground and started crying. He cried until the sky darkened and the earth darkened. He couldn't breathe as he cried and spoke. The marriage is over, sob sob. Xuani's adoptive father said that our clan isn't upright. We're not worthy. He said that our clan is too low. Small clan. We're not worthy of his daughter. He also said that we don't know anything and are trying to climb the social ladder. Sob sob. All the old men were like a group of ducks that had been struck by lightning. The clan isn't upright. Not worthy. Too low. Small clan. Trying to climb the social ladder. Weren't these the words that our clan said about Mo Xuani's clan? Not only did he return all of them, he even added a few more. We are the number one clan in the Astral Souls continent. We are the clan of the heavenly kings and emperors. How can we be considered a small clan? Low. How low? How many clans are so low in the entire continent? These words were simply incomprehensible. However, no one in the entire Yu clan dared to refute when they thought about who had made these judgments. Moreover, no one dared to stand up and curse. This is pure nonsense. All the old men were like eggplants that had been hit by frost, deflated. The little fatty's grandfather tried his best to support him. He coaxed the dispirited little fatty back to his room to rest. The others gathered in the secret meeting room. The minister has spoken such words. It seems that the senior minister already knows about the previous matter. This is clearly a warning to our Yu clan. Sigh. This is bad. This is really bad. Chapter 1172. Which one of the people present wasn't a smart person? They had been tossing and turning in the sea of people all their lives. What couldn't they understand? He only needed to think about it for a moment before he completely understood the situation. No matter what, even if all the aristocratic families of the three continents were gathered and the Yu family was ranked first, they would at least be in the top three. As the star-plucking monarch, the family of the heavenly king of the right, they had this confidence. This also led to the fact that the Yu clan couldn't be labeled as a small family, too low, too unpresentable, or climbing up the branches. But now, such a label had appeared. Moreover, the Yu clan couldn't afford to provoke or refute this person's evaluation. On one hand, this person was speaking the truth. Even if it was a little excessive, it was still the truth. On the other hand, this person was speaking the truth based on his strength. Even if it was excessive, there was nothing you could do. You could only open your eyes wide and listen. After all, the Yu clan was in the wrong first. Sigh. The old ancestor heaved a long sigh. Then, he regretfully said, Minister Chu is obviously dissatisfied with our Yu clan. If we had let nature take its course and didn't obstruct it, this wouldn't have happened. Not only would we have gained a reputation of being reasonable, but we would also have climbed up the towering tree. A man in Jianghu has no choice. A man in the imperial court is a human relationship. We don't want to break up a pair of lovebirds. But this is the way of the world. Perhaps Minister Chu is right. Our Yu clan is already stale. You tell me, each and every one of you is pointing fingers at the marriage of a younger generation. Are you getting older and more immature? Why don't you think about when you were young? The old ancestor was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. The group of old men were being lectured submissively, but they were cursing in their hearts. Didn't everything start with you? Now you have the face to turn around and blame us. You're the root of everything, okay? But now, this matter had suddenly escalated to the point where the entire clan was in a state of panic. The minister was dissatisfied. This matter was very serious. Very serious. It was so serious that the Yu clan people in front of him couldn't deal with it. They couldn't deal with it. They didn't even dare to deal with it. This wasn't something they could deal with at their current level. What should we do now? This marriage is going to be ruined like this? Such a good thing. You're still thinking about marriage? I reckon that when this matter comes to an end, each and every one of us will be skinned alive. That's secondary. My heart aches for this marriage. Such a good marriage is gone, just like that. Nothing else? Do you dare to say that you don't have it anymore? That wouldn't be a matter of peeling off a layer of skin. Do you really think that the minister wants to cancel it? This has nothing to do with the marriage. Then, I can't even think about it. And I can't say that I don't have it. What's the follow-up? What should we do in the future? If I knew what to do in the future, would I have to be so worried? Anyway, this matter is no longer something we can deal with. The old men sighed and lamented. They were so regretful that their intestines turned purple. There was a saying that went, if you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. Now, I can only report this matter to the ancestor. This is an obvious matter. The minister has said so. So, it's obvious that he wants the old ancestor to rectify the family style. You don't need to say that. You're smart. If you're so smart, what were you doing earlier? Finally, the old ancestor sighed. That's what the minister meant. Can you all stop talking nonsense? The family looked at each other in dismay. They were all dejected and disheartened. Who would have thought that this was a good marriage that was bestowed by the heavens? Who would have thought that they would cause so much trouble because of their actions? Then, we can only let the heavenly king ancestor decide. But who will tell the heavenly king? When it came to this issue, everyone's eyes averted. They were silent for a long time. Whoever said it would be the first unlucky person. There was no doubt about this. No matter what he said, he would not be able to escape from a round of scolding. Naturally, no one would be willing to touch this bad luck. After all, it was better to be punished together than to be scolded first. Everyone should be more open-minded. The crux of the problem now is the current style of our Yu family. The minister's focus is also on this. It's not that he really looks down on our family. In this marriage, the two children know each other's hearts. How can the minister really break them up? The minister is only using this matter to warn our family. This point must be made clear to the old ancestor. If we take the initiative to speak, it means that we are taking the initiative to admit our mistakes. This attitude is necessary. If we don't even say it, then we are really dead. As for the follow-up of this matter, we are certainly not qualified enough. You mean to let the old ancestor go and lose face in person? I didn't say that. Then what do you mean? Everyone quarreled and pushed the blame to each other for a long time. However, this matter could not be pushed away in the end. They had to face it. They had to solve it. There had to be a follow-up. As for who would report to the Heavenly King, it was naturally everyone's wish. The old ancestor of the Yu family was currently the most qualified. Who else could it be? Countless old men turned their heads and looked at the old ancestor who had everyone's wished. The old ancestor squeezed his phone. The muscles on his face twisted. How can I have so many juniors who push their elders to death? This is simply a group of bastards. Isn't it true that the minister said the Yu family style is not upright? It's really too improper. However, when it came to this, it had to be carried out. He immediately dialed the number that he regarded as a deity with trembling hands. His face looked as if he had lost his parents. Beep. The call went through directly. Everyone shuddered and subconsciously turned their backs. Only their ears were perked up. They listened attentively to the sound of the phone, afraid that they would miss a word or two. Everyone was a cultivation expert who had entered the Tao. They could hear the sound of the phone clearly no matter how far away they were. However, on the surface, they all put on an expression that said, "I can't hear anything. This matter has nothing to do with me." The voice on the phone rang. A dignified voice came over. "What's the matter?" This voice was dignified and solemn. It was upright and plain-spoken. It adhered to principles and was serious in speech and manner. Yes, the old ancestor, the heavenly king of the right, had such an image. "Old ancestor, it's me, Little Stone." The voice of the old ancestor of the Yu family, who was holding the phone, was trembling. His body instinctively bent down. "I'm home now. Greetings, old ancestor." "Oh, Stone." The heavenly king's voice was very calm. There was a hint of kindness in the seriousness. "Why did you suddenly think of calling me? Did something happen at home?" "Yes, there's something. I need you to make a decision." The heavenly king's voice was deep and dignified. "Speak. What is it?" "It's like this. It's about the future head of the family. This Hero Yu. It's about the important matter of Shrimp's marriage. There's a mistake." "Mistake?" The heavenly king's voice was a little strange. What mistake could there be in the marriage of a descendant of the Yu family? Could it be that some descendant of a family or a descendant of the royal family rushed up to fight for his favor? The heavenly king's voice was very calm and collected. After all, at this level, there are not many things that could not be solved in the entire 3 continents. There was no panic. The heavenly king did not panic at all. On the other side of the phone, the heavenly king's legs were crossed on the coffee table. The phone was between his neck and shoulder. His head was tilted, and he was still holding a deck of cards in his hand. In front of him was Nan Zhengxian and Dongfang Zhengyang. The 3 of them were playing Fight the Landlord. Life was very interesting. Nan Zhengxian's face had a little tortoise drawn on it. It was the heavenly king's handwriting. This was naturally a coincidence. The 3 of them happened to be together. The heavenly king came to play Fight the Landlord because he was bored. He also stipulated a fair bet. If Dongfang Zhengyang lost, he would have to contribute the 5,000-year-old wine that had been passed down in his family. As a farmer, he would lose 1 jar. As a landlord, he would lose 2 jars. If there was a bomb, the bet would be doubled. If Marshal Nan lost, he would draw a tortoise. If the heavenly king lost, he would lose 100 star dollars. It was fair and just. Under the threat of the heavenly king, Nan Zhengxian and Dongfang Zhengyang finally had to accept this so-called fair bet after being beaten up by the heavenly king. Now, Dongfang Zhengyang had lost several rounds under the heavenly king's exquisite card skills. There was nothing he could do about it. A straight of 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, and a straight of 4, 5, 6, 7, 9.2, 22, 8 was a small bomb. It could control everything. When he was a farmer, he was out of cards after playing 11 of the 17 cards. No one could withstand this kind of card skills. By now, he had already changed a few decks of cards. The 2 marshals were still happily playing cards with the heavenly king. It seemed like they were very passionate about this sport. They were smiling on the outside, but cursing on the inside. This motherfucker, Yu Dongtian, is not a human being. At this moment, the Heavenly King picked up the phone. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief. They looked around and exchanged glances. They were ready to leave. They had no choice but to leave. This Heavenly King of the right was too shameless. Nan Zhengxian and Dongfang Zhengyang had 4 bombs in their hands. They even had the king bomb. This Heavenly King of the right actually threw away his cards and beat them up for an entire spring. What a jerk. He wants her wine, but he also wants me to draw a tortoise. This is not something a human can do. Nan Zhengxian said telepathically. Look at him. His feet are up in the air. He doesn't look like a heavenly king at all. How can there be such a shameless person in this world? Dongfang Zhengyang was very angry. This guy comes to my house every day to ask for my wine. If he's not here to blackmail me, he's here to find me or to play cards like this. Instead of playing cards like this, why don't you just rob me? He's on the phone with his younger generation. Listen to his tone. What an upright and kind elder. We have to leave. Okay. The two of them exchanged glances and prepared to leave. However, the next moment, their ears perked up. Fuck, there's gossip. Big gossip. Chapter 1173. The voice on the other side of the phone was full of hope. Ancestor, it's like this. Shrimp was dating a girl from a commoner family. After the family considered the pros and cons, they felt that the two of them were not suitable for each other. The difference in status was too big, so they tried to stop them a few times. But Shrimp was a sentimental person and refused to do it. But he was just a junior. How could he make the decision? Yu Dongtian said solemnly. And then, suddenly, he felt sick of it. Young people falling in love. Why are you old things getting involved? I already told you not to be biased. But he still suppressed his temper and listened. What happened? And then, I recently found out that the commoner's daughter is an old friend of the minister's son, so Xiaoduo, and they have a bit of a relationship. Yu Dongtian was stunned when he heard this. His eyes widened, and he almost blurted out a curse. Looking at the world today, among the 3 people he was most afraid of, the first was naturally Wu Yuding, the second was his father, Yu Xingqian, and the third was Zhuo Xiaoduo. Of course, Zhuo Xiaoduo was nothing. She was just a troublemaker. At most, she was quite a troublemaker. But her mother was very powerful, and she was also a super protective demon. Naturally, he was afraid of her. Let's put it this way. Was Zhuo Changlu's the Flood Witch strong? Yu Dongtian did not put them in the top 3 people he was afraid of. So how big a threat did Yu Dongtian have to be in the top 3? He could not help but retract his feet from the tea table. She became a love rival with the minister's son? That's not good. No. Oh. The Heavenly King of the right heaved a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Today, Mo Xin Yi, that commoner girl, and Zhuo Xiaoyan became sworn sisters. That's even better. Yu Dongtian was a bit smug. Didn't the Yu family and the Zhuo family become in-laws? At least they were in-laws. They were even closer than before. Today, the minister and his wife held a family banquet. Family feast. Yu Dongtian couldn't help but shudder. He subconsciously touched his spatial ring. Invite Mo Xuani's family to a banquet, and officially announce that I've taken Mo Xuani as my adopted daughter. That's a good thing. You came here specifically to tell me this good news. It's worth it. Yu Dongtian's voice became more and more steady. He looked at Nan Zhengxian and Dongfang Zhengyang with disdain. These 2 fellows seemed to be trying to slip away. That won't do. I'm having a good time winning. Then the minister said that our small family wasn't worthy of his goddaughter. What? Yu Dongtian was stunned. He couldn't help but stand up. Right at this moment, Dongfang Zhengyang and Nan Zhengxian, who were about to slip away, suddenly stopped. They looked at each other and sat back down excitedly. Yu Dongtian, who had just heard the bad news, was stunned. He thought for a while before coming back to his senses. He covered the phone with one hand and glared at Nan Zhengxian and Dongfang Zhengyang fiercely. His other hand pointed outside. His meaning was clear. Get out. Nan Zhengxian and Dongfang Zhengyang shook their heads in unison. We're not going out. At the same time, they picked up their own cards on the table and frowned. Their meaning was clear. Are we playing card with you? Could it be that we can't afford to lose? Or are you going to run away after winning? Fuck you. Yu Dongtian threw his cards on the table and glared at them as if he wanted to eat them alive. Dongfang Zhengyang and Nan Zhengxian moved quickly and carefully put Yu Dongtian's card aside. They didn't want to mess up their own cards. Their meaning was clear. You continue. We'll continue playing after you're done. Yu Dongtian's breathing became heavy. These two shameless bastards. How dare they take advantage of the situation and hit him when he was down? However, the person on the other end of the phone didn't know what was going on and continued to say, "The minister said that our family is too low, too ignorant. Our family is too small to be seen in public, and we're trying in vain to climb up the social ladder. So the marriage is canceled." What? Yu Dongtian shouted angrily. What are you doing? What the hell are you guys doing? The person on the other end of the phone was scared out of his wits. I think the minister found out that we didn't like the other party's family background. That's why this is happening today. Yu Dongtian couldn't care less about being angry with Dongfang Zhenyang and Nan Zhengxian. He shouted into the phone, "The marriage of a child is about mutual consent. Why are you interfering? Aren't you the ones looking for a wife in the future? Family bias is all about family bias. Didn't you understand when you were looking for a wife? Now that you're old, you're muddle-headed? Isn't it shameful to do such a thing now? Isn't it shameful?" The person on the other end of the phone was scolded and didn't say anything for a long time. After a long time, the person on the other end said timidly, "We've discussed for a long time. It seems the minister doesn't really have the intention to cancel the marriage. But this matter, we can't say anything now." Of course you can't say anything. What right do you have to say anything? Yu Dongtian suddenly became furious. You can't say anything. So you're looking for me? That's the minister. How can I say anything? The girl is the goddaughter of the minister. Even I have to avoid her. What can I say? What can I say? Go find my father. No, go find the emperor. Go find my father. He has the right to speak. Then he hung up the phone. He neatly pushed the blame to the outside. Go find whoever you want. Anyway, I'm not going to take the blame. My father is old but strong. He can do it. You're right to find him. Nan Zhengxian and Dongfang Zhengyang couldn't help but admire him. He was indeed the heavenly king of the right. Even at this point, he was still able to push the blame to the emperor. Speaking of which, they seem to have heard this saying for a long time. Now, at this moment, such a living example appeared in front of them. It was really eye-opening. What did you hear? Yu Dongtian looked at the two of them fiercely. You didn't turn on the speaker. What can we hear? Nan Zhengxian grinned and laughed happily. Dongfang Zhengyang raised the card in his hand and said, "Let's continue to play landlord. We want revenge. I'll play your father. Revenge for your grandmother." Yu Dongtian was about to explode. He rolled up his sleeves and glared, ready to beat them up. I've always been the one enjoying the show. Today, I'm the one being watched. Nan Zhengxian and Dongfang Zhengyang were ready to go all out. Even if they were beaten to death, they had to watch this gossip from the beginning to the end. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Just as Yu Dongtian was about to clear the area, his phone rang again. He picked it up and couldn't help but shudder. He immediately answered the call. "Father." The celestial emperor called. The two of them were even more excited. The gossip had escalated. The emperor's exasperated voice could be heard from the phone. "Motherfucker, don't you dare call me father. I don't deserve that title. You're my father. You're my living father." Comfortable. Nan Zhengxian and Dongfang Zhengyang heard this, and their faces were filled with satisfaction. Even if they only heard this sentence today, it was enough that even if they lost more, their lives were worth it. It was enough for them to reminisce about the rest of their lives. Yu Dongtian looked at the two of them awkwardly. He didn't dare to hang up the phone. He could only gesture with his hands and plead with his eyes. The two of them lowered their heads and pretended that they didn't see or hear anything. Do you think you can play landlord just because you want to? Do whatever you want to do. Now that there's an embarrassing incident, you want to chase them away? There's no such good thing in the world. Just then, the Emperor's roar sounded like it could topple mountains and overturn seas. You fucking dare to push the blame to me today? Ah, you're so capable. I raised you for so many years just to take the blame for you. How dare you say that? I didn't let you build a family back then because you wanted to build a family. After you built it, you didn't care about it and pushed the blame to your son. Then you fucking pushed the blame down generation after generation. Now you realize that you can't push the blame down anymore? You're fucking pushing the blame up again. What else can you do? What else can you do? You Dong Tian, you motherfucker, you've wasted all your years. When you were young, you pushed the blame to Yun Jonghu. When you grew up, you still pushed the blame to Yun Jonghu. In the end, you still pushed the blame to Yun Jonghu. In the end, Yun Jonghu found a wife and ran away. You fucking became capable too. You started to push the blame to the whole world. Look at how Dongfang Zhenyang was screwed over by you. Nan Zhengxian was even blacklisted by your Uncle Zhua. Push the blame everywhere. Push the blame everywhere. Your reputation as the king of pushing the blame to the right has finally been extended to your own father. Now you've even started to push the blame to your own father. Who else do you want to push the blame to in the future? The word push the blame was created for you, right? Yu Dongtian. Yu Dongtian was so embarrassed that his face darkened. He looked miserable. On the other side, Dongfang Zhengyang and Nan Zhengxian widened their eyes. Fuck. No wonder. I was pushed the blame to unknowingly by this guy. How did I do that? What did I do that again? Why didn't I know? You don't know what your uncles were meant? You don't know? Are you stupid? Is your brain made of tofu pudding with soy sauce? Do you need another deep-fried dough stick? Has your brain been eaten by a dog? This is obviously asking you to come out and clean up the family. What's the point of me coming out? Did I build a Yu family? Can you push the blame to me? You bastard. What has become of the Yu family? You still have a face to look at the Wang family? Let me tell you, Yu Dongtian, if you don't clean up, the Yu family will be the next Wang family. This is your uncle's was goddaughter. This is a lesson to you, and also a warning to you. If she's really a commoner, wouldn't she be bullied to death by those bastards of yours? If she's really bullied to death, when your uncle's was steps in, do you think you can still clean up the mess? You bastard. The emperor was obviously furious. He scolded Yu Dongtian right to his face. To be honest, if he knew this kid was like this, he would have painted the wall with his face. Chapter 1174. The heavenly king of the right felt like he had been scolded to the point where he wanted to crawl into a hole. After a long while, he heard that his father was no longer angry. He said carefully, "Father, you can't blame me for this. You know that I have no respect in front of Uncle Zhua and Auntie Zhua. I thought that you were a person of virtue and prestige. Uncle Zhua and Auntie Zhua have always respected you. So the emperor said angrily, my prestige is my business. That's my virtue and virtue. Is it for you to clean up your mess?" However, his voice was still much gentler. The emperor was still very proud. After all, he was the only person who had the most respect in front of Zhua Changchang. No one could compare to him in this aspect. Yu Dongtian heard that there was hope and hurriedly said, "So, this matter still depends on you. I don't care." The emperor said, "I order you, immediately deal with this matter for me. Firstly, the marriage cannot be ruined. Secondly, your Uncle Zhua and Auntie Zhua have to calm down. Thirdly, you have to think of a way yourself. If you can't do it, don't call me father anymore. I will call you father. You are my living father." Smack! The call was cut off. There is only one word to describe Yu Dongtian's face now, as if he had lost his parents. His entire being had sunk into a daze, and his bearing had changed. Ahem, it's not a big deal. It's just a small matter caused by the younger generation. Heavenly King of the Right, you don't have to take it to heart. When the time comes, I will go with you to settle it. Dongfang Zhengyang volunteered. I will go too. In front of the minister, I still have some respect. I will definitely help you. Nan Zhengxian did not want to be left behind. Yu Dongtian snorted as he looked at the two fellows who were gloating over his misfortune and wanted to kick him when he was down. How many years have I been? How can I not know what you two are trying to do? Help? Isn't it more of a hindrance? If I believe you two, I might as well kill myself with a piece of tofu. You two just want to watch the show and hit me when I'm down. It's just a small matter. There's no need to trouble the two of you. Yu Dongtian put on a stern face and said, Dongfang, your army's defense is lax, and their morale is low. As the commander, you cannot absolve yourself from the blame. Hurry up and organize the defense. If there are any mistakes, I will report them to the minister. Nanjungxian, your southern army was riddled with holes in the last battle, and you still have the nerve to grin happily. Hurry up and go back to tidy up. Then he stretched out his hand. You've lost a bet, so why aren't you giving it to me? Dongfang Xingyang's jaw almost dropped. How could you still remember this at a time like this? As expected of the heavenly king of the right, that Yu Dongtian collected his winnings and flew away. He was in a hurry and sighed all the way. Dongfang Xingyang and Nan Zhengxian looked at each other. I'm going back to organize the defense. Dongfang Xingyang shook his head. I'm going back too. Sigh. It's hard work. Nan Zhengxian also left. Half an hour later, on the way back to Shangjing, both of them felt that there was a fluctuation in the space. So they took a look. Nan Zhengxian smiled awkwardly. What a coincidence. Yes, what a coincidence. Dongfang Xingyang was embarrassed. Together? Okay. Together. Whoosh. Yu Dongtian's cultivation was at the peak of the Heavenly King realm, and he could be called an outstanding talent of the Heavenly King realm. His speed was extremely fast, and he tore through space to rush back. However, on the way back to the Yu family, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. How could the Yu family have such a group of disappointing descendants? They despise the poor and love the rich. They set up a trap to cheat the minister. All of them were actually thinking of making the marriage a reality without Uncle Zhua and Answin knowing about it. What a bunch of bastards. I don't even dare to do that. What a bunch of idiots. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Uncle Zhua is taking advantage of the situation. It's obvious that he wants to mess with the Yu family. Just think about it. When Uncle Zhua arrives in Shangjing, as long as he wants to hear or know something, even if you hide in a secret room, you won't be able to hide it from him. Furthermore, Uncle Zhua and Annie Zhua are wise people who have thought of thousands of things, but their ideas have come true. The adopted daughter of the heaven-inspecting minister has been so easily cooked by you guys. Then, what will happen next? He'll be furious. It's just a matter of waving his hand to wipe out a family. This kind of precedent is destined not to be set. If you guys are manipulating the girls of the higher-ups and make them in-laws, then won't the world be in chaos? I've raised a bunch of pigs. Do you think that normal worldly logic can suppress the top powerhouses of this world? Don't you know that in the bones of this world, the strong are respected? Or is it true that whoever has the biggest fist is the most reasonable? Yu Dongtian's head was about to explode. Fortunately, his speed was really fast. In just a few hundred breaths, he landed in the Yu family's courtyard with a soft schwa sound. Then he walked in with big strides. However, the Heavenly King looked like a young man at this time. He walked in so boldly that the Yu family's guards didn't recognize him. Seeing a stranger suddenly appear in the Yu family's courtyard, how could they not shout? Who is it? Stop. If you dare to act rashly again, kill without mercy. Before they finished speaking, they had already rushed forward. Their swords and spears were lined up, and their killing intent was soaring. Then, get lost. Everyone fell to the ground like a gourd. This was still Yu Dongtian's consideration of their duty. Otherwise, with his current mood, this group of guards would have been dead long ago. After turning the corner, a group of ancestors was already kneeling respectfully in front of the main entrance of the hall. Welcome, Grand Ancestor. Yu Dongtian raised his hand and slapped, directly sending the old man at the front spinning 17 times. He said angrily, I am not your ancestor. You're my ancestor, living ancestor. Looking at the ancestor who was playing the role of a spinning top in midair, the Yu family members trembled like cicadas in winter. Get in here. Yu Dongtian waved his sleeves and strode into the main hall. After a while, the hall was filled with crackling sounds. All of you, get lost at the front line. All of you are idle at home. Idle until you are an ancestor. Idle until you are a vulgar person. Why do you think the Yu family has the glory in front of you? Did you guys use politics, diplomacy, and those underhanded methods to trade for it? Is it because of your marriage alliance? I have been fighting for 10,000 years, and you have been enjoying the good fortune in the rear, lying down to win a life of victory. From today onwards, all the descendants of the Yu family must rely on their own abilities. Whether it's business, politics, or the army, everyone must rely on their own abilities to make a living. If anyone dares to rashly interfere with the family's relations, they will be expelled from the family immediately. From today onwards, the Yu family will be sealed and retired. We will no longer participate in the so-called ranking of the great families in Shangjing, and we will not participate in all the actions of dividing the cake in Shangjing. From today onwards, all the descendants of the Yu family who have reached the nascent soul stage and above must go to the front line to gain experience and fight for no less than 3 years. Regardless of gender, living is luck. Your future is fought for by yourself. It is your personal glory. If you die, it is your fate. You will be buried in the ancestral grave. You are worthy of being a descendant of the Yu family. From today onwards, the Yu family will no longer be involved in the political affairs of the astral souls. The door will be sealed, and the entire family will go into seclusion. If I hear that the Yu clan is causing trouble outside, causing trouble, oppressing men, oppressing women, and invading other people, before I come back to deal with it personally, if it hasn't been dealt with properly, I will kill all the people in charge of it. Look at the Wang family, and then look at you. Ask yourselves honestly, what difference is there between the Wang clan and the Wang clan with all the trouble you've caused? You are all proud to have a heavenly king in your family. Why? Do you all think that you are a heavenly king? Yu Dongtian's roar was not concealed at all. It almost shook half of Shangjing. It was as deafening as thunder. Kneel. All of you kneel. Kneel in front of the ancestral tablets and reflect on yourselves. Yu Dongtian suddenly became irritated. Bah, just kneel here. I'm not dead yet. What ancestral tablets do you all have? He said angrily. I had not been scolded by the emperor for more than 10,000 years. You unfilial descendants. You are my ancestors. A bunch of disgraces. If I had known that I would raise a bunch of you like this, I would have. Before his voice died away, Yu Dongtian had already left and disappeared without a trace. This matter was purely to teach his own family a lesson. It was not over yet. In fact, this was only the beginning and the easiest part to solve. On the other hand, the Zhua family's banquet was still going on. After the wandering hero left, the atmosphere suddenly changed and became more lively. Zhua Changlu's eloquence was excellent. He controlled the situation from the beginning to the end. He did not speak too fast, but he did not speak too slowly. From beginning to end, the meal revealed a relaxed and lively atmosphere. Continuous laughter was a common occurrence, and from time to time, the entire hall would roar with laughter. Everyone was enjoying themselves. Wu Yuding dissolved 2 elixirs in the wine for Mu Songjun and his wife. She urged them to drink and let them consume the elixirs. They naturally digested the elixirs. Everything was done quietly. Zhua Changlu was talking to Mu Songjun about how it felt to be a father. The two of them laughed heartily from time to time, and sometimes sighed together. No matter if it was a divine transcendence expert or an ordinary citizen, they all felt the same when it came to becoming a father. Occasionally, they would tell Zhua Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong that the martial world was dangerous. They had to be careful and not think too highly of themselves. As they drank one cup after another, time passed unknowingly. However, the atmosphere was too joyous and harmonious. Everyone was reluctant to let this meal end too quickly. Only Bai Yunduo understood this in her heart. Master and mistress were waiting for someone. They wanted to prolong the banquet. If there was anyone in the Yu family who was not stupid, Yu Dongtian would definitely come tonight. After tonight, things would get out of hand. At this moment, dong dong dong, someone knocked on the door. The sound was rhythmic, neither fast nor slow. I'll go open the door. Bai Yunduo stood up immediately. Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuting rolled their eyes secretly. Go ahead. If you want to inform us in advance, you'll be disappointed to death. Bai Yunduo opened the door. When she saw the two people in front of her, she was stunned. Why? Why are you here? Chapter 1175. Outside the door, Dongfang Xingyang and Nan Zhengxian were standing in front of Bai Yunduo. Bai Yunduo was shocked. We came to Shangjing for business. We knew you were here, so we came to see you. Nan Zhengxian and Dongfang Xingyang were confused. They did not expect Bai Yunduo to be here as well. Their cultivation was much weaker than Yu Dongtian. Logically speaking, it should have been impossible for them to walk in front of Yu Dongtian. However, Yu Dongtian needed to go back home to deal with some family matters. This gave them a chance. As long as they came to Zhuo Chonglu, they would not miss this drama of the century. Waiting for the hare to appear by a tree stump was not necessarily a derogatory term. Nan Zhengxian and Dongfang Xingyang would have run as far as they could when they heard about the Zhuo family's banquet earlier. In fact, they were not the only ones. Anyone who had experienced the Zhuo family's banquet would see it as a den of tigers and wolves, a forest of swords and spears. They would not be able to leave without being severely injured. However, this time, the two of them took the initiative to come to Zhuo Chonglu. Both of them made up their minds. As long as they could see the drama of the century and see Zhuo Chonglu's downfall, they would accept it even if they had to go bankrupt because of this banquet. It was Yu Dongtian's fault for being such a bully. If they missed out on this gossip, they would truly die with everlasting regret. Especially here, with the support of the minister, they could watch the drama without worrying about Zhuo Chonglu's revenge. As for the future, if you dare to cause trouble in my army, I will mobilize the army to encircle you. So what if you are the heavenly king of the right? I am the general of an army. Let's see if you are willing to do it. You. What a coincidence. Bai Yunduo could not help but wipe the sweat off her forehead. Is boss here? Nan Zhengxian stuck his head out. Come in. We are eating. Bai Yunduo sighed. Just in time. We've been hungry for a long time. Help me get 2 more pairs of chopsticks. The two of them didn't stand on ceremony and squeeze through the door. Bai Yunduo sincerely expressed that she had never seen Nan Zhengxian and Dongfang Xingyang so bold. Today, he was really bold. Not only was he able to tell with a single glance that they were unwilling to leave, he even dared to order him to add 2 more pairs of chopsticks. You two are ordering me around? But this matter was a little strange. Yu Dongtian wouldn't go so far as to tell everyone about this, right? But how did these two know? He must have known about it. Otherwise, why would he deliberately come to the Zhuo family's banquet? This was really strange. As the two of them walked in, Li Chenglong and the others instinctively turned to look. At the entrance, 2 big men walked in valiantly and spiritedly. The two of them were about the same size. Both of them were about 2 meters tall. When they walked in, they were like 2 majestic mountains. Both of them were dressed casually. Even though they were wearing ties, it was difficult to hide their squarish nature. When they walked, it was as if thousands of horses and thousands of soldiers were marching at the same time. They were majestic and awe-inspiring. Not only were the others surprised, even Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuting were surprised. Why are you two here? That's because I miss you, boss, and we are on business. The two of them smiled honestly. Dongfang Xingyang was a little reserved, and Nan Zhengxian was a little embarrassed. The two of them scratched their heads at the same time. One of them used his left hand, and the other used his right hand. Wu Yuting looked at the two of them with a half smile. Business? You two just happen to be together? Yes, yes. What a coincidence. The two of them smiled at the same time. Wu Yuting rolled her eyes and said, Have you eaten? Not yet. The two of them said at the same time. Their words were not polite at all. If they said that they had eaten, they would be met with a "then you can leave. We haven't finished eating yet." What should they do? Wu Yuting frowned. Why haven't you eaten yet? It's already so late. Why don't you go home and eat? What if you're starving? You're a small official. Why don't you take care of yourself? Go home. This. The two of them looked at the table full of dishes in confusion. There are so many people and only this table full of dishes. The two of you are so greedy. The food we prepared is not enough to fill your stomachs. The two of them were stunned. Sister-in-law, you don't follow the rules, do you? We are prepared to spend the rest of our lives and go bankrupt just to freeload a meal from you. You want to send us away as soon as we see you? What kind of logic is this? Just when they were at their wits' end on the other side, Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaoyan cheered at the same time. Uncle Nan. It's Uncle Nan. The two of them did not forget that this Uncle Nan was really a good person. The most valuable gift they had ever received in their life was from Uncle Nan. To Nan Zhengxian, calling him Uncle Nan was like a blessing from the heavens. Nan Zhengxian smiled happily. Ah, isn't this Xiao Duo and little Niena? Uncle Nan hasn't seen you for a long time. Let me see. Xiao Duo is so tall, and little Niena is getting prettier. Nan Zhengxian, who finally had a way out, walked over with a face full of kindness. Looking at Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaoyan, he felt very happy. Nan Zhengxian ignored Dongfang Xingyang's pleading look. As long as I can stay, I will be fine. As for you, figure it out yourself. I won't say much anyway. Or you can leave. It was better to enjoy it together than to enjoy it alone. That was nonsense. If one could enjoy such a great play of the century alone, why share it with others? Boss! Dongfang Xingyang walked in, rubbing his nose. Are you eating? It smells so good. I've heard that the Zhua family's banquet is very sumptuous. Wu Yuting said coldly. If you're not eating, what are you doing? Holding a banquet to worship the heavens? What? Do you only have eyes for your boss? Is there anyone else? Dongfang Xingyang smiled and said, Sister-in-law, you treat me like your own parents. All these years, I've been thinking about how I should repay you. Look, I tried my best to get you something that you might not like, but you have to accept it for me. Please don't mind it. He took out a purple-red infinite space ring. Wu Yuting took the ring and opened it on the spot to take a look. She said, Aya, you came all the way here. Your boss and I don't lack a pair of chopsticks. Hurry and sit down. You came at the right time. Our family has a happy occasion today. You can join in the joy. Thank you, sister-in-law. Dongfang Xingyang was sweating, especially when I saw Wu Yuting actually open the ring on the spot to check. I rejoiced in my heart. Fortunately, I had prepared. Fortunately, I had brought all my belongings with me. Otherwise, I would have been kicked out of the house. Nan Zhengxian laughed and took out the infinite space ring. Sister-in-law, you're getting more and more beautiful. Give me a pair of chopsticks, too. He looked at Dongfang Xingyang as if he was looking at a lowly person. With Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaoyan calling him Uncle Nan, Nan Zhengxian felt that his status was above Dongfang Xingyang's. We're a family. You, little Dongfang, are an outsider. How could Dongfang Xingyang not be touched? He had already cursed Nan Zhengxian's ancestors. Of course, he recognized Zhua Xiaoduo, that peerless prodigy, but he would never have thought that this kid was the son of the minister. Nan Zhengxian, this bastard, actually hid such an important piece of news for so long. This son of a bitch is not human. If I had known earlier, I would rather bang my head against the wall and die if I couldn't get a warm Uncle Dongfang. I heard that Nan Zhengxian liked to keep everything to himself. Now that I've seen it for myself, the rumors are true. After today, I'll settle the score with you. Isn't it just trying to get close? Laozi's aura gazing technique is the best in this generation. I heard that Zhua Xiaoduo inherited the aura gazing technique from the previous principal of Phoenix City's second high school, He Yuanyue. But he's still young, so his attainments are bound to be shallow. Wait until Laozi gives him a stepping stone. Then he'll definitely replace Nan Zhengxian's position. Dongfang is destined to surpass Nan Zhengxian. Mo Xuani's family was a little cautious when they saw the arrival of strangers. Zhuo Changlu introduced them enthusiastically. These are my two brothers. One is surnamed Dong, the other is surnamed Nan. My surname is Dong, Dongfang Zhengyang said. My surname is Nan. Nan Zhengxian said. Nice to meet you, in-laws. The two of them were not stingy people. They handed out gifts to everyone. Mo Shuani's family, Li Chenglong, and the rest received 2 sets each. Then Bai Yunduo came over with 2 pairs of chopsticks and slammed them on the table. He rolled his eyes and said, "You too, do you want a drink?" Of course, of course. Thank you. Thank you so much. The two wiped their sweat. They almost forgot that this was the wife of the heavenly king, that thus they added 2 more wine glasses. 2 interspatial rings were placed in by Yunduo's hands. White Cloud withdrew without the slightest trace of smoke and fire. Master said 2 more pairs of chopsticks, but he didn't say anything about drinking. You two want a drink? Haha, do you think that I, the wife of the king of Zhuolu, the #1 inspector of the continent, and the #1 inspector of the army, am a maid? I gave you chopsticks and wine glasses. If you don't have these 2 rings today, I'll discipline your entire army tomorrow. As the inheritor of Wu Yuding's legacy, the way she received gifts was naturally the same. Everything was done smoothly and without a trace. If Zhuo Xiaoduo saw this scene, he would definitely sigh. This was the true meaning of plucking the feathers of swallow. My cultivation is still not up to par. When Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhu Xiaoyan brought 2 large chairs over for the two to sit down, the 2 of them finally heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, they sat down. There were seats, chopsticks, and wine glasses. It was enough. Why would they need a plate? They didn't need anything else. It was too expensive, compared to the Mo family. Li Chenglong and the rest became more reserved with the arrival of the 2. The 2 of them came with their original faces. Nan Zhengxian might be a little unfamiliar to them, but Dongfang Zhengyang had been to the Hidden Dragon High School before. Furthermore, they had met each other during the Starlight Mountain Range trial. This was clearly Commander Dongfang. But Commander Dongfang was actually Zhuo's father's old subordinate. Brother? Then who was Zhuo's father? Chapter 1176. Thinking of this, the hearts of all the little fellows began to beat like drums. Ever since they realized that something was wrong, they could feel that something was wrong. Take this table, for example. During this period of time, they had eaten many times. With 10 or so people sitting at this table, it was extremely crowded. However, everyone liked to eat quickly, so they didn't feel that it was too uncomfortable. However, today, there were 21 people at this table. Everyone was moving calmly, and there was no sense of crowding at all. This was very abnormal. From what they could see, it was one thing to not feel crowded when everyone sat in a circle. However, there was no gap at all. Now, there were 2 burly men sitting on the chairs. They were moving calmly, and there was no sense of crowding at all. This was rather thought-provoking. Just now, both the guests and the host were enjoying themselves. Now, the atmosphere was even livelier. Nan Zhengxian and Dongfang Zhengyang were both experienced with alcohol. They knew how to liven up the atmosphere of the banquet. Compared to Zhuo Zhonglu, they were not inferior at all. Furthermore, they entertained the guests and made the atmosphere of the banquet more and more lively. Dongfang Zhengyang and Nan Zhengxian were drinking and chatting. Their hands were not idle either. They took out their phones and took a few selfies with their heads tilted towards Zhuo Changlu and his wife. This must be posted on their WeChat moments. Both of their pictures were the same. There were only 3 people in the pictures: himself, his brother, and his sister-in-law. His brother was elegant and steady. His sister-in-law was smiling kindly. His face was glowing. Then, he quickly took a picture of the dishes on the table. He especially slapped the wine glass in his hand and the fragrant chive pancakes at the side. As he spoke to everyone at the table, he quickly added a caption: Dongfang Zhengyang. The rarest thing in life is the reunion of brothers. Today, I have gathered with big brother and sister-in-law. Life is like a dream, and time flies by quickly. I can't help but sigh. A table of delicious dishes, smile, smile. I finally got to eat the chive pancake that sister-in-law made herself. I wish big brother and sister-in-law a long and healthy life. May our friendship last forever. All in one go. Send. She put her phone away, her face full of joy and grace. She ate, chatted, and drank. Nanjung Qian. Time flies. It's been 2 years since the last time I had a meal with big brother and sister-in-law. Today, we're finally able to gather again. 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The chive pancakes that I ate last time still have a lingering fragrance in my mouth. This time, sister-in-law gave me a stack of smug emoji, smug emoji. Look, there's too much, I can't finish it. But since sister-in-law made it, I'll eat smug emoji, even if I can't finish them. Emoji of a dog's head, emoji of a dog's head. Wishing big brother and sister-in-law eternal youth. Smile, smile, send. He pocketed his phone. Be dignified, eat, chat, and drink. The atmosphere was lively. Although Li Chenglong and the others were cautious, the current atmosphere was too warm. Coupled with the humorous conversation of the elders, the nervousness in their hearts gradually disappeared. They were no longer nervous. Little did they know that Nan Zhengxian and Dongfang Xingyang's hearts were also in turmoil. Especially when Zhou Xiaoduo introduced his friends. The two marshals were even more shocked. These are my classmates. Uncles, this is Li Chenglong. Haha, his cultivation aptitude is relatively average. The only thing that can be said about him is that he's the best military advisor of the generation. His current cultivation state is mediocre. He's already 20 years old this year, but he's only at the peak of the Guixian realm. He can't suppress the agitation of his vital energy after suppressing it for 17 or 18 times. He's about to break through to the heavenly realm. This is Long Yuxing. His cultivation progress is about the same as Li Chenglong's. However, Li Chenglong is a little clever. He doesn't even have that little bit of intelligence. If it wasn't for the fact that he received the inheritance of the green dragon, he wouldn't be able to make it. This is... Zhou Xiaoduo introduced them one by one. The words he used were full of praise and criticism, and so on. But when the two marshals heard it, they only felt that today was an eye-opener. This big group, what's going on? Each and every one of them was showing off their abilities, showing off their brilliance without the slightest bit of concealment. What do they mean by peak of the Guixian realm at 20 years old? What do they mean by they can't suppress it after suppressing it for 17 or 18 times and are about to break through to the heavenly realm? The two of them looked at Zhou Xiaoduo as they drank. You're really your father's son. The word talent is really well used. So many prodigies of this generation gathered at the same table. It was really too shocking. The two marshals' eyes lit up as they watched. They couldn't wait to take all of them into their pockets and take them under their command. These little fellows only needed to train under their hands for 2 years, and they would definitely become the seeds of future marshals and heavenly kings. It wasn't impossible for them to be even a level higher than that. At the very least, when they were at this age, they didn't have such achievements. In fact, they were far from it. Let's not talk about suppression. When they were at this age, they were only at the heavenly realm. They were even called the greatest prodigy, not to mention the fact that they had a military advisor, a natural assassin, and the successor of the Green Dragon. A military advisor. What the hell? Nan Zhengxian dug his fingernails into his palms. I'm not jealous. I don't want to poach them. Dongfang Xingyang couldn't help but ask, Boss, are these kids interested in joining the army? The East Army is in a state of decline. Zhou Changlu didn't say anything. Wu Yuding chuckled and asked, Are you full? You're even in the mood to chat? No. Dongfang Xingyang was shocked. He quickly raised his wine glass and said, Let me toast to you, sister-in-law. I'm a woman. I can't hold my liquor. I don't mean for you to drink. I'll toast 3 glasses to show my respect. The topic was brought to an end. Dongfang Xingyang's face darkened. Sister-in-law kept smiling. What was she trying to do? Nan Zhengxian looked at him from the corner of his eyes. He couldn't help but gloat. What an idiot. These are all Xiao Duo's subordinates. You want to poach them? and you want to poach them right in front of them. I'm willing to give you the highest honor among the 4 great generals. Dongfang Zhenyang took a sip of wine to calm himself down. He coughed lightly and took out his vibrating phone. His eyes widened and he smiled proudly. His life was complete. Nan Zhengxian also took out his vibrating phone at the same time and opened his friend circle. After taking a look, he smiled proudly. His life was at its peak. Below, there was a whole circle of replies. I'm Shiman, fuck. Where's this? Where are you? Send me your address. Please, I beg you. Bagong. I'm so jealous that others bring me along. I beg you. You didn't invite me for dinner. The legendary chive pancake. I'm not sour at all. I'll eat it sooner or later. Is the chive pancake tasty? Bring me one. Is it good? Huh. Guess if I'm sour or not. Nan Zhengxian. Can you be any more cocky? Then, they formed a formation below. Fucking Nan Zhengxian. Fucking Dongfang Zhenyang. Fucking Nan Zhengxian. Rows and rows of replies lined up below. There was still more to come, and there was an endless stream of replies. Dongfang Zhenyang and Nan Zhengxian were so happy that their eyes narrowed. Their friend circle had never been so lively. Let these guys be envious. Just as they were feeling smug, the wind suddenly howled in the sky. A strong gust of wind came with a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The highlight of the show was here. Nan Zhengxian and Dongfang Zhenyang's expressions turned serious. They sat up straight. Zhu Zhonglu and Wu Yuding's eyes flashed with gratification. Knock. Someone knocked on the door again. Bai Yunduo turned to look at Wu Yuding. Let's not bother 2 people. Go and open the door, Wu Yuding said. Bai Yunduo stood up and went to open the door. She opened the door. It's not you, Don Tian. He stood in front of the door angrily. He was stunned when he saw Bai Yunduo. Why are you here? Bai Yunduo was unhappy when she heard that. Why? Are you worried that I'll find out about your scandal? She said with a straight face. Nonsense. I've been with Xiao Nianji all this time. This is Xiao Nianji's house. If I'm not here, where am I? Where should I be? Yu Dongtian's face was serious. He put on the airs of a big brother and said, Oh, then you can go out for a walk. I have something to discuss with Uncle Zhua and Aunt Zhua. It's not convenient for you to be here. Bai Yunduo was furious. It's not convenient for me to be here? This bastard. Is this something a human should do or say? She gritted her teeth and said, I shouldn't have pleaded for you. She really regretted it. If she had known that this bastard would say such nonsense, she wouldn't have pleaded for him. The other party's meaning was very clear. If she didn't know, he would have tricked her into leaving and never let her know what happened today. It was better to be known than seen. It was really that Yu Dongtian was stunned when he heard that. He was a smart person and instantly understood that Bai Yunduo couldn't have just arrived. She knew everything that happened in front of her. He couldn't avoid her. He couldn't help but say, Sister-in-law, what you said about me is really embarrassing. Sigh, the family is unfortunate. I had no choice but to do this. Bai Yunduo said coldly, What good or bad plan? You don't have to tell me about these things. Do you have the right to tell me? Yu Dongtian hurriedly said, Uncle Zhua and Annie's didn't say anything, right? However, Bai Yunduo had already turned around and left. Originally, she thought that this guy was her husband's best friend, so she made up her mind to give him a few reminders out of goodwill. But now, Kiki, I want to see how badly Yu Dongtian will die today. I'll take it as a joke. The moment he entered, Heavenly King Yu saw Nan Zhengxian and Dongfang Zhenyang, both of whom were sitting upright and looking dignified. He was so angry that his nose was crooked. There was no need to say anything. These 2 bastards must have rushed here to watch the show. Nan Zhengxian and Dongfang Zhenyang had already stood up. Dongfang Zhenyang smiled from ear to ear. Heavenly King Yu, nice to meet you. What a coincidence. Nan Zhengxian was stunned. It's really such a coincidence to meet Heavenly King Yu. Even I'm shocked. Really. Chapter 1177. It's a pleasure to meet you 2 bastards. Yu Dongtian said disdainfully. It's a pleasure to meet you. Wu Yuding snorted and said, Heavenly King you, why do you look so pale? Did someone make you angry? Auntie, Yu Dongtian's spirit was instantly rejuvenated. He said sweetly, Auntie, I've missed you so much these few days. I've finally met you. I've told you before that I'm indebted to Auntie. You treat me better than my own mother. I must be filial to Auntie in the future. And my uncles Auntie's from the start to the end, it's all my family's fault. I've already severely punished that bunch of useless people. Those rascals, after enjoying a few days of peace, they thought too highly of themselves. They don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Father and I have been risking our lives outside, but we actually allowed such vermin to appear in our family. What's more, they were born in groups. It's really a huge sin. This time, it's all thanks to Uncle Zwa and Auntie Zwa. They helped us discover the hidden danger and cleaned up our family. It's really a huge debt of gratitude. If not for Uncle Zwa and Auntie Zwa, would our you family still be around? We would only become a decadent family that deceives the world. Just thinking about what those rascals did really infuriates me. Look at the Wong family now. It's so shocking and heartbreaking. If these people from a Yu family continue to do whatever they want, they will become the second Wong family. It's really too scary. It's so heartbreaking. I just found out about this too. I immediately rushed back to give them a scolding. I even came up with new family rules. The first is, the second is, the third is. I've already severely punished everyone involved. I'm not only here to represent myself, but also my father to thank Uncle Zwa and Aunt Zwa. Originally, my father wanted to come personally, but both of you know that my father is thin-skinned. Before I came, he kindly reminded me that Uncle Zwa and Aunt Zwa have done our family a great favor this time. If it weren't for the friendship of a lifetime, who would come and meddle in other people's affairs? Uncle Zwa and Aunt Zwa are righteous and don't treat us as outsiders. That's why they're willing to help us and set things right. Uncle Zwa, Aunt Zwa, thank you so much. Yu Dongtian's mouth was like a heavy machine gun that suddenly released the safety and pulled the trigger. Hundreds of shuttles were fired in a row. This time, it was really an emergency. I came in a hurry. I didn't make any preparations. Yu Dongtian took out a space ring and stuffed it into Wu Yuding's hand. It's nothing valuable. It's just some beauty products. Annie, you won't be able to use them, so please don't dislike them. Also, I got some wine for Uncle Zwa. They've been preserved for thousands of years. The quality is not bad. General Dongfang wanted to mutter, damn, that wine belongs to my family. It has been stored in the cellar for more than thousands of years. However, seeing Yu Dongtian's current appearance, he didn't dare to say it. He definitely didn't sympathize with him. This guy's mouth was wider than anyone else's. There was nothing worth sympathizing with. He was mainly afraid that this guy would settle accounts with him later. It was worth the ticket price to see this big show. In addition, I've also prepared some for Xiao Duo and Little Ninian. As Yu Dongtian spoke, he looked at Zwa Chonglu's expression. Seeing that Zwa Chonglu's expression didn't change, the heavenly king of the right's face became paler and paler. The speed of his speech, which was originally like a machine gun, gradually slowed down. Towards the end, he was almost stuttering. Yu Dongtian knew the Zwa couple very well. Zhonglu was the one who had to make the final decision for all the major events in the Zwa family. Wu Yuding was the one who had the final say in the Zwa family. Although there had been no major events in the Zwa family for a long time, Zwa Zhonglu was the one who had the final say in the family. Just like at this moment, Yu Dongtian knew that even if he persuaded Wu Yuding, he still couldn't persuade Zwa Chonglu. It was still futile. Zwa Chonglu said lightly, I asked you to come here to give me a gift? Do you think that your Aunt Zwa and I are really greedy for your things? No. I definitely didn't mean that. I've always been filial to Uncle Zwa and Aunt Zwa. I can't wait to be with them. Yu Dongtian looked at Bai Yunduo pleadingly. Sister-in-law, please help me. Bai Yunduo was still angry. She snorted and turned her head away. She didn't even bother to pretend that she didn't see it. You offended a woman, and you still want her to help you? Is there such a good thing in the world? The Yu family is really powerful now. Not only is it the first family in Shangjing, but it's also the first family in Astral Souls. It's one of the top families in the 3 continents. But look at what the Yu family has become. Originally, I just wanted to see how this matter would be resolved. A small punishment would be enough as a warning. However, after my divine sense circled around your Yu clan, I discovered that such a large clan like yours is now as rotten as the Wang clan. When you see an ordinary family, you trample over it directly. When you see a family that's stronger than you urge your children to have sex with them. Is this the style of the Yu family? What's more, in the last 1,000 years, when the upper class of Shangjing was distributing benefits, the Yu family alone took up 20% of the share. You're in a high position and have more power than me. You should know better than me what a family that takes up 20% of the benefits and resources in Shangjing represents and what it means. You, Don Tian, and your father may have the right to take the 20%. But ask yourself, can you do it? Do you feel that you are taking more than you deserve? And now, the situation is that the descendants of your family have already taken up 20% of the share. What right do they have? Just because their ancestor is an emperor? Is he the king of the right? How ridiculous! How ridiculous! How ridiculous! What kind of madness is this? The Yu family is the Yu family. What is a king of the family? According to what you said, if Xiao Duo and Xiao Nian get married in the future, are they going to establish a king's family? At that time, will the Yu family work together to ensure that the glory of the so-called number 1 family doesn't fall? Will the Yu family fight against Xiao Duo and Xiao Nian, or even kill them to prevent future troubles? Please don't tell me that I'm overthinking, that I'm worrying too much, that I'm being whimsical. Cold sweat dripped down Yu Dongtian's face. These words were really hurtful, that no matter how he answered, it was wrong. But one thing was for sure, and that was, Uncle Zhua and Aunt Zhua would never let Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaonian establish a family. Since they had children, they had been hiding it, afraid that others would find out. How could they establish a family? Uncle Zhua. Yu Dongtian looked at Zhua Chonglu pleadingly, but he was met with Zhua Chonglu's cold eyes. Dongfang Xinyan coughed and bowed. Boss, the king of the right, knows his mistake, and his attitude is already. Boss, do you think? Nan Zhengxian also bowed and said, Boss, after this punishment, as long as the descendants don't overturn the king's decision, there won't be any problems for at least 3,000 years. Plus, after 10,000 years, the descendants will be unfilial. This is something that no family can avoid, even gods. I'm afraid. After all, people's hearts. Zhua Chonglu sighed softly. You know what I'm thinking. Normally, I wouldn't say it so seriously, and I wouldn't want to say it so seriously. But Wang Feihong was my brother back then. Oh, Wang family, we can only watch helplessly as we reach this step. How can we not learn from the mistakes of our predecessors? What can we do? What a shocking sight. Now, the Yu family is also showing signs of this. Even the families that you two come from might not have the same signs as well. We fought bloody battles to conquer the world. If we finally found out that the astral soul's land that we risked our lives to protect for so many years was destroyed by our own descendants, even if we did ascend the altar, how could we accept the worship of the people for so many years? We have been fighting for our entire lives. Our original intention is to see the beauty of this world. We can kill anyone who destroys society, but I do not wish that when you raise your butcher's knife one day, it will be our own descendants who are under the knife. This kind of heart-wrenching pain, this kind of ridiculous disappointment, you can't bear it. Even if you've never seen the descendant being killed, he's still your descendant. You will always remember that his surname is Yu. Yu Dongtian's surname is Yu. Yu Xingqian's surname is Yu. Zhua Chonglu's voice wasn't very strict, but Yu Dongtian, Dongfang Xingyang, Nan Zhengxian, and Bai Yunduo all stood up straight and listened seriously. These were undoubtedly words that came from the bottom of his heart, and were definitely not spoken with emotion. Mu Songjun, Mo Xuani, Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, and the others who were at the same table couldn't see or hear anything. Speaking of Wang Feihong, Zhou Zhonglu felt a little upset. Back then, Heavenly King Gu Hong had single-handedly slaughtered the Second Sorcerer Alliance, and the smile he had given with Zhonglu before the battle that Yu Dongtian and the others were from that time as well. Even though they were just small shrimps back then, how could they not remember Heavenly King Gu Hong's heroic deeds? Looking at the Wang family now, looking at their own family, they all broke out in cold sweat. After a long time, Datsua, the Xiaoduo, finally saw Yu Dongtian sitting down with a warm expression. He raised his wine glass and toasted Mu Songjun and his wife. With a smile, he said, "I'm little hero Yu's guardian." Yes, there are many people in the Yu family, so the seniority is a little messy. I look young, but my seniority is slightly higher. Cough, cough. Zhuo Chonglu rolled his eyes at the sky. Wu Yuding looked at him from the corner of her eyes. Seniority? Oh, you're really senior. Who knows how many generations of your descendants are going to marry my goddaughter? Do we have to call you our ancestor? But Yu Dongtian couldn't do anything about it. He really couldn't do anything about it. Let's talk about our own matters. Let's talk about our own matters. Yu Dongtian's neck was getting thick as he struggled to speak. Ah! Nan Zhengxian burst out laughing. Chapter 1178. Of course, everyone was happy at the end of the meal. Yu Dongtian's arrival was already the greatest sincerity in redeeming the family. He had dealt with the entire Yu clan's upper echelons. This was a big change of blood for Mo Xuani's family, and also beneficial for the Yu clan itself. It was just a temporary turmoil, but it would be repaid in the future. Yu Dongtian was well aware of this, so he did not hold any grudges against him. Instead, he had to thank the Zhuo couple for stepping in. But the marriage between Mo Xuani and Yu Xiaoxia was still not decided on the spot. Yu Dongtian came to express his apology and gratitude. With his status, it was impossible for him to get involved in the marriage. Of course, the most important thing was that he didn't dare to do so, and he wasn't qualified enough. Mo Xuani had become Zhuo Chonglu's adopted daughter, and in terms of seniority, she was of the same generation as Yu Dongtian. How could he be qualified to preside over the marriage? Although he knew that Zhuo Chonglu would not follow through with this marriage, and at most, when Mo Xuani got married, he would give a gift and a dowry. But his willingness to step in this time had already explained a lot of things, and even more so, it had an inexplicable meaning. This matter, which seemed like a small matter of two children's marriage almost being ruined, actually had a lot of hidden meaning. The sky inspecting minister reappeared in the mortal world and came to Shangjing. He interrogated a series of big families in Shangjing one after another. Previously, it was the Wang family, and now it was the Yu family's turn. Almost all the big families with top-notch star souls did not make any mistakes. Next, it was the Bai family, where the Lady of the Clouds came from, and the families of the four great commanders of the East, West, North, and South also started to reorganize. Zhuo Zhonglu's real goal was to take action in all aspects of the continent. Yu Dongtian understood. This matter was of great significance to the Yu clan, and it would benefit them in the long run. But in the end, the Yu clan was just a chess piece in the minister's hands. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey, knocking the mountain to warn the tiger, nothing more than that. Even the heavenly king of the Wright's family had been dealt with, and almost all the higher-ups were uprooted and sent to the front lines. How awesome did you have to be able to withstand this, and still dare to commit crimes? The banquet ended. Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding found a guest room to rest, while Zhuo Xiaoyan went to take care of her parents. After all, Zhuo Chonglu and his wife had prepared a huge amount of good things for their daughter, who had just ascended to the Skysoar realm. These were things that couldn't be revealed in front of others. It was enough for him to know the benefits of being the second generation of top-notch cultivators. There was no need to show off in front of others and cause unnecessary trouble for no reason. Nan Zhengxian and Dongfang Zhengyang took their leave. Even the Heavenly King of the Right and Baiyun Fairy's families had to reorganize themselves. Naturally, they did not dare to delay and hurried back to reorganize their families. Yu Dongtian also left, but before he left, he gave Mu Tsongjun and his wife a house. Yep, to be more precise, it was a large courtyard. The Yu family was fully responsible for the hygiene and security of the courtyard. Ever since Yu Dongtian knew that Imo Xuanyi was an elite disciple who had betrayed the greedy wolf sect, he had made this decision long ago. Because in the sky above Shangjing, the power of the southern 6 stars, northern 95 stars was faintly converging. Although Yu Dongtian had not reached the level of Zhuo Chonglu and his wife who could sense the heaven and earth, he could still sense it. The Stargate sect was ruthless to their enemies, but they were even more ruthless to their traitorous disciples. If they knew that Imo Xuanyi was in Shangjing, they would definitely kill Imo Xuanyi together with him. Yu Dongtian felt that he would definitely cry. It was better to be safe than sorry. With Yu Dongtian's eloquence and ability to sway people, as well as his ability to subtly influence people's minds, Imo Xuanyi's family had become the big landlords of Shangjing in a daze. Yep, how could the courtyard given by the heavenly king of the right be small? Imo Xuanyi's family was, of course, the big landlords of Shangjing in reality. Zhuo Xiaoduo was surrounded by Li Chenglong and the others and forcefully escorted into the Void Extermination Tower. Zhuo, what is your uncle's identity? Tell us about it. Everyone's eyes were sparkling with curiosity, and it was rare that there was no coercion. So Xiaoduo showed off. I've already told you that I'm a super second generation, a top second generation cultivator, but you didn't believe me. Now you believe me, right? Everyone nodded in unison. It was really impossible not to believe him. Although at some point during the meal, everyone seemed to be in a state where they suddenly seemed to be cut off from the current atmosphere, or it could be said that their time inexplicably paused, or there was a gap in their memories, in short. There were many, many abnormal signs. But no matter what, Great General Dongfang was not a fake. What is his identity? Everyone's eyes were full of curiosity. Guess? So Xiaoduo crossed his legs, shook his head proudly, and wagged his tail. Everyone was speechless. Originally, they still had some respect and distance for this guy's identity as a second-generation cultivator. But now that they saw this guy's arrogant and despicable demeanor, the previous feeling completely disappeared. I can't guess. I don't dare to guess. Then you can continue to be depressed. So Xiaoduo was full of himself, and in the space of the Tower of Annihilation, he looked up to the sky and howled, hee. Everyone pressed for a long time, but Xiaoduo was determined not to say anything, and his attitude became more and more despicable. But in fact, he had no choice. His father had solemnly said that he wanted to take a good look at these little guys in the next few days. Without his father's permission, he could not directly or indirectly reveal anything. If everyone guessed, then it was not something he could say. At this moment, looking at everyone's gloomy faces, Xiaoduo was so happy that his tail was about to stand up. The night was silent. Li Chenglong and the others stayed in the Tower of Annihilation to carry out their last suppression. Xiaoduo was about to break through, so naturally, he could not continue to stay in the tower and had to go out. Unfortunately, Zhuo Chonglu and his wife had brought Zhuo Xiaoyan with them at this time, and they did not know what to say in the room. So Xiaoduo knocked for a long time, but the door did not open. Feeling that he was ignored, he could not help but feel unhappy. Suddenly, he saw the whole table full of dishes and cups that had not been cleaned up. So Xiaoduo waved his hand, and spiritual energy suddenly surged. In an instant, the whole room was cleaned up. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo's way of cleaning the room was different. Instead of cleaning the bowls, chopsticks, cups, and plates and tidying them up neatly, he wrapped everything with his vital energy and directly put them away. With a whoosh, he threw them out, and with a bang, they landed in a garbage station a few kilometers away. Rich, willful. Then, he wiped the table, put all the chairs back in place, and announced that he was done. If I use this skill to do housework, with this level of dexterity, how much money can I make? It had to be said that Zhuo Xiaoduo's mind was full of wonderful ideas. Moreover, From the beginning to the end, it was a different kind of contribution that ordinary people could not achieve. After waiting for a long time, the Zhou couple and Zhou Xiaoyan still had not finished chatting. So Xiaoduo, who was extremely bored, carefully mobilized the last few strands of vital energy in his dantian. Bit by bit, he turned them into the power of the Flaming Sun Manual, and then purified them further, turning them into the power of the primordial fire. However, this was all he could do now. If he wanted to further transform the primordial fire into the pure Zhu Rong primordial fire, with his current level of cultivation, it was still beyond his ability. If he forced the fusion, Zhou Xiaoduo would probably turn into a huge fireball in an instant, and then turn into a sky full of fireflies and disappear into the dust. Strands of vital energy were transformed. Zhou Xiaoduo sat cross-legged in the living room, carefully and cautiously, and did not dare to slack off. Finally, the last strand of vital energy was gone. It was completely refined, and there was not a single strand of energy left. At this moment, a little understanding inexplicably grew from the bottom of his heart and continuously surged. Force could be borrowed, but cannot be relied on. Only one's own force could truly belong to oneself. How to move one's mind. How to merge the 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls into one, and then release that unique, charming, and exclusive force that Zhou Xiaoduo was carefully trying to figure out the mystery. However, at the moment when the last strand of vital energy was refined, the world suddenly changed. The change was carried out silently, but the entire sky above Shangjing was instantly filled with wind and clouds. Countless black clouds of smoke came from all directions at lightning speed, converging in this direction at an extremely fast speed. The silent lightning bolts were like dense spiderwebs, quietly weaving into a huge net that encompassed 3 continents in the sky. After a while, a black cloud in the middle of the giant net slowly rotated, and the pitch-black color immediately dyed the entire blue sky a piano black. As if they had sensed something, the other 2 huge black clouds that also covered the sky slowly began to rotate. Almost at the same time, another red cloud with an extremely strange hue quietly rushed from afar. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached the middle of the sky. Then, the 3 black clouds and the red cloud entangled together, and the strange red cloud that came later was even more overbearing and powerful. It forcibly squeezed into the middle of the 3 black clouds, and the original 3 clouds turned into 4 clouds. In the entire sky, it was as if 4 huge eyes had appeared, and they were all slowly rotating. 3 black and 1 red. This state only lasted for a moment, and another purple cloud appeared on the horizon, and with the same overbearing momentum, rushed into the clouds. Another gray cloud also rose in another direction, and another green cloud suddenly soared into the sky, joining the clouds forcefully. That at this point, 7 clouds had arrived in the sky one after another and rotated together in the sky. The scene was unprecedentedly magnificent, but also extremely strange. In the room, Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding, who had sensed the change, stood side by side and looked at the sudden strange phenomenon in the sky. Their faces were as gloomy as water, and the heavy worry in their eyes almost condensed into a substance. Zhou Xiaoduo had not given the news of a breakthrough, but the heavenly tribulations had already sensed it and had begun to gather and move. Moreover, as soon as he made a move, the commotion was so shocking and grand. How can there be heavenly tribulations of the 7 clans? Wu Yuding could not understand and was even a little angry. Isn't this targeting my son? Isn't this bullying? Are you using this kind of heavenly tribulations to split the sky? Chapter 1179. Don't be impatient. Zhuo Changlu's eyes were deep as he patted his wife's shoulder. If it's just the heavenly tribulation of the 7 clans, it might be better. At least it's better than the worst outcome I expected. Huh? The worst outcome you expected is worse than this? Xiao Duo has a lot of karma, and most of it is his own doing. He's asking for trouble, and it has nothing to do with anyone. It's what Changlu said with a toothache. But what did he do? How did he get involved with so much karma? What did he do? Think about it carefully. He was born in the astral souls, in the Tao League, and he's a peerless genius. The heavenly tribulation of the 2 clans can't be avoided. After that, he took Flood as his adoptive father. Flood is now the top master of the Wu people. Naturally, he's involved with the Umno Alliance's heavenly Tao. This time, he went to the Wu people and received the inheritance of Zhu Wu Zhurong. He's inseparable from the Wu people's heavenly Tao. After that, he told us about his relationship with the Spirit Clan and the Demon Clan. I'm afraid there's a lot of karma that we and even he don't know about. In this case, it's the heavenly tribulation of the 5 clans. Even if there's karma between the Spirit Clan and the Demon Clan, the current situation is that the heavenly Tao of the Demon Clan is involved. What do you think? I don't understand this either. But our son has always had a lot of adventures. Maybe he offended the Demon Clan for some reason. Even so, it's only the 6 clans. Where did the karma that belongs to the Western sect come from? You said that he got involved with the Demon Clan for some reason, and I agree. But there hasn't been any information about the Western sect for millions of years. It's not even recorded in the ancient legends. How did they get involved? Wu Yuting's question was also Zhuo Changlu's question. Both of them felt this was too strange. What did their son have to do with the Western sect? Why did the 7 great heavenly Tao gather for no reason? How is he going to let others have a good time? By the way, you said that there are worse possibilities. What could be worse than this? Wu Yuting asked nervously. Zhuo Changlu smiled bitterly. You missed a lot of information about our son, or rather, we didn't care, did you? He was famous in Phoenix City. How could Master's was name be false? I don't know where this method of his came from, but the root of his guidance is to deduce the mysteries of heaven. Stealing the heart of heaven as my heart and seeing the future, wouldn't that be forming karma with the heavenly Tao? What's more, he almost reversed the situation and helped Nian resist the huge karma of the Phoenix Pulse Soul. If the most serious situation occurred, the backlash of these 2 karmas will be the most terrifying. Wu Yuting's expression changed again and again. She said in a trembling voice, Fortunately, there's only the heavenly tribulation of the 7 races right now. Without the 2 karmas that you set up in advance, there is still a chance. No, there's more. There's more. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuting's expressions changed. Their eyes focused and their bodies stiffened. In the eastern sky, a cloud suddenly rushed up, and the cloud formed a golden dragon that suddenly rushed out. In an instant, it circled thousands of miles and covered the sky. At the same time, in the western sky, a 5-colored phoenix spread its wings and flew up. In a moment, the dragon and phoenix turned into a huge whirlpool in the sky above Shangjing. Damn, even the heavenly Tao of the ancient god race is here to join in the fun. Zhuo Changlu's usually calm eyes showed panic for the first time. He even seemed to be gnashing his teeth. Wu Yuting clasped her hands together and scolded. This little bastard is really a troublemaker. How can such a heavenly tribulation be perfect? Looking at the situation now, I'm afraid. It's already difficult to survive. Wu Yuting's voice hadn't finished resounding through the air when another tribulation cloud that seemed like a ghastly mist charged swiftly into the sky and converged with the numerous tribulation clouds in the sky. Wu Yuting's expression changed drastically. Zhuo Changlu's body also stiffened instantly. They're all here. It's the 9 great heavenly Tao and the 10 complete lightning tribulations. Zhuo Changlu's face turned pale. My son has created history, but I'm very curious. Where did he get the ability to attract so much karma? A figure flashed, and Lei Changtian descended from the sky. My goodness, what did you 2 give birth to? So many karmic heavenly tribulations. It's going to be smashed into pieces. Looking at the momentum, let alone passing through it perfectly, I'm afraid even the chance of reincarnation will be. Shut up. Wu Yuting fiercely turned her head and looked at her father, roaring fiercely. The demon ancestor's head drooped, and he could no longer open his mouth. Just as Wu Yuting, Zhua Changlu, and Lei Chantian were extremely surprised, in Zhua Xiaoduo's void destroying pagoda, the Huahuang sword appeared in the air with a clang. Sword light shot out in all directions, and demon aura rose. With a whoosh, it rushed out of the space and entered Zhua Xiaoduo's divine soul. The god-slaying spear, Yin Shursi, followed closely behind. Demonic flames soared and turned into a black fog, flashing away. And Jiu jumped a few times and also jumped out. Xiao Zhao's 3 legs jumped up and down, and with a whoosh, it turned into a flame. The dragon of luck Xiaolong, who rarely appeared in front of people, also came out from the mountains. He flew up silently and hurriedly. The super heavenly tribulation that made the Zhua couple worried and terrified was about to happen. However, the person involved, Zhua Xiaoduo, didn't know that a calamity was about to befall him. He didn't even know that his godson and whatnot were moving out together. He only felt various kinds of enlightenment in his mind. Immediately, he entered a state of enlightenment where he forgot about everything around him. Fortunately, the whole process only lasted for a short minute. However, there were too many kinds of enlightenment, and they all rushed into his mind at the same time. His head swelled uncomfortably as if it was about to explode. Unable to bear the burden, he immediately woke up. When his mind regained its clarity, Xiaoduo was shocked to discover that the true essence in his body had already shown signs of going berserk. At this stage, even if he had the help of a transcendent cultivator to suppress it, or even some miraculous spirit medicine, it would be of no use. He had to face this breakthrough, the breakthrough to the Sky-Soar realm. A power that could topple mountains and overturn seas rushed towards the flying heavens pass like a hot knife through butter. Originally, he had already touched the door and could break through the barrier with just a light touch. However, at this moment, it was like an impenetrable and unbreakable wall. Zhua Xiaoduo thought that he would succeed naturally, but something unexpected happened. He was surprised to see that on the other side of the Sky-Soar realm, there was a mixture of different colors. What's going on? Before Zhua Xiaoduo could figure out what was going on, the pressure in the sky came down on him. The true origin in his body suddenly burst out. Zhua Xiaoduo only felt that his insides were burning. He couldn't control himself and shouted, "Dad, I'm going to break through." Before his voice died away, Zhua Changlu, who had been paying attention to his son's every move, suddenly appeared beside him. He grabbed his son's neck and disappeared with a whoosh. Then, Lei Chantian followed closely. Bai Yunduo flew under the clouds, and Wu Yuting took Zhua Xiaoyan and broke through the sky. Zhua Changlu was so fast that the father and son were already at the top of the broken soul cliff in the blink of an eye. Zhua Changlu suddenly let go of Zhua Xiaoduo, and Zhua Xiaoduo fell on the cliff. Put on the protective gear your mother gave you, and prepare all the medicine you need. Swallow a few pills with the tip of your tongue first. There's something fishy about this flying tribulation. You have to deal with it with all your might. Don't be careless. Zhua Changlu said in a deep voice. Yes. Don't forget the key points I told you. Deal with it carefully. Wu Yuting's voice also came. Like the evening drum and morning bell, she reminded Zhua Xiaoduo of all the things she reminded him. Once again, she imprinted them into Zhua Xiaoduo's spirit sea with a method of divine sense empowerment. I remember, Mom. Don't worry, Zhua Xiaoduo shouted with difficulty. Immediately, he calmed down and dealt with the surging true origin. He tried to restrain it and guide it into the right direction. In a moment, the 10 huge whirlpools in the sky came to the top of his head again. From the slow rotation to the fast rotation, the intense rotation. Then, it was almost impossible to see clearly that within a radius of 10,000 miles, the huge spiritual energy in all directions was sucked dry by the 10 tribulation eyes in the sky in an instant. There was not a drop left. The indifferent heavens might came down mightily. The great Tao was ruthless, and karma was reincarnation. This guy dared to defy the heavens. He must be scorched on the outside and tender on the inside. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding stood 100 miles away, one in the east and one in the west. Even though the couple had high cultivation, at this moment, they did not dare to make the slightest move. Half of their attention was focused on their son, and the other half was focused on the periphery to eliminate the possibility of external interference from outside the heaven realm. Zhuo Xiaoyan and Wu Yuding were on the side. One of their hands was tightly clasped on Wu Yuding's arm, and they looked extremely nervous. Lei Changtian and Bai Yunduo were in the north and south respectively. They were also on high alert. This lineup of guardians was a little scary, with the 4 of them protecting him. Even if the 12 great shamans and the 7 swords of the Tao League attacked together, Zhuo Xiaoduo would be safe and sound for a while. However, the 4 of them were all experts in cultivation. How could they not know that the key point of their defense was not the destruction of any enemies in the world, but the evil hidden behind every tribulation thunder during the tribulation? A perfect breakthrough was easier said than done. Since ancient times, even the heavens were not perfect. If Zhuo Xiaoduo wanted to break through the boundary between man and heaven with a perfect posture, he would definitely attract the greatest evil in the world. Yes, at this moment, even the heavenly Tao was jealous of Zhuo Xiaoduo. The jealousy of the whole world. There was not a single cultivator who was not jealous. The wrath of the heavenly Tao was a natural disaster that could be vented through the tribulation thunder. After the natural disaster, there were also man-made disasters. After the tribulation thunder, the aftershocks would attract the resentment of countless cultivators. They would surround Zhuo Xiaoduo from all sides and surge in like a gust of wind. As long as they rushed in and landed on Zhuo Xiaoduo, they would form an inner demon. Once the inner demon was formed, it would not be a perfect breakthrough, and Zhuo Changlu and the others had to cut off all the inner demons from invading, begging for monthly votes at midnight. Chapter 1180. Of the 4 people that Zhuo Changlu found, Zhuo Changlu, his wife, and the demon ancestor Lei Changtian naturally didn't have to worry about the so-called inner demons. They were purely family. However, Bai Yun Fairy and Bai Yun Duo were still not completely at ease. Because such a perfect breakthrough, even Bai Yun Duo, who had reached the Heavenly King stage, might be jealous. However, they couldn't find a more suitable 4th person at the moment. The Flood Witch's state of mind cultivation was naturally competent. However, if they had to call the Flood over for today's matter, it was too a little inexcusable. Well, Zhuo Changlu also didn't expect the situation to change like this. In the end, he still underestimated the extent of the trouble that Zhuo Xiaoduo caused. He actually caused such a huge karma and the heavenly tribulation of the 9 clans. He really didn't expect it. Suddenly, the 10 whirlpools of clouds in the sky pressed down from a height of 10,000 meters. The heavenly tribulation was pressing down, and death was imminent. This sense of déjà vu made Zhuo Xiaoyan, the 5th protector, turn pale all of a sudden. The heavenly tribulation seemed to be about 1,000 meters away from Zhuo Xiaoduo. Well, to put it more accurately, it was 999 meters. At the moment when the heavenly tribulation clouds in the sky suddenly pressed down, or it should be said that at the moment when Zhuo Changlu suddenly flew here with Zhuo Xiaoduo under the Death Soul Cliff, the huge demonic beast flashed half of its head out of the cave with a face full of panic. Its 2 big eyes were full of panic and indescribable grievance and depression. Is that so? Mom, how did this thing get on top of my head? Isn't this like a beast sitting at home? A disaster comes from the sky. The monster was extremely depressed. It was almost going crazy. How could it be like this? Just now, when it sensed that there was such a huge heavenly tribulation far away, the demonic beast had been gloating in its heart and almost laughed out loud. Ha! Let's see who can survive such a ferocious, heavenly tribulation. It's a pity that I can't go and watch the show. It's really a pity. Who would have thought that before he could gloat over his misfortune, this heavenly tribulation would actually appear above his head as if it had grown legs? I haven't left this place for hundreds of thousands of years. Can't you have some conscience? All these years, I haven't even hurt an earthworm. Why is that? Since ancient times, ever since I was born, I have been known as the god of disaster. Wherever I go, there will be disasters. I'm the true star of misfortune. But what was going on today? Whose luck was so strong? She had actually become my unlucky star. If you want to transcend the tribulation, can't you find somewhere else? A better place? Do you have to transcend the tribulation on my head? Are you crazy? Feeling the vast heavenly might crashing down on it, the demonic beast began to cry, "Spare my life. Please don't get me involved." Slowly. Using the slowest speed possible, it slowly retracted its head, retracted all of its aura, and retracted all of its divine sense. Don't notice me. Please don't notice me. It prayed continuously in its heart. It was so scared that saliva flowed out of its mouth, continuously dripping down, washing the tattered person beside it. It couldn't be blamed for being a coward. The main reason was that the place where Zhuo was transcending the tribulation was right above its head. As long as the heavenly Tao discovered its existence, it would immediately regard it as the existence that destroyed the tribulation. At that time, the tribulation would immediately increase its strength. Zhuo, who was transcending the tribulation above, would definitely not be lucky, and this fellow below would definitely not be spared either. Even if Zhuo was struck into ashes, the tribulation would definitely not stop. Instead, it would not stop until this fellow was also struck into ashes. What kind of monster is transcending the tribulation? Even the tribulation of becoming a sage since ancient times does not have such 9 heavenly Tao and 10 complete lightning tribulations. What the fuck? The monster was so scared that its heart was about to spasm. I'm so wronged. At this moment, Zhuo only felt that the spiritual energy that he had just restrained and suppressed had once again erupted. It flowed along his meridians at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already completed 99 cycles. Then, it brazenly charged towards the sky barrier. Zhuo's thoughts flashed. He quickly put on the waistcoat made from the skin of a heavenly king-level demon beast, then put on his jacket, coat, leather shoes, helmet, and stretched his legs to stretch his arms and legs. Then he directly stuffed a whole bottle of elixirs that Wei Yuding gave him directly into his mouth. Only then did he have time to look up at the clouds in the sky that seemed to be within reach. Suddenly, an extremely curious and great sense of accomplishment arose in his heart. This is my first time transcending the tribulation, but such a big scene. Doesn't this prove my great achievement? This is really too awesome. I Zhuo in the awesome class. No one before and no one after. I Zhuo. Master Zhuo. Iron Fist Prince. Crystal Cat. Zhuo. Roar. Only 2 words can describe me. Awesome. Thinking of his physiognomy, his parents didn't have any intention of losing their child in their middle age. My manifestation technique has never failed. This time will be no exception. It will definitely be safe. With this thought in mind, he became even more complacent and proud of himself. He actually struck a flirtatious pose and hooked his finger at the 10 vortexes in the sky. He shook his buttocks and shouted, "Come and chop me, come and chop me. Don't provoke me." When Wei Yuding saw this scene, black lines immediately appeared on her forehead. This bastard actually dared to provoke the heavens at such a time. You're already dangerous enough, do you know that? Why, if this guy wasn't transcending the tribulation, Wei Yuding would definitely rush over and beat him up, or even 10 or 100 times. Even if you want to die, you don't have to do this. Do you know? In the sky, following Zhuo's clamor, the vortex cloud cluster in the middle suddenly stopped spinning. Then a thin, blazing white lightning struck down directly. Facing the imminent tribulation, Zhuoxiaoduo's expression was calm and at ease. He didn't move, and the raging fire witch helmet on his head had automatically withstood this tribulation lightning. This helmet, which originated from the raging fire witch, was not only unique in texture, but also most compatible with Zhuoxiaoduo. Although the initial lightning tribulation seemed to be powerful, it was still the beginning of the lightning tribulation, and its power was limited. If it took a lot of effort to deal with this lightning tribulation, or even a lot of energy, then there was no need to transcend the following lightning tribulations, and he could just wait for death. With the help of the raging fire witch helmet, he resisted the power of the initial lightning tribulation and the powerful aftermath of the power spread in all directions. However, Zhuoxiaoduo felt an inexplicable force rushing into his body and integrated with the primordial fire vital spirit all over his body. This force did not belong to him, nor was it the feedback force of the raging fire witch helmet. It was a feeling that was very weak, but very clear, and contained a unique feeling of Taoist connotation that at this moment, Zhuoxiaoduo felt the blissful benefits of being a second-generation top-notch cultivator. Under the protection of the great Inferno Witch's helmet, he didn't feel the slightest bit of vibration, and there wasn't even the slightest bit of injury. It was simply completely receiving the benefits. This was the correct way to transcend the heavenly tribulation. Comfortable. If so, let the benefits come more fiercely. Let the heavenly tribulation come more fiercely. The heavenly tribulation is nothing more than this. Zhuoxiaoduo laughed wildly, laughing like a fool, very arrogant. Don't provoke me. Zhuoqianglu followed in the footsteps of Wu Yuding, and he was also speechless. This guy really didn't know what was good for him, that under the eyes of the heavenly tribulation, Zhuoxiaoduo was majestic and fearless. He laughed and stood at the highest point of the mountain, motionless, with his clothes fluttering, waiting for the heavenly tribulation to come. This was the first time in Zhuoxiaoduo's life to experience the heavenly tribulation. With the support of countless resources and materials, in his view, the heavenly tribulation was nothing to be afraid of at all. It was just a simple gift of benefits. This would be the first time in his life, as a top second-generation cultivator, to win without doing anything. As a result, he couldn't wait for the arrival of the heavenly tribulation. Then, one after another, the tribulation thunder fell from the different eyes of the heavenly tribulation and fell on Zhuoxiaoduo's body and head. Zhuoxiaoduo was in an extremely arrogant posture, motionless, arrogant, and insufferably arrogant. Well, in his bones, he was carefully chewing the weak but clear special Taoist connotation. When to do something, Zhuoxiaoduo still had a deep understanding of it. Lei Changtian yelled in the distance, "Kid, why don't you hide? At least show some respect to the heavens." Before his voice died away, the first round of tribulation thunder had passed. However, the end of the initial tribulation meant that the more intense second tribulation was coming. The tribulation eye in the middle suddenly lit up, and a tribulation thunder as thick as a bucket fell with a boom. Zhuoqianglu and Wu Yuding's eyes widened at the sight. Damn, the second tribulation is already so fierce. Shouldn't it come step by step? Is there a way out for us? According to Zhuoqianglu and his wife's estimation, a tribulation thunder of this level should at least be at the fourth or fifth tribulation. But now it was actually at the second tribulation. Damn it. For a moment, they couldn't help but feel more worried. Zhuoxiaoduo's heavenly tribulation was different from that of ordinary people. Ordinary people only needed to go through one tribulation to cross the limit between man and heaven and reach the sky soar realm. However, Zhuoxiaoduo's perfect breakthrough required him to go through 10 lightning tribulations. Comparing the two, they couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Not to mention other things, just the last tribulation thunder of destruction was enough for ordinary people to survive one wave. However, Zhuoxiaoduo still needed to survive 9 waves of tribulation thunder of destruction, and each wave was more violent than the previous one. Just thinking about it made Wu Yuding feel a little suffocated. My duo dog. Why is this kid so pitiful that the most pitiful thing is? This bastard still doesn't know anything. His momentary complacency led to his arrogance and provocation that you'll never know what you're provoking. When you know, you'll regret it very much. Son, you reckless little dog, I really want to rush up and beat you up. Chapter 1181. Rumble. The tribulation lightning struck once again. So Xiaoduo held his head high and puffed out his chest, proudly welcoming it, just like before. But this time, with a loud explosion, Xiaoduo felt as if his head was hit by a 1,000-soul nightmare hammer. A sense of dizziness rose from the depths of his soul, and he couldn't help but shake his head. The powerful force penetrated the top of his head and rushed all the way down. Crack! Under his feet, the pair of boots made of heavenly king-level demon beast skin had been torn apart. And above his head, the raging fire witch helmet that had withstood the initial tribulation with its own strength and was completely undamaged was now char-black. If the helmet had a spirit, it would have been cursing at this moment. I'm awesome and my defense is strong, but I can't just stand there and be beaten up like this. This is a fucking heavenly tribulation. Since ancient times, I've never seen anyone provoke a heavenly tribulation. Today is really an eye-opener. This sentence is suitable for anyone, including Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding. Fuck. Zhuo Xiaoduo saw that the situation was not right, and he began to feel a little scared. This development is a little wrong. On the way here, Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding patiently explained the severity of this heavenly tribulation to him again and again. Unfortunately, although Zhuo Xiaoduo was more alert, he still didn't pay enough attention to it, especially when the raging fire which helmet performed so well during the initial tribulation. But this tribulation lightning made him sober up a lot. This is still different from my expectation of winning by lying down. It seems that I can't just stand there and be struck. I have to do something else. This was Xiaoduo's thoughts turned, and the 99 cat hammer suddenly appeared in his hand. How dare you strike me? Heavenly tribulation, I'll fight it out with you. So what Xiaoduo's thinking was different from dodging. He was prepared to fight it head-on. He felt that he could win. Many years later, I'll hug Nian Yin and give birth to a group of milky babies and brag. Back then, your father was also someone who resisted the heavenly tribulation head-on. He had even thought about his tone and posture when the time came, imagining the adoring gazes of the children. He seemed to hear tender calls in his ears. Children, Papa is so powerful. So Xiaoduo felt like he was floating in the air that rumbled. The next heavenly tribulation lightning descended from the heavens, its might even greater than before. Go away! Zhuo Xiaoduo was full of vigor. He pointed his hammer at the sky and used the most elegant posture to fiercely attack. Boom! Lei Chantian covered his eyes with one hand, his heart filled with emotions. I've never bowed down to anyone except for Zhuo. But today, there's a second one. But I never thought that the second one would be Zhuo's son. He really had guts. Ever since there were cultivators in the world, no one had ever dared to go against the tribulation lightning. He had always dodged and dodged. Only when he could no longer dodge would he bear the brunt of it. Speaking of taking out a weapon to confront the heavenly tribulation head-on, this was truly unprecedented. This fellow in front of him was truly the first person to create a new world. You really aren't afraid of anything. Zhuo Changlu and the other four watched as Zhuo Xiaoduo raised his two hammers and collided with the tribulation lightning in a fearless manner. Suddenly, the entire night sky seemed to have been set off by an enormous firework. Endless, overflowing electric light rushed in all directions like an explosion in the starry sky. Zhuo Xiaoduo's counterattack had actually gained the upper hand. When he felt the itchy feeling again, the clear Taoist connotation from before flowed into his body again. It was extremely comfortable. Zhuo Xiaoduo succeeded in his attack, and continued to point his hammer at the sky, assuming an invincible posture. He was really handsome and elegant. He laughed loudly and said, "Awesome! Again! Again! I've found another way to deal with the heavenly tribulation. So awesome!" Jiao Mao, who had just been baptized by the tribulation lightning, shot out electric light from her right hammer. Another electric light came crashing down. She raised the hammer in her left hand and smashed it down again. Then, the left hammer also shot out electric light in all directions. It was extremely gorgeous. Bolts of tribulation lightning fell one after another. Xiaoduo was getting more and more excited. He let out a long howl and flew into the air to intercept the tribulation lightning. He hammered left, hammered right, and hammered once more. Boom, boom, boom. The entire night sky was like someone was constantly setting off magnificent fireworks. Furthermore, the fireworks were tens of thousands of times bigger than the usual fireworks. Looking at Xiaoduo, who was busy and excited, Lei Changtian was speechless. "Kid, you're just doing it. Do you really think that the heavenly Tao has no feelings and won't get angry? You're wrong, little dog. You're so wrong. The tribulation lightning is just playing with you step by step. If it really wants to kill you, you'll be reduced to ashes with one strike of the divine thunder of annihilation. Look at how lively and cute you are dancing." The second wave of tribulation lightning had finished with 10 strikes of tribulation lightning. Xiaoduo was still unscathed. He even felt that his body was more solid than before. The real essence in his body was more condensed and vigorous. Traces of impurities that even the 9 heavens spiritual spring water couldn't expel were being forced out of his skin under the constant baptism of the tribulation lightning. The real essence in his body continued to rumble. There was endless spiritual qi between heaven and earth flowing into his meridians. The real qi was so abundant that it was about to explode. If he didn't find a way to vent it out, he might really explode because he couldn't bear it anymore. At this time, the tribulation lightning fell one after another, providing Xiaoduo with a channel to vent it out. Under the gaze of Changlu and the others, the third wave of tribulation lightning came as expected. It felt like an avalanche. This wave of tribulation lightning was still as thick as a bucket, no different from the second wave of tribulation lightning. However, Changlu and the others had good eyesight, so how could they not see the difference? Inside the tribulation lightning, it was clear that its strength had increased. The flickering light inside showed that its strength had increased by at least twofold. Xiaoduo was still holding the 9-9 kitty hammer in his hand. He continued to jump up and down, fighting heroically against the tribulation lightning. In the flickering lightning, a man with 2 hammers was fighting against the heavens. What a heroic spirit. Damn, little doggy is so cool. After the initial nervousness and the previous wave of tribulation lightning with 2 hammers, Xiaoyan was relieved. At this moment, her eyes were flashing red, and her hands were clasped in front of her heart. Looking at her, it was obvious that she was enchanted. "I love him so much that the man of my dreams, my man, dares to fight against the heavens, and he's not at a disadvantage at all. He's so handsome." For a moment, Xiaoyan felt very safe. She didn't have to worry about the heavens and earth. At this moment, Xiaoduo's handsome hammer smashed another tribulation lightning. In the midst of the lightning and thunder, that handsome figure, that handsome posture. So handsome. Xiaoyan's eyes twinkled. Wu Yuding glanced at her daughter from the corner of her eyes. "Handsome? Then take a closer look. This little doggy is courting death. How long can he be handsome for? Anyway, as his mother, I really don't think he's going to succeed. But I can rest assured that the perfect tribulation lightning should be gone because of this little doggy's courting death. But his life wouldn't be in any danger. After all, the heavenly Tao array was waiting for him here. He couldn't die. This is considered a success. We were too greedy in the first place." Wu Yuding and Changlu looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. In this world, there was no such thing as a perfect tribulation. They were thinking too much. Moreover, Even if it was a perfect tribulation lightning, after this little doggy's provocation, it probably wouldn't be perfect anymore, that even a clay figurine would be uncouth, let alone the heavenly Tao that controlled all things. The heavenly Tao had always been good at dealing with all kinds of things. At the bottom of the broken soul cliff, the monster was trembling all over. Originally, in the three continents of the witchcraft Tao and the astral souls, there were very few things that could make him afraid. However, due to his understanding of the tribulation lightning and his innate fear, the fear in his heart soared to the extreme. The fact that a heavenly tribulation had come from above was already frightening enough. What was even more unexpected was that it was a 10 heavenly tribulation. If it was just a 10 heavenly tribulation, it would be fine. As the person who was going through the tribulation lightning, he should be fine and obediently go through the tribulation lightning. Even if it was just a 10 heavenly tribulation, it wouldn't be good. However, who would have thought that the person who was going through the tribulation lightning was actually a lunatic? Damn it. Spare me. I really can't take it anymore. I haven't been struck to death by the tribulation lightning, but I'm going to be scared to death by the lunatic above. Fighting against the tribulation lightning. He's actually going against the tribulation lightning head-on. Can you be any more courting death? I've had enough. After hiding for so many years, I actually met such a lunatic. Honorable Tao ancestor above, I really didn't do it on purpose. Please understand. Please, you must be clear about this. I've been sleeping here all this while. I was just sleeping, and this fellow took the initiative to go through the tribulation lightning on my bed. Woo-woo. It's really not my fault. I'm really innocent. I'm really innocent. I know I shouldn't be trembling. But I can't stop. I can't stop. Spare me. I'll be more honest in the future. I'll sleep here in the future, and I promise I won't snore anymore. Please believe me. Zhuo was able to control the tribulation lightning as if it was his own arm. In addition, he had survived the third round of tribulation lightning. His posture was still as cool as ever, and his attitude was still as calm as ever. The tribulation lightning is a kind of baptism to some extent. If I can get through it, there will be endless benefits. Zhuo did not know about other things, but the endless benefits. Zhuo had already felt it. As expected, the tribulation lightning was a gift from the heavens. That's great. This feeling makes me want to stop. Zhuo stood upright with 2 hammers in his hands. He looked up at the sky and roared, full of vigor. I, Zhuo, have given up on the mortal world, fame, and dust, and walked millions of miles of clouds and moon. Finally, I've reached this moment. One more step, and I'll become a saint. Don't be idle. Your young years are white, and you're sad. Tribulation lightning. Don't be idle. Don't wait. Come quickly. The 4th round of tribulation lightning. Come quickly. Masters with big hammers are thirsty for it. When other people went through the tribulation lightning, they would say that they had survived the 3rd tribulation lightning. However, Zhuo, which round was he in? Round. When placed here, this word could be said to have an exceptional spirituality and smoothness. Chapter 1182. Rumble, Kacha. The anticipated 4th round of lightning tribulation came as scheduled. From the 4th round onwards, Zhuo felt the pressure for the first time. The lightning tribulation still looked as thick as before, but the color inside was getting darker. The colorful light inside was getting brighter and brighter, more and more flickering. Through the confrontation perception, the power of each lightning tribulation was more than 10 times stronger than the previous 3 rounds. Zhuo still held the cat hammer in his hand to confront it head-on. Every lightning tribulation was a tough collision, just like before. But Zhuo clearly felt that. He was afraid that he could not hold on for long. Obviously, the huge spiritual power from the outside world was still pouring into his body. But every time he resisted the lightning tribulation, it consumed an unusually large amount of spiritual power. The spiritual power in his body which was originally full of vitality, was being consumed at such a high intensity and gradually showed signs of being unable to continue. So Xiaoduo wanted to use the 3 elixirs under his tongue and the elixir that he had already swallowed and wrapped in spiritual power. But now it was not the time yet. It was not the most dangerous time yet, so he could not use it. That was a trump card that at this moment, so Xiaoduo could not help but reflect. What he was doing now was a little too big. However, looking at the protection on his body, he immediately felt relieved. The protection was basically complete, except for a pair of boots that had been torn apart. The rest could still hold up, especially the helmet of the Great Fire, which, its compatibility was really unusually compatible with himself. After being infused with his primordial fire real chi, it became even more solid that in this way, he still had a lot of confidence. But he did not know if he could resist the remaining lightning tribulations, as with Xiaoduo did not have a hard time dealing with the 4th round of lightning tribulation. The 5th round of lightning tribulation was not much stronger than the 4th round. It was a little difficult to deal with it, but the consumption of spiritual power was more severe. However, in the 6th round, the intensity was twice as high as the 5th round. So Xiaoduo spent a lot of energy to get through the 6th round. He felt that if the intensity continued to increase, he would be able to get through the 6th round unscathed, that although it consumed a lot of energy, the baptism of the several rounds of tribulation thunder allowed him to experience the comprehension of the Taoist connotation one after another, which made great progress in his cultivation realm. With his equipment, combined with his own strength, and the little guys who had yet to assist him, he really didn't feel much pressure. So what's the big deal? Thinking of this, Xiaoduo could not help but feel smug. Ha ha, that's all there is to it. After 6 rounds, Xiaoduo looked up to the sky and laughed. After the 6th round of tribulation lightning, the wind and clouds gathered in the sky. The 10 tribulation eyes rotated slowly, but no new tribulation lightning fell. Seeing this, Xiaoduo felt even more relieved. He thought to himself, is it over? Didn't they say there would be 9 rounds? Zhuo Chonglu's sound transmission came in time. Special types of heavenly tribulations usually progress in 3 rounds. The first 3 rounds of tribulation thunder are not very different from each other. Almost all cultivators can withstand it and use it to strengthen their bodies. The middle 3 rounds are to strengthen their bones. If you can get through it, you will benefit a lot. However, the last 3 rounds, starting from the 7th, are all thunder of annihilation. If you are not careful, not only will your body be destroyed, but your divine soul will also be destroyed, and you will be doomed eternally. You can't be careless. You have to be more careful. Use all your defenses. Take out all the heavenly treasures that can be used. Put them in your Godfather's ring. After the 8th round, use all the things that can be used and eat all the things that can be eaten. Because in the 9th round of heavenly tribulations, you won't have a chance to open the space ring. Even if you hide in the Tower of Annihilation, the power of the tribulation lightning will increase by 1,000 times and destroy the tower directly. There is no way to escape. You have to face it head on. Hearing this, Xiaoduo shuddered and sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, the eye of tribulation in the sky stopped rotating. It was obvious that the 7th round of tribulation thunder was coming. Between heaven and earth, there was a sudden flash of light. A bolt of tribulation thunder broke through the sky. It was a new accumulation of tribulation thunder from before. It was brightly colored with white light, and there was a trace of purple gas lingering in it. The purple light wandered on top of the tribulation thunder, and then it came crashing down. This tribulation thunder was as thick as a water tank. It was like a big stick that reached the sky and the earth, and it came crashing down fiercely. Not only was this sudden, but it was also much faster than before. It was so fast that Xiaoduo didn't have time to swing his hammer. He only had time to raise it, and the tribulation thunder hit the 9-9 kitty hammer. Boom! The whole earth trembled because of this hit. Xiaoduo felt dizzy. An unprecedentedly strong force came crashing down on him. His whole body was like a piling, and he was directly wedged into the hard stone layer by more than 10 meters. A hammer smashing a nail. And Zwishaoduo was that nail. The 9-9 kitty hammer. It was the nail's hat. Zwishaoduo remembered Zhou Chonglu's words. He didn't dare to be careless. As soon as the force disappeared, he jumped out of the big hole, opened his mouth, and spat out a long line of black smoke. Damn! Zwishaoduo was a little scared. That hit just now was basically all of his strength. But now, this was only the 7th round. He tried to circulate the spiritual energy in his body, but he still didn't swallow the 3 pills in his mouth. He also didn't unwrap the one wrapped in spiritual energy in his stomach. He couldn't refine it easily. This was his trump card, a trump card to turn the tables. At least for now, he couldn't use it. If he was forced to use it now, it would be over. Another white and purple bolt of tribulation lightning fell with a loud rumble. Zwishaoduo was once again wedged more than 10 meters into the ground. After the 7th round of 10 tribulation thunder, Zwishaoduo's whole body was in tatters. His coat had been blown away, leaving only a pair of shorts and a vest on his upper body. The Inferno Witch's helmet was the worst. It was completely turned into ashes and fell on Zwishaoduo's head. From head to toe, there was black smoke steaming everywhere. He breathed through his nostrils and opened his mouth to exhale. What came out was also black. Tut tut tut. It felt like a tractor burning its tank. It's about to be the 8th round. Wu Yuding, Zhou Chonglu, and the other 2 suppressed all the space around them with their huge divine senses. And it was the kind of suppression that suppressed even the space. So much so that before the surging evil thoughts could reach them, they were directly crushed between heaven and earth by the 4 of them, not leaving a single drop behind. At the right time, a rainbow fell from the sky. It came extremely fast, leaving a trail of dazzling light wherever it passed. The reason why it was called a rainbow was because this lightning actually contained extremely clear 9 colors. It included red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, white, and black colors. This was 9 tribulation thunder. 9 different heavenly Tao mixed together to form a different kind of tribulation thunder. Cough, not the 9th round. This tribulation thunder's volume was visible to the naked eye, reaching up to 5 meters in diameter. At this moment, it was as if a solid pillar suddenly fell from the heavens, smashing down on Zwishaoduo's head with the force of a mountain. Yes, it was smashed. Yes, or should it be smashed? There was a poem about this situation. Just as Buddha turned his hand, the monkey was pressed down on the 5 elements mountain. There was no need to ask about the cause and effect. It was only because he was too arrogant at that time. Zwishaoduo only had time to let out a good boy sound. The moment the strength flowed into his arms, he forcefully raised the hammers in both hands, resisting the huge tribulation thunder with one hand in front and one behind. With a loud explosion, the tribulation thunder had already smashed on the right hammer of the 9-9 cat hammer. The hammer in the right hand seemed to have no resistance at all, and it was pressed down in the opposite direction. Immediately, it smashed on the hammer in the left hand, making an earth-shattering sound. Then, the 2 hammers on the left and right turned upside down, smashing down on Zwishaoduo's head. Zwishaoduo's reaction was lightning fast. He retracted his head in time and didn't get hit on the head by the 2 hammers. However, he still couldn't avoid being hit by the 2 hammers on both sides of his shoulders. Burp. Zwishaoduo felt that his whole body was about to explode. The Vajra iron bones were also forcefully pressed into the mountain rocks by the boundless might of the tribulation lightning. An inexplicable aura suddenly surged into his internal organs. It was colorful and filled with all kinds of destructive power. In short, it was a mixed feeling. All of Zwishaoduo's internal organs were swollen from the wind. In an instant, the remaining heavenly king-level demonic beast fur on his body was all turned into ashes by this tribulation thunder. Zwishaoduo was completely naked from head to toe. Not a single hair was left. clean and slippery. Yes, it was clean and slippery all over, which was even more unsightly. However, the substantial nine-colored tribulation thunder above his head hadn't completely disappeared yet. It was still smashing down with a ton sound. It was like a person who had been holding it in for a long time and finally found a chance to vent hysterically. It was desperately smashing down, full of a certain kind of pleasure. I smash. Smash. In the distance, Zhua, Chonglu, and the other four people who were watching this scene watched the tribulation thunder fall from the sky with a blank expression, 7 colors, solemn and inviolable. It smashed down just like that. There was only a clear and melodious sound that spread in all directions. Zhua Xiaoduo was like a red-hot nail being slammed into frozen white oil. He disappeared with a whoosh. That tribulation thunder didn't stop. It was like a substantial, giant hammer, smashing down on the mountaintop with a loud bang. It pierced through the heavens and the earth, shining with 9 colors. Then something even more unbelievable and unimaginable happened. This tribulation thunder was like a pile driver that had found a place to vent. Pulled up, boom, fell down. Pulled up, boom, fell down. Pulled up again, boom. It was like there was an ancient, immortal god in the sky, holding a huge, colorful hammer, smashing down in extreme anger, gnashing his teeth as he smashed out, as the tribulation thunder continued to smash down, as if venting its anger. Zhua Chonglu, Wu Yuding, Lei Chantian, Bai Yunduo, Zhua Xianyan, that the 5 of them were in a daze. Their eyebrows were twitching wildly. The muscles at the corners of their eyes were twitching, and the corners of their mouths were twitching. How was this tribulation thunder? This was simply venting its anger. How did we offend you? As for this, they could even feel a clear sense of resentment. And that was, who asked you to be cheap? Who asked you to be cheap? Who asked you to be cheap? Chapter 1183. Boom, boom, boom. The 9-color tribulation lightning smashed down 36 times in a frenzied and hysterical manner, smashing Xiaoduo down 600 meters from where he was standing on the ground. Moreover, there were no cracks on the surrounding rocks. Finally, its power was exhausted, and it disappeared with a puff. Xiaoduo, how are you feeling? Are you okay? Wu Yuding called out worriedly. Before she could finish her sentence, a completely charred, naked thing rushed out from the huge crater created by the tribulation lightning. This thing's entire body was filled with the smell of being barbecued. Streaks of 9-colored light flickered on his body, slithering around like spirit snakes. She was a pregnant woman who was at least 10 months pregnant, and her belly was as big as triplets. Puff! So Xiaoduo finally breathed a sigh of relief. He opened his mouth and spat out a colorful aura. Well, there were also burnt ashes mixed in as he spat out this breath, a certain charcoal's 2 nostrils, 2 ears, 2 eyes. All of them spewed out rainbow aura. After that, his lower body couldn't help but let out a loud cry. The front part of his body spewed out rainbow aura like a long dragon, and the back part he stuck out a very thick rainbow aura spewed out from his indescribable part, because the 9 orifices on his body continuously spewed out rainbow aura at the same time. The subject naturally and unnaturally assumed a strange posture of sticking out his chest and sticking out his butt. For a long time, he kept puffing out rainbow aura. The rainbow aura that he spewed out condensed and rushed out for dozens of meters. Oh my God! Wu Yuding turned her face away, unable to bear the sight. Bai Yunduo also turned her back with an embarrassed expression. She couldn't bear to watch. She really couldn't bear to watch. Wu Yuding looked to her side with a twisted face, only to seize with Xiaoyan blushing. She covered her eyes with her hand shyly, but her fingers were spread open, and her 2 rolling eyeballs stared unblinkingly. Slap. Wu Yuding covered Zhua Xiaoyan's eyes with one hand. Stop looking. Do you want to wash your eyes? On the other side, Lei Chantian and Zhua Chonglu each had a mobile phone in their hands. They used their magical powers to bring the situation before their eyes. Obviously, they were recording this moment of the century. This was an extremely precious video. On the screen, Zhuo was stretching his neck, tilting his head, puffing out his chest, and sticking his butt up high at his eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and lower body. Were constantly spewing out rainbows that Xiaoduo's body was almost stiff, and it couldn't move at all. All it could do was continue to spray. As the seven-colored smoke continued to spurt out, the extraordinarily large belly finally began to shrink, and the bulging muscles all over its body also gradually disappeared. If this gets out, this guy will definitely become the most popular person in society. A large-scale social death scene. Lei Changtian was enraptured as he watched. It's really a marvelous spectacle. I'm in awe. You can clearly see the rainbows coming out of his fart, and the billowing smoke is endless. TSK, 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 TSK. Lei Changtian rubbed his head and deeply felt that the video he had saved was really too rare. That scene was really too beautiful, too beautiful, too beautiful. If this was made into a movie and shown on the big screen, the box office would directly explode. This is an unprecedented, super creative idea. Perhaps some people have thought of it before, but no one has ever put it into action. Just the scene alone would make this movie worth it. Lei Changtian suddenly had this idea, but he turned to look at his daughter and wisely dismissed this idea. Keep it for yourself. If you have nothing to do, take it out and observe it. Although the temptation was great and it was a scene of the century, compared to his daughter's death chase, it was still slightly inferior. His life was still more precious. Tens of thousands of meters below the cliff, the monster was curled up motionlessly and slightly trembling. Oh God, oh Earth, what did this guy do up there? What did he do to make the heavenly tribulation do such a thing to him? This is really an eye-opener. I've only heard of the heavenly tribulation striking people, but I've never heard of the heavenly tribulation beating people up. The power is all contained in it, just to last a moment longer, to be able to continuously beat people up. Just do it, just do it. What an eye-opener, what an eye-opener. Zhuo Changlu was focused on the video, staring as Xiao was, but that was still freely blowing out smoke. He was happy and worried at the same time. This eighth tribulation, for a cultivator, is to refine the 5 viscera, 6 bowels, blood vessels, and meridians. The golden crystal lotus, sky heart flower, sun moon fruit that I prepared before. Although they didn't have a protective effect, they still played a considerable role in depleting energy. There's hope that I can make it through. But looking at the current situation, Duo has already reached his limit. The upcoming 9th tribulation is much more powerful than the 8th. How can he make it through? The 9th tribulation is aimed at the divine sense, spirit, and soul. It's most likely that the divine sense and soul will be destroyed. If something goes wrong, the divine sense and soul will be destroyed. The 99 cat hammer is in the state of being refined by the heavenly tribulation for the 2nd time. It's difficult to use it. How could Duo make it through the 9th tribulation? The more Zhuo Changlu thought about it, the more worried he became. The video of the century lasted for more than a minute. Only then did Xiaoduo fully release the power of the rainbow in his body. Cough. But because of the reverse effect of the exhaust gas, yes, that's right, it was the exhaust gas, rainbow energy in the tail. Then, because of the reverse effect of the exhaust gas, it formed a strange scene of slowly spinning. As it spun, it spat out rainbows. It was like a human kaleidoscope. Just like that, it spun in a circle, spraying rainbows in all directions. This kind of situation was definitely more dazzling than any fireworks. It was just that this posture was really not very elegant. Or it should be said that it was unsightly. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that he was now a textbook example of shame and anger. Wasn't this heavenly tribulation too improper? You can do that on the ground, but why did you put me in the air? Were you afraid that others couldn't see it clearly? Fortunately, there were only the 5 of them in this realm. There were no other outsiders. At least they didn't throw him out of the house. But I'm still embarrassing myself. Below. The 5 guardians held back their laughter and took out their phones to start filming. Chapter 1184. Zhou Changlu and Lei Changtian were already familiar with the process. Wu Yuding and Bai Yunduo followed suit and quickly got into the zone. Only Zhou Xiaoyan's cultivation level was not high enough to pull the camera over and create a sense of déjà vu. Even if her eyesight was good enough, she did not have the corresponding spatial ability. She was about to miss the opportunity that she was extremely anxious. Hence, she hugged her mother's arm and begged Wu Yuding, "Mom, you have to send me the full video later. Go away. Close your eyes. What are you looking at? That's not good stuff. I don't want to. Little doggy is having fun now. I don't care anymore." Ugh. Wu Yuding was speechless for a moment. In the future, during the new year, aren't fireworks banned everywhere? In the future, during the new year, I'll let little doggy go up and make some fireworks. It'll definitely be popular and praised by everyone. Zhou Xiaoyan suddenly had an idea. Let your husband make fireworks in the sky naked? Wu Yuding was surprised. You can do it in our yard. Naked? Why don't you make a hole in your pants? You're a girl. Can you be more shameless? No. On the other side, Bai Yunduo's face was red, but she was still very strong and resolute. She took out her cell phone and started filming. This kind of situation might not happen again in millions of years, let alone once in 1,000 years. It was very likely that this would be the only time in history. It would be a pity to miss this opportunity to preserve the video footage. Seeing everyone's reaction, Zhou Xiaoduo, who was in midair, only had one thought. Luckily, Li Chenglong and the others didn't come to watch me break through. Otherwise, how can I still have the face to be their boss? On the ground, Bai Jio and Xiao were jumping up and down and looking up. The 3 little ones were exclaiming, "Wow, Mommy is so awesome. Yeah, Mommy is so awesome. Mommy can actually say something nice. I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous." After confirming that the lens was focused, Zhou Changlu and Wu Yuding looked at each other and began to communicate telepathically. This isn't normal. What's going on? The 10 heavenly tribulations are jointly controlled by the heavenly Daos of the 9 clans. Each of them is responsible for one cycle. Which cycle of the heavenly Daos is responsible for this cycle? So far, there is no malicious intent at all. Yes, the so-called heavenly lightning strike was purely because they were indignant at the little dog's arrogant provocation and specially created a large-scale social death scene. As for the danger, there was not the slightest bit. Even a heavenly lightning strike was helping the little dog. Which clan's heavenly Dao master is this, to actually release such great kindness? How is it possible to have such complete consciousness? Isn't it too human-like? Yes, it seems to be a game. I'm guessing we'll have to go through this 8 more times. Zhou Changlu was still paying attention to the recording to confirm the situation. That's for sure. Until now, only the ancient Dragon Phoenix Tribulation hasn't made a move. It seems that the Dragon Phoenix Tribulation will complete the last heavenly tribulation. However, the Dragon Phoenix is famous for not showing mercy. Since they're here to join in the fun, there must be a reason. So, it's fine to lose a little face. The little dog also needs such a lesson. Besides, there are no outsiders. It's just a naked, and spraying some fireworks or something. But if the last heavenly tribulation falls into the hands of the Dragon Phoenix, it will inevitably become a life and death tribulation. It's not optimistic. Wu Yuding sighed and said, "No matter how worried we are now, we can't interfere. We can only hope that the Dragon Phoenix fate of Duo and Yin Yin will be able to make the last Dragon Phoenix tribulation show some mercy." Zhou Changlu nodded and didn't say anything else. In fact, he and Wu Yuding knew very well that this was impossible. What kind of existence was the heavenly tribulation? How could there be such a thing as showing mercy? Right now, the husband and wife no longer held out any hope for Zhou Xiaoduo's so-called perfect heavenly tribulation. They only hoped that the heavenly Tao would allow him to pass through this situation, or even, as long as he could survive, it would be fine. What do you think is the probability of Duo surviving the heavenly tribulation? Wu Yuding was still worried. 90%. Zhuo Changlu said very calmly. His voice was firm. His expression was calm. This sentence, these two words, were like a powerful, reassuring pill. Wu Yuding immediately felt relieved. Her husband would never be too sure of his words. Generally, when he said 80%, it basically meant 100% certainty. As for 90%, it was even more foolproof. There would be no so-called accidents. So Changlu calmly continued to record, but in fact, he had already made preparations in case there was no other way. If the situation was really worrisome and Duo couldn't make it, he would use the sky-stealing, sun-swapping technique and sacrifice one of the minister's doppelgangers in exchange for Duo. Although this would cause Zhuo Xiaoduo's great Tao to be damaged, and he would never be able to reach the peak in his lifetime. It would even be difficult for him to take another step forward. At the same time, it would also cause his strength to drop by one level. But it was much better than having his soul scattered. Only by staying alive would there be a future to speak of. That was why he made this promise. Because he knew that if he didn't say this, Wu Yuding would definitely do it when the time came. And his wife's cultivation was much weaker than his own. So, I'll do it when the time comes. So what Changlu thought calmly and looked at the heavenly tribulation with full confidence. As a husband, as a father, if I have to do this, then who else but me? In the sky, bolts of tribulation, lightning continued to strike down, one after another. Zhuo Xiaoduo naturally maintained his naked state as he spun in circles in the sky and set off fireworks. The worst time was when his stomach was 3 times bigger than the most bloated period before. It was to the extent that he directly floated more than 800 meters in the sky. Under the watchful eyes of the 10 tribulation eyes, he floated back and forth that this was too much. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that he was going to explode from anger. Most of the time, he was like a small jet filled with dye, flying back and forth under the clouds as sometimes his boat would spray rainbows as he rushed forward after rushing to a certain distance. The front of his lower body would spray rainbows, and then he would retreat. And then halfway back, his mouth would start spraying rainbows as well. There was also a recoil, or perhaps a forward recoil. After 2 rounds, the only place left to spray was the buttocks that he flew as he sprayed rainbows. There was even a kind of feeling, buzz, 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 buzz. I'm a happy little bee. My ass. So Xiaoduo could feel that all around him there was resentment from the 9 great heavenly Tao. They were all looking at him gloatingly. Who asked you to be cheap? Kid, are you still cheap? Are you still smug? It's been so long. There hasn't been anything that dared to provoke the heavenly Tao in such a cheap way. Now, there's actually someone like you. Isn't it fun to play with you? Don't I care about my reputation? So Xiaoduo felt this resentment very clearly and very clearly. It was within reach and close at hand. He didn't know if others could feel it when they were going through the tribulation, but he could clearly feel it. Although he could feel it, so Xiaoduo didn't dare to let out a fart now. Cough. No, he was farting nonstop now. He was really bootlicking, and it was a continuous stream of bootlicking. In short, he didn't dare to show even the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. He really knew. It turned out that the heavens really did have emotions. Mamma mia, this is too scary. You should have said that you had emotions earlier. You should have said that you had feelings earlier. How would I dare to provoke you? I would have definitely tried to please you and flatter you. Even if it was bootlicking, I wouldn't have hesitated at yes. What I'm doing now is really bootlicking, but it's not the same as what I'm saying. He was getting closer and closer to the tribulation clouds. Countless thoughts began to surround Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo could clearly sense that several consciousnesses were even conversing with him. Are you going to be wild again? Why aren't you being wild anymore? Show me one more time. Provoke me. Can't you do it? Aren't you cheap? Where's your ability? Do you believe that I'll strike your penis so hard that it won't grow back forever? Tell me if you don't believe me. Little kid, I can't do anything to you. I'll fuck your ass until it blossoms and blossoms. I'll teach you a lesson. It's rare to see someone so cocky since the beginning of time. Don't be scared. You can continue to do this in the future. Today's show was very good. You can continue to do this in the future. Take it easy, you guys. I can't stand this cheap look. I can't stand it either. Me too. Me too. Cheap people will be punished by the heavens. Haven't you heard of this before? Zhuo Duo trembled, but his stiff body couldn't do anything else. He couldn't even beg for mercy. He could only try his best to show an expression of begging for mercy in his eyes. However, those cowering little eyes, those pitiful little eyes, those innocent little eyes, those ignorant of the world, pure, innocent, bright, ignorant, adorable, all kinds of expressions were vividly displayed in Zhuo eyes. This guy is still acting. Does he really think that this little trick will work? Let's do it again. Zhuo now felt that he had been reduced to a toy. Yes, a toy of the heavenly axiom. However, on second thought, he could not help but feel smug and proud. Since ancient times, who could become a toy of the heavenly axiom? Could the heavenly axiom casually play with him? What a joke. That required great luck, great courage, great achievements. Could Li Chenglong do it? Could Long Yuxing do it? Wan Lixiu, Yu Moyan, and the others. A bunch of trash. Only I, Zhuo Duo, creation of the heavens and earth. Since the beginning of time, unprecedented and unparalleled. I am proud. The heavenly axiom's consciousness was puzzled. This guy is actually arrogant. He's already like this. But is already blooming, and he can still be so smug. I really don't know where he got his arrogance from. Come, let's do it again. Let him show off. Let me think carefully, why is he so proud? Finally, it was the last one. The unprecedented, 9-colored, lightning tribulation struck a total of 99 times. So Xiao Duo flew into the sky like a pig's urine bubble that was as thin as a cicada's wings. Chapter 1185. Zhuo Duo dared to swear. Even his father, Zhuo Chonglu, wouldn't dare to play with such precision. If he had a little more qi, he would have exploded into fireworks. That this level of control, this level of precision, this wasn't a level that a human could grasp. That in this state, his whole body swelled. And he could even see that every meridian in Zhuo's body was flowing with 9-colored brilliance. That thus, a new round of unprecedented spewing began this time. Zhuo Duo once again heard the exchange of thoughts between them. The last round is controlled by you guys. Take it easy, don't kill him. In the future, when this guy has a breakthrough, we'll play again. That's right. This guy is really rare. Not bad. At least in my 30 million years. This is the first time I've met such a cheap guy. I've had a lot of fun today. That's right. I'm afraid it'll be hard to meet such an interesting cheap guy in the future. He has to stay, otherwise, where else can we play? Keep it. After a long while, so Xiao Duo, whose but was still spewing rainbows, finally landed from the sky. It had to be said that the landing posture was very beautiful. It was magnificent, riding the wind, riding the clouds, and spewing rainbows. He was completely naked from head to toe, without a single strand of hair on his body. He was no different from a newborn baby. However, this baby had a strong body and had already matured. Moreover, he was extremely mature. Some parts that should have matured were even more mature. It was very enviable. The more one looked at the pirated version, the more envious they were. When Xiao Duo landed on the ground again, he had regained the ability to move. His first reaction was to quickly pull out a robe and put it on his body. Now, he had to quickly cover his naked, but the legend of the Snow White under the moonlight couldn't continue anymore. But on second thought, he realized that this still wouldn't work. There would be another heavenly tribulation later, and it would definitely be more powerful than before. Thus, he took out another set of clothes and hurriedly put them on. That his movements were so awkward and flustered that he looked like an adulterer who was in the middle of an affair and whose husband had suddenly returned in the small amount of time that he had. He was going to move things around and wait for the final moment. Heavens! So the tribulation was actually such a frightening thing. Transcending the tribulation was truly the most dangerous, most terrifying, and most frightening thing. The heavenly Tao was indeed able to sense it. The heavens were indeed able to see that you scare me to death. But in the future, I won't dare to act cheap anymore. I must turn over a new leaf and turn over a new leaf. In the face of the heavenly tribulation, I don't dare to say a word to Xiao Duo felt so wrong that tears were about to fall from his eyes. I just said something stupid. I didn't mean anything bad. Do you have to take it so seriously? Do you have to make fun of me so seriously? You are, after all, the masters of the heavenly Tao who have been in charge of the world for tens of thousands of years. Shouldn't you be aloof and reserved? Even if others offend you, shouldn't you just smile and be magnanimous? Was there a need to be so unforgiving? Using the rainbow energy to drive me into the air like a jet. You have the nerve to do that? Was this something that the great masters of the heavenly Tao could do? How dare he treat an obstruction as something interesting? This was simply intolerable. Even if the uncle could tolerate it, the aunt could not tolerate it. Subconsciously, he took out the 9x9 kitty hammers. However, the moment the hammers were in his hands, he was violently electrocuted. He felt his entire body go limp and weak, unable to maintain it. Fuck, there was actually a portion of the power of the heavenly tribulation left on a 9x9 kitty hammers. So Xiaoduo was stunned on spot. Fuck is this? Is this some kind of secret technique to seal my weapon? How am I going to transcend the tribulation like this? Aren't you acting shamelessly? Are you worthy of being the heavenly Tao if you could do something like this? What happened to the heavenly Tao being selfless and fair? How am I supposed to pick up my weapon and beat you up when it's electrified? And Gio suddenly appeared. In a flash of black and white light, they entered the 9x9 kitty hammers with great familiarity. However, they completely ignored the power of the heavenly tribulation lingering on the hammers. The next moment, the 9-colored light on a 9x9 kitty hammers suddenly disappeared. Then, they automatically floated up and fell back into Zhuo Xiaoduo's hands. Zhuo Xiaoduo weighed them in his hands and suddenly felt as if they were weightless. It was as if he was holding 2 papier-mâché hammers. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo was well aware that the weight of the hammers was still there. In fact, they were much heavier than before. This was a rather strange and contradictory feeling that was unusually real. It came from the bottom of his heart. It was natural, but he couldn't figure out the source. It was a wonderful feeling. Good babies, I didn't dote on you two for nothing. So Xiaoduo knew very well that this result was due to Bai and Gio suppressing the power of the heavenly tribulation that was still lingering on the 9x9 kitty hammers. His 2 babies deserved great credit. So Xiaoduo felt very comforted. With children, everything would be fine in the depths of the 9x9 kitty hammers that he couldn't see. Bai and Gio held hands and opened their mouths to swallow with all their might. They didn't have time to care about Xiaoduo's mother outside, but it wasn't easy to wait until the heavenly tribulation was at the end of its flight. However, there were still some nutrients in it that hadn't dissipated. It was the most ripe time. If they didn't swallow it now, when would they? This was the most delicious thing. The 2 babies ate with all their might. Their 2 little mouths swallowed like whales. There was only one thought left in their minds. Bai swallowed and poured energy into Gio's body through their hands. Gio swallowed and poured energy into Bai's body through their hands. As the 2 babies continued to pour energy into each other, the energy of yin and yang was gradually formed. During this period of time, the energy of the 3 souls and 7 spirits that the 2 babies had swallowed was broken down and transformed into the purest energy. It saved them a lot of time to destroy the remaining souls, but the 2 babies held hands and swallowed like whales in the hammer. They were so excited that they shook their legs and ate heartily. The 2 of them didn't fight and entered the hammer from the beginning. Wasn't it all for this moment? What a delicious meal! How delightful! At this time, the 10 heavenly tribulation eyes in the sky started to spin again. They spun and finally disappeared one by one. Chonglu and his wife's expressions didn't improve at all. Instead, they looked very worried and their expressions were extremely ugly. The clouds in the sky were getting thicker and thicker, and the colors were also colorful. It was extremely magnificent. In the end, all the colors blended into the other colors. The entire sky was like an extremely complex yet extremely magnificent color palette. In the center, there was a huge heavenly tribulation eye left alone. Yes, there was only one heavenly tribulation eye left. The colorful clouds on both sides were separated. The surroundings were like a black hole, deep and endless. The colorful clouds on both sides were rolling and circling in the sky. At this time, a golden dragon suddenly appeared, shaking its head and wagging its tail. Its body was tens of thousands of feet long. The moment the dragon lowered its head, its huge dragon eyes shone brightly as it looked at Zhuoxiaoduo. Just one of its eyeballs seemed to be bigger than the mountain under its feet. On the other side, there was also a seven-colored phoenix. With a clear cry, it descended majestically. In an instant, the dragon soared and the phoenix danced in the sky. It was extremely magnificent and indescribable. This sudden turn of events caused everyone below to be dumbfounded. Gusts of fierce wind blew as the golden dragon circled and the colorful phoenix spread its wings. Whoosh, whoosh, whooshed on the ground. Dust and sand were flying everywhere. The wind on the ground had reached a level above level 9 in the blink of an eye. Countless people who were looking at the strange phenomenon in the sky couldn't even open their eyes. They hurriedly went home and closed their doors to avoid the sudden change in the weather. The higher the cultivation of people, the more they felt their souls trembling. They did not dare to move recklessly. From the moment Zhuoxiaoduo started to transcend the tribulation, those with higher cultivation understood that this was a peerless genius transcending the heavenly tribulation. This guess was not difficult at all. The external traces were too obvious. Based on this knowledge, countless experts within a radius of 10,000 miles were all rushing over. After all, this was the heavenly tribulation of the heavenly tribulation. It was quite rare. For those who had not broken through to the Skysoar realm, if they could observe it from a close distance, it would be a great reference for their future tribulation. It could be said to be a heaven-sent opportunity, an excellent opportunity. Even without observing it from a close distance, even if they were a few hundred miles away, they could feel the aura and aura. It could be said to be a great benefit. If they could receive blessings from the heavens at the moment when the person transcending the tribulation broke through, it would benefit them greatly and endlessly. In other words, the closer a cultivator was to the place of transcending the tribulation, the more benefits they would receive. Who would be willing to let go of such a heaven-sent opportunity that was close to being a freeloader? As they rushed over, all kinds of envy, jealousy, and hatred rose in their hearts. It was a pity that these people came to a place about 500 miles away and could not go any further. Zhuochanglu and the other three were guarding here. They had already set up an impenetrable barrier. With these four people working together, no matter who it was, they could forget about coming over. This matter was related to her son's lifelong achievement. How could she let those with evil intentions enter? Not to mention that Wu Yuding had a bad temper. Even if she had a good temper, she would absolutely not allow it. Not to mention people. Even the surging evil thoughts were all directly destroyed by the divine sense. Especially now that they were at the critical moment of the last round. It was not as simple as Wu Yuding and the other guardians not letting them pass. At this moment, even the sky could not be seen. Those with low cultivation were still fine. Those who knew to go back home and sleep or lower their heads to not look at the sky and do other things. Naturally, nothing would happen. As for those who had higher cultivation and wanted to cause trouble, if they chose to resist, they would find that the foundation of their true origin that they had painstakingly cultivated was slowly dissipating. This was too scary. We just wanted to watch from the sidelines and freeload. Is there a need to be so cruel? We just didn't watch the original version, right? We just didn't rush to the VIP section at the starting point, right? We've already changed it, okay? We'll be good brothers in the future. Chapter 1186. The sky was completely dark. Not even a little bit of sunlight could be seen. Even Dongfang Zhengyang and Nan Zhengxian, who were in Shangjing City, could not see anything. Yu Dongtian, who had a higher cultivation level, could see some clues, but he did not dare to come over to join in the fun. That not only did the three of them not come over to join in the fun, but they also set up another line of defense in this direction. A line of defense that was personally guarded by the three of them. It had to be said that the extravagance of Zhuo Xiaoduo's support for his breakthrough this time was extremely extravagant. But those guardians alone were so extravagant that it was almost impossible to replicate them. Ahem. I will not list them one by one here. The wind on the ground gradually rose to level 10, and the wind in the sky had exceeded level 14. It had reached a level that was unimaginable and unbelievable in a mortal world. Unfortunately, this little bit of wind was nothing to the dragons and phoenixes in the sky. They maintained a posture of slowly descending. There were all kinds of brilliant, magnificent, and dazzling lights and so on. The remaining tribulation eye between the dragons and phoenixes descended, and gradually came to a low altitude of about 1,000 meters. At this moment, the golden dragon's huge body suddenly coiled around the tribulation eye, and only the dragon's head was left. The phoenix fluttered and danced, and slowly perched on the tribulation eye. Zhuo Xiaoyan could not take her eyes off it. It was also the first time that she had witnessed such a magnificent scene with her own eyes. She did not know why, but when she saw the majestic eyes of the phoenix, Zhuo Xiaoyan vaguely felt a sense of intimacy, that although the tribulation eye had stopped descending, it was still spinning, and it was spinning faster and faster. A great sense of danger suddenly enveloped everyone present. Zhuo Xiaoyan's heart was beating like a drum. She instinctively put her hand to her mouth and shouted, Duo, be careful. Zhuo Xiaoduo's body was floating in the wild wind, and he nodded solemnly. At this moment, he clearly felt the greatest malice in the world. Everyone present, including Zhuo Chonglu, did not notice that when Zhuo Xiaoyan shouted. The phoenix in the air, which had already rotated until only its outline was left, suddenly opened its eyes and glanced over at them like lightning. His eyes met Zhuo Xiaoyan's anxious eyes. The girl's extremely pure eyes only contained concern from the bottom of her heart, as well as the urgency of wanting to take his place. Then, the eye of heavenly tribulation suddenly rose. Two rays of light, one bright and one dark, flickered inside, and a huge thunder ball suddenly took shape. Then the whole sky lit up for a moment, but then it went dark again. The lightning ball fell with a loud bang. Zhuo Xiaoduo let out a long roar. The elixir that he had been keeping in his stomach and wrapped in true qi dissolved. Abundant and powerful spiritual energy exploded in all directions, rushing into his limbs and bones. Before the lightning tribulation fell, Zhuo Xiaoduo was already full of energy, waving his two big hammers and rushing up to the sky in an evil manner. With two hammers in hand, the world is mine. An indescribable heroic aura suddenly rose from Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart. You can smash me down, Zhuo Xiaoduo roared, but you can never stop me from rushing up. The lightning ball rolled down from the sky. It was a huge lightning ball the size of a mountain. Under the reflection of the huge lightning ball, Zhuo Xiaoduo was like an ant with two antennae. He was so small, but even though he was as small as an ant, Zhuo Xiaoduo was still fearless. He rushed madly towards the huge lightning ball, and there was no turning back. The lightning ball flashed, and with the force of a mountain, it hit Zhuo Xiaoduo's hammers hard. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo had just performed the first move of the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer. Boom. The whole mountain, river, and earth trembled. As soon as Xiaoduo came into contact with it, he felt that something was wrong. The spiritual qi that he had gathered with all his might was like a snowflake meeting the scorching sun under the first tribulation of the Dragon Phoenix tribulation. It dissipated without any resistance and disappeared without a trace. Boomed at the moment of contact, Bai cried out in a tender voice, "Ah!" Jiu also cried out in a childish voice, "Ah!" The two of them rushed out of the 99 cat hammers and danced into the lightning ball. The lightning ball broke through the defense of the hammers as if it was not affected at all. It continued to hit Xiaoduo fiercely. In an instant, Xiaoduo only felt that his 3 souls and 7 spirits were scattered. Facing the heavenly tribulation, the protective true core energy could not resist at all. It was consumed in an instant, and the true core energy flowed through his body. The moment Xiaoduo's soul left his body, he even saw that his body was completely transparent at this moment. Whether it was his muscles, bones, or internal organs, every inch of his skin was clear and transparent. Xiaoduo knew that he could not panic at this moment. He held on to the last bit of clarity in his heart and used his willpower to prevent the hammers from falling. He raised them up with all his might. At this moment, he only felt that his soul was suffering a lot. All kinds of life and death parting, all kinds of pain and troubles, and the pain of being stabbed by sharp blades and axes were endless. Then, many lights and shadows appeared in front of him. Zhuanglu's entire body was covered in blood. His body was full of swords and sabers. He was leaning against a tree. It seemed that he was no longer breathing. The enemy's sabers and sword were still smashing towards his body with a whistling sound. Seeing this, Xiaoduo was horrified and could not help but let out a tragic cry. Just as the sharp blades were about to slaughter Zhuanglu's body, a white figure suddenly appeared in front of him and threw herself at Zhuanglu. It was none other than Wu Yuting. However, this only changed into thousands of swords and sabers, which fell on Wu Yuting's body. Before his mother died, she glanced at him and seemed to be telling him, "Duo on." So Xiaoduo trembled. He did not know where he got the strength, but he instinctively rushed forward. With red eyes, he stood in front of his parents with his body. Puff, puff, puff. He could feel countless arrows and weapons landing on his body. It was so dense, so endless. My parents raised me. Even if it was the enemy's wish, I would not hesitate. So Xiaoduo murmured and used his body to protect his parents' bodies. Even though he knew it was useless, he did not hesitate. The scene suddenly changed. Xiaoduo saw someone grab Xiaoyan and throw her delicate body into the air. Up below, thousands of soldiers were aiming at Xiaoyan with their bows and arrows. They had no intention of showing mercy to her. Thus suddenly, countless sharp arrows pierced through Xiaoyan's delicate body. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Xiaoduo roared and rushed to Xiaoyan's body. At the same time, he turned into a hedgehog. Duo, you are so silly. Xiaoyan, who was still alive, looked at him with despair and heartache. Silly, so be it. Xiaoduo smiled and said, even if I cut my enemy into pieces, it would not be as good as hugging you for one more second. I don't want to be with you. I'm afraid you'll be scared. The scene changed again. The wind howled, and Xiaoduo rushed into the battlefield to help. At this moment, the battle was over. However, the battle situation was the enemy had already retreated. On the other side, lying in a pool of blood were the bodies of Li Chenglong, Long Yusheng, Gao Qiao, Wanli Xiao, and more than 10 others. Every one of them died in a terrible way. Pairs of eyes full of hatred, unwilling to close in death, glared at the sky. Xiaoduo only felt that the blood in his body suddenly froze. His whole soul suddenly exploded. Without thinking, he picked up his sledgehammer and rushed to the front with a roar. He rushed to the enemy's tens of thousands of neat soldiers. Blood for blood, blood for blood. He lost his mind and fought fiercely. Countless enemies were turned into minced meat under his 2 sledgehammers. However, even when he ran out of energy, the enemies were still densely packed like a tide. Sometimes, a person's strength was limited. It was still difficult to fight against tens of thousands of enemies alone. He roared and began to break out of the encirclement. This hatred is irreconcilable. As long as I don't die in this life, today's hatred will be avenged by slaughtering the enemy country. After breaking out of the encirclement, he continued to train and fight. Whenever he had the chance, he would take revenge. This cycle went on for countless years. Finally, in the last battle, he destroyed the enemy in one fell swoop. He broke into the enemy country's capital and smashed into the palace. He also killed the enemy country's emperor with one sledgehammer. At the moment when he became minced meat under the sledgehammer, so Xiaoduo laughed wildly to the sky. Swish! Did you see that? Who dares to bully us? Who dares to bully us? That it was another battlefield. He and Zhuxianyan fought side by side. They took the lead, while Li Chenglong and the others followed behind them. They killed the enemies until their blood flowed like a river. Their momentum was unparalleled. Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding supervised the army from behind. They were ready to help at any time. A great victory was right in front of them. Suddenly, dark clouds appeared in the sky. The pressure was unprecedented. Chapter 1187. Li Chenglong roared, "Boss, let's go. Leave us behind and avenge us." As they spoke, the remaining 10 people joined hands and merged into one, and then they tore through the sky and flew up to meet the bell that was approaching forcefully in midair. With a loud bang, the 10 people launched a self-detonation attack at the same time. They used their lives to open up a way for Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xianyan to survive. The unprecedentedly violent aftermath of the explosion sent Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xianyan flying thousands of miles away. However, Li Chenglong and the others had disappeared forever. Their souls were destroyed, and they would never be seen again. Dong Wang! Dong Wang! Zhuo Xiaoduo screamed at the top of his lungs. In the eyes of Zhuo Chonglu and the others who were watching the heavenly tribulation, that they saw the first lightning strike of the Dragon Phoenix tribulation. Zhuo Xiaoduo roared and rushed into the sky to fight against it. However, as soon as they touched, Zhuo Xiaoduo's body was stopped in midair by the lightning strike. Then, two gourds, one black and one white, appeared on Zhuo Xiaoduo's hammer. They rushed into the lightning strike in a delicate manner. The lightning strike flashed wildly for a while. Under the heavenly tribulation, Zhuo Xiaoduo's body flickered. One moment, it was transparent and shining, and the next moment, it was as black as ink. The first lightning strike was blocked by the two gourds. Zhuo Chonglu murmured in disbelief. What gourds were so powerful? Wu Yuding was also puzzled, but there was a hint of relief on her face. However, even with their high cultivation, they could not see the illusions that Zhuo Xiaoduo experienced. Even in Zhuo Zhonglu's eyes, the first lightning tribulation had already ended. However, he didn't know that the lingering charm of the great Tao was still operating silently. The outside world watched as Zhuo Xiaoduo fought against the Dragon Phoenix tribulation lightning. However, in this short period of time, Zhuo Xiaoduo had experienced countless illusions. With his wisdom, he could quickly wake up even in an illusion created by the heavenly tribulation. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo was completely immersed in the illusion created by the heavenly tribulation. This was the most dangerous manifestation of the heavenly tribulation. Once there was a deviation in one's thoughts, one's inner demon would be hidden. It would be shackled for life. Only when one experienced the tribulation and became a saint would one be able to get rid of the inner demon. However, since ancient times, there were very few people who could walk on the path of the heavenly tribulation saint. And Zhuo Xiaoduo was going through such a test. This was the heavenly tribulation of the heavenly tribulation. In fact, if one's thoughts were slightly off, or if one made a wrong move, one would be consigned to eternal damnation by the inner demons. As the second lightning tribulation struck, the two small gourds rushed out again. Just like before, they rushed into the heavenly tribulation to stop the momentum of the heavenly tribulation lightning. However, this lightning bolt was almost twice as powerful as the previous one. Even the combined power of Bai and Jiu could not stop it. The remaining power was transmitted to Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was still fixed in the air. The skin and flesh of his entire head were immediately charred. With a boom, his entire body was wrapped in flames. The world was instantly filled with the fragrance of roasted meat. Wu Yuting was about to rush out with tears in her eyes. "Don't move." Zhuo Changlu grabbed her. Duoduo's body is full of vitality. Although it was full of vitality and life aura, Wu Yuting was so heartbroken that her heart convulsed when she saw her son burning into a ball of fire. My own son, whom I can't even bear to hit, is being abused like this. So, Xiaoduo, who was in the middle of the heavenly tribulation lightning, was enduring the destruction of the two extremes that now. It was not only the spiritual pain from the illusion, but also the physical pain from the outside world. Both his body and mind were under pressure. He saw it again. He saw his parents' souls imprisoned in the netherworld and tortured for eternity. "I'm going to tear down this netherworld." Zhuo Xiaoduo cursed and roared madly. "I must tear it down." In all the illusions that Zhuo Xiaoduo had encountered so far, he had always chosen the same way to deal with them without exception. Fight head-on. If Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuting knew about the illusions that Zhuo Xiaoduo encountered, they would definitely be shocked and in disbelief. Firstly, it was too much. Secondly, it was Zhuo Xiaoduo's character. When did that slippery and sly little dog, who ran faster than a rabbit whenever there was danger, change his character and fight head-on in a way that he would never choose? Little did they know that this was Zhuo Xiaoduo's true character. Zhuo Xiaoduo's superficial character was the character that he had always shown to the outside world. Of course, it was also his true character, but it was only a part of his true character. A person like Zhuo Xiaoduo would face most of the events rationally. That is, after careful consideration, he would respond to them. This was the so-called plan before acting. However, if he encountered a strong stimulus or some sudden big event, he would choose to fight head-on regardless of everything. When Zhuo Xiaoduo faced a huge force, he used this kind of reckless attitude to fight back. Since when did he have the slightest bit of cowardice to avoid it? Zhuo Xiaoduo was a hidden dragon. Facing so many crafty schemes and perilous waves, Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't dodge. He also fought back. In Baishan City, there were still no plots and tricks. He just fought head-on, including this time when he went to the Umno Alliance. In a desperate situation, Zhuo Xiaoduo's choice was still fearless. He just fought back. In the territory of the demon race, he accidentally saw Zhan Xuejuan being captured, which could be said to be the best reflection of his character. In that case, if it were Long Yuxing or Li Chenglong, there was a 99% chance that they wouldn't help. This didn't mean that they were afraid of death and didn't care about their feelings. It was a rational choice, knowing that it was useless to rush out and save their useful bodies. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo's choice was different. When the situation came to a head, he chose to fight head-on. He would always fight head-on, and he would fight head-on. Normally, if there was a 10% chance of danger, Zhuo Xiaoduo would choose to temporarily retreat and take a roundabout route to avoid the danger. But when it came to a critical moment, as long as he felt that it was his business, even if there was only a 1% chance of success, he would fight back. In all fairness, Zhuo Xiaoduo's character had a great flaw. He was definitely not a suitable candidate to be a general or a prime minister, or even a decision-making person. All the sly and cunning people were wrapped up in a heart that would never turn back once the sword was drawn. He would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. It was just like what he had said in the dreamland. "My parents raised me. Even if it's the enemy's wish, I won't hesitate." Therefore, he would rather choose not to take revenge and choose to fulfill his filial piety at the last moment, even if it was just protecting his parents' bodies for a second. Even if I cut my enemy into pieces, it's not as good as holding you for a second at this moment. If I don't accompany you, I'm afraid you'll be afraid. Therefore, in the second illusion, he chose to die together with Zhuo Xiaoyan. Li Chenglong and the others were killed. At that time, Zhuo Xiaoduo had completely lost the so-called standards of justice, good, and evil in his heart. I only want revenge. I don't care how many innocent people I kill. Your country killed my brothers, so you'll all die with them. As for the reputation behind me, what does it have to do with me? Could it be that he was going to give up on avenging his brothers just because of a few words from others? Zhuo Xiaoduo's goal had always been clear, even simple. He was not as cunning as he usually was when it came to the people he valued. He would not care about gains and losses, nor would he consider self-preservation. If people did not offend him, he would not offend them. If people offended him, he would kill their entire family and army. He knew better than anyone else about seeking good fortune and avoiding evil. He knew better than anyone where it was safe and where it was dangerous. However, when it was time for him to make a choice, he would always go forward without hesitation. He knew better than anyone else and understood better than anyone else. However, when it came down to it, all the logic could not compare to the obsession in his heart. These are my parents. I'll protect them. These are my wives. I'll protect them. These are my friends. I'll protect them. This was Zhuo Xiaoduo. He was usually extremely greedy, stingy, and slippery, but deep down, he was stubborn. He only cared about the present and did not care about the future. He was a person with a huge flaw in his character. However, this Zhuo Xiaoduo with a huge flaw in his character was the most authentic Zhuo Xiaoduo. Even if I survive, I'll be able to shake the world and surpass the past and present in the future. However, I only care about the present. So, I only care about the present. The third lightning tribulation continued to rumble and fall. Bai and Jiao were already somewhat powerless, but they still chose to go against the current. However, this time, they were faced with a lightning tribulation that was twice as strong. They finally screamed in pain. Although the tribulation lightning was of great benefit to the two of them, they were still in their infancy, so their power was relatively limited, especially when they had to accept the benefits and endure the boundless pain in the process of absorbing the benefits. It was not an easy task. Fortunately, at this moment, another strong helper appeared. Zhuo Xiaoduo's body suddenly flashed, and the cat's spirit sword flew out. On the tip of the sword, the black light was so condensed that it was almost solid. A destructive aura suddenly filled the sky and the earth. In the face of such extreme destructive power, even the lightning tribulation of the heavenly Tao had to avoid it. The sword light kept trembling in the lightning tribulation. The black light was still condensed and rushed to the left side of Bai and Jiao with irresistible force. The two climbed onto the sword, one on the left and one on the right. Then, the three chis flowed together and exploded with unprecedented ferocity, counterattacking against the current. The sudden appearance of this sword light actually split open the third lightning tribulation, clearly splitting it in the middle. The cat spirit sword flashed with sword light and rushed to the clouds. However, after losing the black light, it inevitably became weak and fell down. A ray of demonic light, a ray of white light, and a ray of black light. The three chis merged and then separated, returning to Zhuo Xiaoduo's body. It was not that the god-killing spear Yin Shirsi did not want to try his best, but he was really weak. Previously, when he launched this attack, Bai and Jiao, who were being hammered by tens of thousands of lightning tribulations, broke through the third lightning tribulation and brought them back. After that, he did not have much strength left. At least, today, he could not fight anymore. That I feel a little dizzy. I still want to write the 5th chapter. I will write it. If I can write it, I will post it. If I can't, there is nothing I can do. If I can't write it, I will post a single chapter and ask for votes. Chapter 1188. Clang. The cat spirit sword rolled down from the sky and embedded itself into the mountain rock. Although the sword was mottled, it still shone brightly. The benefits the spirit cat sword received from this heavenly tribulation were unimaginable. Under the protection of the god-slaying spear, Yin Shursi, it was equivalent to being tempered by the heavenly tribulation once again. The fourth bolt of heavenly tribulation was mixed with boundless purple energy. It was even more powerful than the first three bolts of heavenly tribulation. The wind howled, and even the meteors that were about to hit the ground were blown away. No one knew where they landed. Zhuo Xiaoduo had survived the first three bolts of heavenly tribulation. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding heaved a sigh of relief and looked at each other. What? What was the origin of those two small gourds? And what was that destructive black light filled with demonic flames and demonic chi that soared into the sky? When did the cat spirit sword become so powerful that it could split the heavenly tribulation? Even with the help of the three chi, it shouldn't be so powerful. The fourth bolt of heavenly tribulation seemed to be dissatisfied with the fact that it could split the third bolt of heavenly tribulation. It seemed to want to destroy Zhuo Xiaoduo in one fell swoop. At this moment, a ball of red light appeared on Zhuo Xiaoduo's body and faced the fourth bolt of heavenly tribulation. Caw! A strange cry abruptly rang out. A three-legged crow appeared on top of Zhuo Xiaoduo's head. Bai was standing on his left shoulder, and Jiu was on his right shoulder. One was white and tender, and the other was black and charmingly naive. The three-legged crow flapped its wings, and with a boom it then transformed into the grand sun primordial fire that soared into the sky. Unparalleled flames soared into the sky. In the grand sun primordial flame, the shadow of the three-legged crow stood still and leisurely. The flame that shot up into the sky was even crazier than the heavenly tribulation that had just descended from the nine heavens. In an instant, the grand sun primordial flame carried Bai and Jiu into the heavenly tribulation. Then, a series of crackling sounds could be heard. It was only a momentary stalemate. The lightning quickly suppressed the grand sun primordial fire and continued to sweep down. Just like before, it completely enveloped Zhuo Xiaoduo's body. Zhuo Xiaoduo's limbs, starting from his fingers to his toes, were visibly charred and carbonized before turning into ashes. All the true essence in his body was released, and at the same time, the boundless life force in his sea of consciousness moved. As a result, endless vitality gushed out from his body. His entire body turned into a green ball of light amidst the lightning tribulation. Amidst the screams, his upper body had already melted down to his left and right shoulders, while his lower body had melted down to his dantian. The originally irreversible crisis of his physical body being destroyed was actually stopped and pushed back by the green light. Then, in the midst of the lightning tribulation, he recovered and was reborn at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, his arms and legs were back to normal. Dark clouds covered the sky, the roars of dragons and cries of phoenixes. The heavenly tribulation hung in the sky. The true flames of the sun, they collided violently. So Changlu's face sank as he muttered, "This is too much." Wu Yuding's face was filled with anger, heartache, and helplessness as well. With the couple's experience, they could naturally tell that the fourth lightning tribulation was the most extreme type of lightning tribulation. It was clearly meant to kill. From the current outcome, Zhuo Xiaoduo had indeed gained a lot of benefits. His originally destroyed limbs and even parts of his body had been tempered by the heavenly Tao, becoming even stronger and tougher. However, such benefits were clearly not something a Skysoar Realm cultivator should be able to bear. After withstanding the heavenly tribulation, there would naturally be boundless benefits. However, the prerequisite for all of this was that one had to withstand it first. If one couldn't overcome it, everything would turn into ashes. What else could one say? The previous lightning tribulation had long surpassed the limits of a Skysoar realm cultivator's tribulation. If it weren't for the two gourds and the bird's three parallel forces, if it weren't for the mysterious, boundless vitality in Zhuo Xiaoduo's body, then, even if Zhuo Chonglu wanted to save him, it would be too late. Zhuo Xiaoduo would undoubtedly die. There are actually 6 more lightning tribulations like this. Wu Yuting muttered. She really couldn't bear it anymore. If something like this happened again, Zhuo Xiaoduo wouldn't be able to withstand it and would die without leaving a trace in this world. However, the problem was right before their eyes. If they didn't let their son try, their son's future would be ruined. However, if they let their son try, the price of failure would be eternal damnation. There would be no way out. Parents were always so conflicted. Zhuo Chonglu frowned as he carefully observed the soul, true fire rising from the lightning tribulation. Even in the midst of the lightning tribulation, it was still burning fiercely. Let's wait a little longer. Zhuo Chonglu frowned and said, "Heaven is fair." There's an ancient saying that karma has a cause. The heavenly tribulation wouldn't deliberately target people like this. If heaven is really fair, then Xiao Duo must have a life-saving trump card that we don't know about. It's enough to deal with the current situation. The green vitality from before is a clear proof. We don't know, but it doesn't hinder heaven's senses. It took those factors into consideration and added them into the equation. That's why Xiao Duo's current heavenly tribulation is so difficult. Let's wait a little longer. Wu Yuting sighed worriedly. To be honest, now I somewhat understand how Xiao Duo's karma came about. Zhuo Chonglu sighed. You suspect the origin of the gourds? Wu Yuting asked. Zhuo Zhonglu said with a serious look in his eyes. If my guess is correct, and the origin of that pair of gourds is as I think, then the karma on little Duo's body is going to be huge. At the very least, it's going to break the heavens. Wu Yuting pondered for a moment and said, but according to legend, there are only 7 gourds, and each has its own master. Regardless of appearance, power, or attribute, they're completely different from the 2 small gourds. Maybe it's just a coincidence? Zhuo Chonglu nodded thoughtfully and said, it's what you're thinking. That makes me a little uncertain. Wu Yuting could understand that he was unsure. On the other hand, heaven was also uncertain. Now, I finally know the origin of the demon clan's fate in him. Zhuo Chonglu looked at the soul, true fire, burning fiercely in the lightning tribulation. His eyes were solemn and even a little emotional. That 3-legged bird. Looks like a crow, right? Wu Yuting was stunned. 3-legged golden crow? Yes, it's the 3-legged golden crow. But the 3-legged golden crow is the bloodline of the demon emperor. How did Xiao Duo get it? This. I don't know, Zhuo Chonglu said. Suddenly, his eyes focused. The two of them looked at each other and suddenly blurted out at the same time, Crown Prince Academy. If that's the case. Wu Yuting was shocked. This is the demon clan's crown prince who died? Zhuo Chonglu only felt a little toothache. This? I don't dare to say. Wu Yuting slapped her forehead. By the way, what's that green light? That's the extremely abundant life origin energy. We know that Gouda has many secret methods, and that strange stone is one of them. But we didn't expect him to have such a backup. If we trace the origin of the green light and infer its true power, I'm afraid that it's even more powerful than us. Wu Yuting said, after the tribulation, we'll interrogate him properly. He's our son. What can we find out? Yes, I'm thinking too much. By the way, that black light seems to be the source of karma that binds the demon clan. Wu Yuting immediately thought of this. Zhuo Chonglu's mouth twitched. He said, that thing is also evil. I'm afraid that it doesn't only represent the demon clan, but also the demon ancestor. My father? Wu Yuting immediately knew that she had misunderstood. Her eyes widened. Ancient demon ancestor? The god-killing spear? That should be it. Zhuo Zhonglu nodded. Just a little bit of black qi is enough to evolve into a weapon with such a murderous aura. It's so fierce, and its demonic flames overflowing into the sky. Since time immemorial, only one weapon could have such a strange power. It's the god-killing spear, known as the world's #1 murderous aura. Even the legendary Yuan-2 and immortal-slaying weapons are inferior to it in terms of murderous aura and ferocity. Wu Yuding was even more speechless. The little dog actually had so many treasures on him. It was not wrong for the Dragon Phoenix Tribulation to strike him like this. According to ancient legends, in ancient times, the dragons, phoenixes, and Shilants ruled the world. Later on, the war between the dragons and phoenixes was the beginning of the Dragon Phoenix Tribulation. However, the end of the war between the dragons and phoenixes was a lose-lose situation. It was also because of this that the ancient demon court and the Wu people rose. After that war, the dragons and phoenixes were unable to recover. No one knew what exactly happened. It was already difficult to verify. However, whether it was the ancient demon ancestor or the demon emperor brothers, they had all placed their pieces in the great calamity back then and pushed the war between the two races. It was certain, then, more or less, it was difficult to avoid subtle karma. Now that the Dragon Phoenix Tribulation had arrived, the demon ancestor's weapon had appeared, and the demon emperor's crown prince had also appeared. Now, wouldn't the Dragon Phoenix Tribulation in the sky strike you to death? Would you be left to give birth to children? This little dog, Wu Yuding, was helpless. Let's continue watching. Zhou Changlu sighed. I think there should be more surprises coming one after another. After all, this is only the fourth one. The fourth lightning tribulation ended. So Xiaoduo's body recovered in the air, and the green light gradually dissipated. A dragon's roar and a phoenix's cry resounded in the sky together. Light flashed, and the fifth lightning tribulation arrived as expected. With the previous experience, Xiao carried by and Jiao without fear. She turned into the grand sun true fire again and rushed forward, but this time it didn't even manage to withstand a single blow. As soon as she rushed into the lightning tribulation, Xiao let out an extremely miserable cry. On one side of the lightning tribulation, the extremely handsome phoenix suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a ball of red light. Damn crow, there was actually another one here. You're going to be reborn. Da Xiao was immediately wrapped in red light from head to toe. She was burning and filled with the fragrance of roasted meat as she fell down. On the other hand, Bai and Jiao rushed into the lightning tribulation due to inertia. Xiao, who was tragically engulfed by the red light, hovered in the air. The red light continued to rise, and the red was magnificent. It was so red that it dazzled people. You won't believe me if I say that I'm exhausted. But there's no other way. There's still more than an hour to double the votes. Also, please be thick-skinned and ask for tips. It's said that the monthly votes for tips have increased by 4 times during this period of time. The goal of the mission is difficult. Please help me. Today, I hope everyone has a good time. I thought I could finish writing about the tribulation, but in the end, I still left something unfinished. Chapter 1189. Xiao screamed miserably. Zhao's wings flapped crazily on both sides. The grand sun primordial fire in its body gushed out layer by layer, but could not break through the blockade of the red flame, until the grand sun primordial fire accumulated to the point of almost exploding. Finally, a wisp of white flame broke through the red light. More grand sun primordial fire came out, burning fiercely. The red light, covering the body, gradually disintegrated. Finally, boom! All the grand sun primordial fire burst out, like a huge sun rising in the sky. Xiao fell to the ground, dying. Its feathers were all roasted. Its naked body was pockmarked, cleaner than a bald chicken in a pot of boiling water. The 3 legs quickly ran in the direction of Zhuo Xiaoduo. His mouth was croaking, and his eyes were filled with panic and fear. It was terrified. It was roasted into a bald bird. Just a little bit more, and he would have been cooked. Mama, mama, mama. It hurts so much I'm scared to death. I want kisses, hugs, and hugs. But who would have thought that I would be roasted one day? Sigh. Zhuo Lu sighed. The nirvana, true fire. Sure enough, the phoenix has made a move. In front of the phoenix, even the three-legged golden crow has to retreat. What nonsense are you talking about? Wu Yuding was unhappy and said, You didn't see that the little crow hasn't grown up yet. It will be more powerful than the phoenix when it grows up. Wu Yuding had never met the three-legged golden crow, but since it was her son's pet, it was naturally good. Zhuo Chonglu, how dare you belittle my son's pet? Zhuo Chonglu smiled calmly and said, It makes sense. I think so too. His face was expressionless. Under the tribulation thunder. The fifth tribulation thunderstruck Zhuo Xiaoduo's chest faster than the fourth. In an instant, Zhuo Xiaoduo's dantian on his chest and back fell into a state of melting and disappearing, inch by inch. Without any delay, the green aura of vitality appeared once again and quietly landed on Zhuo Xiaoduo's limbs that had been completely refined. The green light was still very strong. Even though it was constantly being burned into smoke, it was still able to protect his limbs. After the fifth thunder tribulation, Zhuo Xiaoduo's body reassembled and regained its human form. After the fourth lightning tribulation, the endless green life force also dealt with the fifth lightning tribulation. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo finally let out its first howl. His face was contorted and his muscles were spasming. It was too painful. She hadn't called them out ever since she came in. Piu, two little fellows, one white and one black, fell from the sky and entered the divine sense space in a flash. Obviously, these two little fellows had reached their limits and were unable to continue for a while. However, even though the tribulation lightning was so violent, Bai and Jiao were able to advance and retreat with ease. However, the sixth dragon phoenix tribulation lightning still fell from the sky, so Xiaoduo still could not move. This time, there was no grand sun primordial flame, nor was there a white and black figure appearing above their heads. However, there was a flash of light, and sword energy soared into the sky. Another sword appeared above Zhuo Xiaoduo's head in a dazzling manner. It stood in the sky, and its sword light flashed in all directions, as if it was the ruler of the world. The sixth lightning tribulation lightning was halfway through its descent, and it was about to hit the sword when something unprecedented happened. With a puff, it made a turn and missed its target. The lightning tribulation lightning crashed down into the bottomless abyss with a loud boom. The mountains and valleys rumbled for a long time without end. The lightning tribulation lightning missed its target. Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding froze at the sight of this. Their eyes were glazed over, and they felt like they were in a fantasy. This was completely beyond their common sense. Without the intervention of external forces, there was no way the lightning tribulation lightning could miss its target. But now, it actually missed its target. It was obvious that the lightning tribulation lightning missed its target after seeing this sword. In other words, the lightning tribulation lightning was afraid of this sword. It didn't dare to strike it. What the hell, what? What kind of sword is that? Or rather, whose sword is it? How could it be so majestic? Even more ridiculous things happened one after another. The seventh lightning tribulation lightning also missed its target and didn't greet the sword. Could it be a lightning rod? Zhuo Xiaonian asked innocently. Lightning rod. Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding were speechless. Little girl, how did you advance to your current cultivation realm with your IQ? How could you say such a stupid thing? If there was such an awesome lightning rod in the world, even a flood would need it. This should be an instrument of virtue. Zhuo Chonglu sighed and gave the only answer he knew. Before he could finish his sentence, he subconsciously touched the 40-meter-long saber in his ring. Then he looked at the majestic Huahuang sword in the sky and couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. I've been at the top for my whole life, and I still don't have as many good things as my son. That my name doesn't sound as good as my son's either. For now on, I'll be called Zhuo Chonglu. Long road. Sounds better than Xiao Duo, right? Zhuo Chonglu sighed for a long time. Then, he saw Bai and Zhuo's bodies flashing with green light. They rushed out energetically and hung on to the Huahuang sword, trembling as if they were urging something. The Huahuang sword had no choice but to rush into the 8th lightning tribulation lightning with the two little ones. After sending Bai and Zhuo into the lightning tribulation, the Huahuang sword disappeared. It was a special existence that shouldn't appear in the heavenly tribulation. The Huahuang sword had a heaven-nourishing merit left on it. It wasn't that the heavenly tribulation couldn't hurt it, but it didn't dare to, because it was kind to the heavenly Tao. Because of this reason, it either didn't appear or blocked the heavenly tribulation lightning. However, the Huahuang sword chose to stand out and block the two lightning tribulations because it now understood its new master's temper. As an item of merit, it was understandable that it didn't go out to block the heavenly tribulation lightning. But now, all the other treasures went out to block the heavenly tribulation. If it insisted on staying here and sleeping indifferently, it could imagine what kind of treatment it would receive in the future. This guy might do something like directly soak it in a cesspool forever. This was a real possibility. In this kid's eyes, its status was far inferior to his pair of hammers. After considering the consequences, the Huahuang sword made a decisive choice. It temporarily put down its position and helped Xiao. Seeing that the Huahuang sword had disappeared, the 8th lightning tribulation lightning finally rushed down and grabbed Xiaoduo's head forcefully. At this moment, Xiaoduo had already experienced hundreds and thousands of reincarnation illusions. But its choice was still, or it could be said that its intestines were always open to the end. It was a path that was brash to the end. Under the protection of the flickering green, Xiaoduo went from nothing to nothing, and from nothing to something again. That a bald head that was like an egg that had just come out of its shell appeared under the flickering lightning tribulation lightning. And the pain that Xiaoduo was enduring also rose to the extreme at this moment. With the return of Bai and Zhuo, the 9th lightning tribulation lightning followed closely behind in an impatient manner. The 9th heavenly Tao lightning tribulation that was following behind was even more terrifying than the previous 8 heavenly Tao lightning tribulations combined. It was continuous like a dragon, almost similar to the golden dragon that had just appeared. It was incomparably huge, like the might of the heavens. Even though the greenery was still endless, could it really withstand it? Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding's hearts were in their throats. Zhuo Changlu was even more determined. If something went wrong, he would still follow the original plan and give up the throne Dharma body to blow up the last lightning tribulation dragon. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, a huge dragon formed purely out of fog wriggled out of Zhuo Xiaoduo's body. Suddenly, its body was tens of thousands of feet long, comparable to the lightning tribulation dragon in the sky. Compared to the golden dragon and the phoenix from before, it was a tripartite balance of power. A silent dragon roar resounded through the void. This was a sound that no one could hear, but all of them knew and felt. A dragon roared into the sky just now. Above the lightning tribulation, the golden dragon's eyes flashed. Rumble. Endless lightning tore the fog dragon into pieces. Once again, it fell on Zhuo Xiaoduo's head. It was still flickering, full of green, from nothing to something. That this process may have taken a long time, or even a short while, but finally, it was over. In an instant, Zhuo Xiaoduo only felt that the indestructible barrier in his body was suddenly smashed into pieces like a piece of glass that had been smashed by a hammer. It could no longer be sustained. Boundless spiritual energy immediately rushed over like a tsunami. His whole body also floated up after the 9th lightning tribulation lightning disappeared. The wounds all over his body were all healed in an instant. There was no part of his body that was not at ease. A comfortable feeling suddenly emerged and flowed throughout his body. I'm flying. Ow, ow. So Xiaoduo couldn't help but laugh. He roared into the sky, waved his hands, and said incoherently, "So good, so good. I've succeeded. I've survived the lightning tribulation. As expected of me, I'm still me." Wu Yuding was anxious and angry at the same time. "Stupid. There's more. It's not over yet." Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned when he heard this. He thought that his breakthrough meant that the lightning tribulation was over. "There's more." When he looked up, he saw that not only was the tribulation eye in the sky still there, but it seemed to be bigger than before and was slowly rotating again. This rotation was very slow and very condensed. Endless spiritual energy rapidly gathered into the tribulation eye, obviously preparing for the next wave of attack. The golden dragon reappeared, and its huge head stared as was Xiaoduo from beside the tribulation eye. The phoenix also appeared and hovered on the other side of the tribulation eye, also watching Zhou Xiaoduo. For some reason, Zhou Xiaoduo felt that the dragon and the phoenix's gazes were somewhat complicated. What's going on? At this moment, a dragon's roar and a phoenix's cry sounded at the same time. Then, the golden dragon soared into the sky and hovered together with the phoenix. Then, at the same time, it turned into the purest energy and poured into the tribulation eye. The sky suddenly became cloudless, and only a huge tribulation eye was left, ready to attack. Obviously, this was going to be an unprecedented attack. Zhou Xiaoduo jumped in fright as he felt a pressure that could destroy heaven and earth. He immediately panicked. There was no way he could withstand this lightning tribulation. Chapter 1190. This was the final blow, the final test, and also the final baptism. The next step was to succeed. It was to transcend. If he couldn't withstand it, he would die. He would die and his Tao would vanish. Everyone knew this. However, the power of this single bolt of tribulation lightning was so great that even Zui Zhonglu felt threatened by it. The energy in the eye of the tribulation was still gathering. It was getting bigger and bigger, flickering between life and death. The power of the wind and clouds in the sky was sucked into the eye of the tribulation. Zhou Xiaoduo gritted his teeth and stood firmly on the ground. He held the cat's hammer in his hand and locked his mind on the cat's spirit sword. He even pressed the small piece of the heaven-mending stone under his tongue. He was going to face the attack with his strongest and even most extraordinary state. Bai and Jiao went into the hammers with a whoosh. Yan Shirsi struggled to stay in position in the cat's spirit sword. Seeing that his condition had reached its peak, Zhou Xiaoduo shouted, "Let's go all out. Fight!" Xiao staggered over and raised his head. He flapped his featherless wings pitifully, revealing his bare buttocks. He gestured, "Mama, I really want to kill the thief now, but I can't do anything about it." Looking at the charred Xiao, Zhou Xiaoduo felt that he could eat this guy directly if it wasn't for the two small round eyes that were still rolling around. The texture was crunchy, but the taste might not be good. After all, he was completely charred. In view of this, Zhou Xiaoduo moved his mind and put Xiao into the Tower of Annihilation. At this moment, in just half a breath, the eye of the tribulation in the sky increased by at least 30%. What did it mean for a sphere to increase by 30%? Although Zhou Xiaoduo was not bad at mathematics, he couldn't make a fundamental difference. However, the increase in threat was definitely not as simple as 30%. Zhou Xiaoduo, who was already feeling guilty, instinctively sighed and summoned the Huang sword. This time, the sword of Emperor Envihua didn't retreat because the last lightning tribulation ignored everything. Normally, the heavenly tribulation should have ended after the previous lightning tribulation. However, this additional lightning tribulation was the greatest fortune and opportunity. As long as they could withstand it, there would be great rewards for any weapon or life that participated in the resistance. A bolt of lightning from the heavens to the earth. Xiao Long's misty body, which appeared for the first time in the world, circled around Zui Xiaoduo's body. Zhou Xiaoduo thought about it, and still felt that it was not enough. It was not safe enough. He then took out the heaven and earth treasures that Wei Yuding had given him. He didn't care whether it was a waste or not, and stuffed a dozen of them into his stomach. Let them ferment. Oh no. Hurry up and release your spiritual energy. As for the Skysoar Realm cultivator, one pill was enough for him to fully recover. He even swallowed 8 pills in one go. Feeling that it was not enough, he swallowed another 10 pills as if he was eating jelly beans. After asking for Little White's and Little Joe's permission, he also extracted a little bit of the ocean-like origin spiritual energy in his sea of consciousness. It wasn't that Zhuo didn't want to extract more, but the quality of the life origin energy was too high. Zhuo couldn't control it at all. Even with the help of Xiaolong and Xiaolong, he could only use a little bit of it. But at this point, Zhuo still felt that it wasn't safe. To be absolutely safe, he took out the emerald green wooden tablet that Elder One gave him and muttered, "Elder One, boss, you have to help me this time." Before he could finish his sentence, he crushed the emerald green wooden tablet, and a ball of green light rose up. In an instant, the entire mountain was covered with grasshopper plants. Well, in the modern realm, it should be called purslane. Patches of green spread out rapidly, covering a radius of several thousand li in an instant. Even the feet of Zhuo Changlu and the others were covered with grasshopper plants. The leaves grew thicker and thicker, and they continued to grow. Then, small red by flowers bloomed all of a sudden. Although a single red and white flower didn't have a strong fragrance, when so many flowers bloomed together, the fragrance was naturally refreshing and intoxicating. The grasshopper under his feet grew bigger and bigger, blooming and growing continuously. After a while, it simply climbed up Zhuo's body, turning his entire body into a green, oily color. After a few breaths of time, Zhuo's body also started to bloom. The fragrance started to spread, refreshing everyone's heart. Not only was this unforeseen change sudden and unexpected, but it was also mysterious. Or rather, it was too strange. Even the tribulation eye in the sky couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. It stopped spinning for about half a second, although it started spinning again immediately. This short pause was very clear. Obviously, even the tribulation lightning was speechless at that kid down there. Do you know what you're doing? If you just let us strike you one last time, we'd be done with it. But now, you've created so many things. What are you trying to do? If we strike you too lightly, I'm afraid you'll explode from these things that you've set up yourself. Damn. How afraid of death is it? Is this really the same person as the brat that we trained before who only knew how to act recklessly? Where did the heroic spirit, the valiant and unafraid of death, the sword of no return, the person who exterminated the world, go? Could it be that he had a split personality, or that he had 2 souls in one body? How strange. Then there was another rumbling sound that heaven and earth were filled with endless white light. At this moment, white light, purple light, and colorful light that flew in all directions, and heaven and earth were burning. Even Zhuo Changlu and his wife couldn't see anything. It was really too bright. An unprecedentedly huge lightning ball fell down like a mountain. In just a moment, it smashed down on Zhuo Xiaodui's head. Boom! At this moment, even Zhuo Changlu was dumbfounded by the collision. Even his body started to shake. At that moment, he clearly saw the grasshopper plants thousands of miles away fly up from the ground. Although it was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree, it still charged forward bravely. Yes, but in terms of momentum, it was really not inferior to the tribulation lightning of the heavenly law. Some plants, the most common grasshopper plants, could burst out the power comparable to the tribulation lightning of the heavenly realm. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, would he believe it? Zhuo Changlu wanted to say that he wouldn't believe it even if he saw it with his own eyes. How could there be such crazy and cool grasshopper plants in this world? Were they trying to defy the heavens? Then, the spiritual sword that was full of the aura of the emperor rushed straight into the tribulation clouds. There was also the cat spirit sword that was mixed with the essence of the demonic aura. The demonic flames surged into the sky, and shot into the tribulation clouds. The two cat hammers also circled and rotated like a black and white Tai Chi diagram, and its power hit the tribulation clouds. There seemed to be some other lights flashing. In short, countless lights burst out at the same time and exploded. Rumble. The extreme impact from heaven and earth. The death cliff, which was the foothold, suddenly collapsed because it couldn't bear it anymore. A huge amount of gravel rushed into the sky, and many even rushed out tens of thousands of meters in one breath. With the sound of thunder, the whole sky was covered with dark clouds, and it started to rain crazily. The raindrops directly connected into a line. In just a moment, a vast ocean had accumulated on the ground, as if the heavenly Duke was suddenly angry and poured a basin of water from above. Or maybe the heavenly river suddenly burst, and countless raindrops fell into the human world, instantly forming a country of water. However, the tribulation was already over. The tribulation eye in the sky had already disappeared after the last tribulation lightning struck. Duo, Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding saw that the tribulation was over, and they shouted together and started to rush towards Xiaoduo. They could finally move. Also, both of them felt that their son's life force was still there, but it was very weak. At this moment, they were extremely excited. Wu Yuding rushed 2 steps and suddenly stopped. She turned her head and looked at her daughter strangely. Zhuo Xiaoyan was in a daze at this moment. And her hair, why did it explode? Zhuo Xiaoyan's beautiful hair now looked like a chicken nest that had been crazily scratched by 7 or 8 chickens. It was a mess that could be said that. If there were 30 million strands of hair on a head, then at this moment, 30 million strands of hair on Zhuo Xiaoyan's head were pointing in 30 million directions. Nian? Wu Yuding was stunned. What happened to you? Zhuo Xiaoyan pursed her lips and cried. I don't know what happened. Just now, the last tribulation lightning suddenly split off and hit me. It hurts. Wu Yuding was shocked and inexplicably frightened. Hit you? Why didn't I notice? It was clearly right beside me, but I didn't notice that my daughter was struck by lightning. This was simply, are you okay? Wu Yuding asked hurriedly. I'm fine. Zhuo Xiaoyan was completely unprepared to be hit. She felt wronged and her image was ruined, but she really didn't suffer any injuries. Why did this goddamn heavenly tribulation strike me? All right. The tribulation lightning seems to have given me something. Zhuo Xiaoyan scratched her head and muttered to herself. What is it? Wu Yuding was stunned for a moment. She didn't know what to think, but she couldn't help but reach out and touch her daughter's butt. Mom, what are you doing? Zhuo Xiaoyan immediately escaped as if she had been electrocuted. She rolled her eyes and pouted. It's blurry. I'm still sorting it out. But it seems to be called Snow Phoenix, Divine Phoenix. Snow Phoenix, Divine Phoenix? Wu Yuding muttered to herself. This seemed to be something she had never heard of. What happened? What did it say? No. Zhuo Xiaoyan anxiously stretched her neck and looked to the other side. How's Duo? Wu Yuding's heart palpitated, and she seemed to be thinking about something. Her eyes were full of reminiscence, and she didn't hear Zhuo Xiaoyan's question. Zhuo Xiaoyan came to her senses. She tidied her hair and rushed out. In a short period of time, the scorched black appearance of the heavenly tribulation had changed. It was like a freshly cooked tofu or a freshly peeled boiled egg. His skin was really too smooth. It was white with a hint of red. It was different. Not to mention strand of hair, even his eyebrows and eyelashes were gone. Well, to put it bluntly, it was an oversized egg. Everyone thought and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Let him have a good rest. When he wakes up, everything will be fine, Zhuo Changlu said in a low voice. Okay. Zhuo Xiaoyan was still worried. She raised her hand and said, I want to stay and watch him. Wu Yuding said, Yes, we have to take a good look. Daughter, let me tell you, the puppy is really flying now. The previous restrictions are gone, and we can consummate our marriage. Miss Cat, daughter-in-law. Zhua Xiaoyan's face suddenly turned red, as if blood was about to drip out. She twisted her waist. She covered her hot face and rushed in her room like a gust of wind, refusing to come out. Hey, didn't you want to stay and watch your little doggy? Wu Yuding shouted. I don't want to watch him. I don't want to watch him. Who want to watch him? Tell him to stay away from me. A shy voice came from inside. It sounded stuffy, as if she was hiding under the quilt. Ha ha! Everyone laughed. They were all immersed in the happy atmosphere of children and forgot about their worries. In all fairness, although Zhou Xiaoduo had passed the heavenly tribulation, his injuries were not light at all. Almost 90% of his bones were broken. From the perspective of the secular world, even if he didn't die, he would be paralyzed for life. However, when Zhou Chonglu picked him up, he had been given a large amount of healing pills. Coupled with the self-recovery ability of a high-level Skysoar realm cultivator, he was now lying on the bed. His body was flickering with 9-colored light. Occasionally, red light and purple light would alternate, and occasionally, white light and black light would surround him. It was a sign that his injuries were getting better and his bones were gradually healing. The newly healed bones were also extraordinary. One could clearly see that they had a jade-like texture and were flickering with a faint purple light. In fact, it wasn't just his bones. All the newly healed meridians, and blood vessels were all flowing with a faint purple light. This was a gift from the heavenly Tao. It was also a great blessing bestowed by the heavenly Tao after surviving the heavenly tribulation. Just like that, he lay on the bed. His body was gradually recovering, and his injuries were getting better bit by bit. Some light gray things were constantly seeping out of his pores. These are the impurities that had seeped into his bone marrow during the marrow cleansing. The impurities were difficult to come into contact with even medicinal energy and elemental energy. They were all forced out by the heavenly tribulation. Apart from the bone marrow, there were also impurities deep in his internal organs, and even in his brain. In short, after the heavenly tribulation, Zhou Xiaoduo had truly changed from the inside to the outside. Of course, if this fellow ate and drank like an ordinary person, new impurities would be formed. This was an unavoidable situation, no matter what stage and level one's cultivation had reached. Even if one didn't eat or drink and lived on the wind and dew, one still had to breathe and cultivate. There would still be many impurities that would invade one's body. Using the simplest example, before one ascended to the heavens, one's cultivation would be extremely pure. However, after ascending to the heavens, one's cultivation would become full of impurities. This was because no matter how pure one's spiritual energy and vital energy were, it was inevitable that there would be some impurities mixed in. Even this little bit of impurities was no longer compatible with the body of an immortal. In order to achieve the true meaning of being free of impurities, one had to reach the level of a legendary saint. Only then could one be truly free of impurities and be pure and flawless. To use a more common saying as an analogy, even if it was a little fairy, she still had to take a dump. His body automatically adjusted itself while he was unconscious, automatically expelling the impurities that everything was natural. This was the gift of the heavenly tribulation, and the benefits were still continuing. Wu Yuding stayed behind to look after Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Chonglu, on the other hand, had an indifferent look on his face, as if he didn't care about his son at all. He invited Lei Changtian out for tea. Bai Yunduo naturally followed to serve him. That after Bai Yunduo left, that Wu Yuding quietly lifted the blanket and checked the other parts of Zhou Xiaoduo's body. After confirming that there were no mistakes, she heaved a sigh of relief and covered herself with the blanket. Yes, everything was fine. Everything was fine. That was really good. Looking at the sleeping Zhou Xiaoduo, Wu Yuding's eyes were full of love. Sigh, how did I give birth so well? I actually gave birth to such a good son. And he's so handsome So obedient, so upright, so honest, so cute, so simple, so honest, such a genius son. In this world, who dares to compare their son with mine? Who dares to compare their husband with mine? Who dares to compare their son with mine? Ahem, forget it. There's no need to compare their father. But who dares to compare their daughter with mine? Comparing their son-in-law? Comparing their daughter-in-law? Comparing their disciples? Wu Yuting suddenly felt that in this world, she was really the biggest winner. She had a truly perfect life. She couldn't help but feel even more proud. Although it wasn't close to the kid, according to the kid's position, it was as if the kid was directly on top of its head. Therefore, the tribulation lightning missed its target by a few centimeters and landed on the back of its head. Who asked its head to be so big that, when it understood this point, the demonic beast forcibly endured the intense pain and silently told itself, I don't feel pain. I don't feel pain. I can take it. I can take it. It was really able to withstand it. Not only did it feel comforted, but even if it was caught off guard, it would only cause a big hole to appear on the back of its head after being hit by the lightning. The target of the tribulation, lightning, wasn't it? Even if it was a perfect sky tribulation, the sky tribulation of the 9 clans, there was still a limit. At least, it couldn't reach the level of this demonic beast's own tribulation. Even if the destructive power was still intense, it couldn't harm its life. In other words, it just caused a lot of pain. But, in the end, it inexplicably suffered such a big hole in its head. It was so big that it could almost plant a tree in it. Saying that it was very painful was already an understatement. But the demonic beast insisted on not moving, and didn't cry out. What if it really became the target of the tribulation lightning? The demonic beast obediently lay on the ground, feeling wronged and tearing up. This was really unlucky to the extreme. I was more obedient than a rock, but I still had to suffer a tribulation lightning. What was more pitiful was that I could only silently endure it. Not to mention moaning or crying out. I didn't even dare to heal myself. Just as it was feeling wronged, it suddenly heard a loud boom. The second tribulation lightning that was deflected came unexpectedly and smashed down, landing on the previous big hole with a thunderous sound. This time, it wasn't just an ordinary pain that the monstrous beast's entire body began to tremble. Chapter 1193. Zhuo Xiaoduo's recovery process was faster than Zhuo Chonglu's expectations. In the middle of the night, his body had completely recovered, and his true essence continued to grow bit by bit. The Taoist rhyme in his body was still circulating, and he had not woken up yet that Wu Yuting suddenly remembered something. She pried open the kid's mouth and took out the heaven-mending stone. You shouldn't waste it like this. I'm afraid this stone can only be used a few more times. Wu Yuting sighed as she looked at the stone that was already a little gray. She already knew about the existence of this spirit stone. She also saw Zhuo Xiaoduo stuffing the stone into his mouth at the last moment during the heavenly tribulation. Obviously, he used the huge hidden vitality of the stone to heal his injuries and extend his life. Now, Zhuo Xiaoduo was able to recover much faster than Zhuo Chonglu expected, mostly because of the spirit stone's attribute. However, this consumption was a waste, because without this stone, the power of the heavenly Tao would naturally recover. This was not a matter of life and death. It was just a matter of time. However, the consumption of the spirit stone was difficult to make up for. Wu Yuting regretted the loss of the spirit stone. She placed it next to Zhuo Xiaoduo's pillow and sat on the edge of the bed. She stared at her son's sleeping face. No matter how she looked at it, it was cute. This tender. It was just like when he was just born. His red little mouth even moved when he was dreaming. so cute that how good would it be if he was always this cute? Unfortunately, as soon as this brat opened his eyes, he would transform into a lawless, shameless, and slippery person. He caused trouble every day and could be called a troublemaker. When he was caught, he would act cute and play dumb to get away with it. Sigh, I really don't know which life I owed you. Wu Yuding couldn't help but poke Zhuo Xiaoduo's forehead and scold him lovingly. Outside, Zhuo Chonglu and Lei Changtian were already drinking. Zhuo Chonglu sat high up on the sofa, while Lei Changtian moved a small stool and sat opposite him. Both of them drank happily. After all, they were really happy. They enjoyed themselves and forgot about their worries. They all felt that they were witnessing history and felt that their genes were really amazing. Bai Yinduo, the supervisor, was now playing the role of a maid. Whenever a cup was empty, she would fill it up. She was speechless from beginning to end, but she still tried her best to smile gently. Boss, back then, when we were in Black Wind Canyon. Second brother, it's not that I want to criticize you. Boss is right. Let's go. Second brother, you said back then that. Is there such a thing? Hee. During Wang Feihong's battle back then, if you hadn't recklessly courted your own death and fought with Lai Hua to the point where both sides were heavily injured and almost died, the one who replaced Wang Feihong on the stage would have been you. If you ask me, it would have been better if I had done it. Wang Feihong's strength was much weaker than mine at that time. If I had done it, I might have been lucky enough not to die. Maybe none of this would have happened now. Besides, I didn't look for my own death. It was something that happened to me. I was also helpless. This is all fate. Who would have thought that Lai Hua and his wife would divorce and vent their anger on you? Speaking of which, what did you do? Why didn't Lai Hua look for someone else but you? I didn't do anything. If you didn't do anything, why did Lai Hua look for you? It's been so many years. Why don't you talk about it now? It's really nothing. You also said that it's a long time ago. Why bring it up? It's really nothing? Say it again. Cough. Actually, Lai Hua's wife ran out a fight with Lai Hua and coincidentally met me. She took the initiative to provoke me. How could I let her go? So, the two of us started a fight. When we were fighting, I casually used the 1,000-hand Sky Devil Claw. That's my specialty. So, it's understandable that I used it. Lei Zhangtian coughed. Zhuo Zhonglu's eyes widened. Then, he covered his face and said, I know. You tore her clothes with your special skill? Cough. Yes. Actually, I didn't really tear her clothes. I just tore a piece of her skirt. Just a piece. Revealing half of her butt. But it was just an inch. Lai Hua went to look for her at that time and saw this scene. He couldn't stand it at that time. In the end, Lai Hua's psychological endurance was too weak. How could it be? I understand. Zhuo Chonglu looked up and sighed. I was wondering why things were so strange back then. So that's why. So this was the truth. At that time, I had already explained everything to Raging Inferno. I said that even though I tore your wife's skirt, I really didn't do anything. The most important thing was that when you came over, we were still fighting. It's not like you caught me in bed. Why are you in such a hurry? But Lai Hua didn't listen. His eyes turned red. Lei Changtian said angrily. He couldn't reason with the Wu people. After that, we fought. How could I be afraid of him? Zhuo Zhonglu downed a cup of wine and let out a long sigh. This matter, it's not just the shaman tribe. Any man in the world who tried to reason with her at that time was bound to fail. Then, Wang Feihong had a fight. At that time, Lai Hua had been carried back by his wife. I was also unconscious. I didn't wake up until half a month after you guys finished fighting. This guy was too cruel. How could it be? Lei Zhangtian also felt regret for the past, regretting his past actions. If he had been there at that time, the situation would have been greatly improved. But in the end, such a thing happened. Who could he reason with? Who would have thought that the raging fire witch couple would be at odds with each other at that time, and he would be dragged into this mess? It was simply an unexpected disaster. Who would have thought that Lai Hua would come at such a coincidence? I just tore his wife's skirt, and he arrived. If it weren't for the UMNO Alliance guys who didn't have enough brains except when they were fighting, I would have suspected that they were playing tricks on me and deliberately preventing me from going to the battle. Lei Changtian was extremely depressed. Zhuo Zhonglu was speechless. Then, he scolded, "Any normal couple wouldn't use this to play a badger game with you. What is in your brain? How could you have such a brain circuit?" After 3 jars of wine in a row, the two talked about the past and became more and more emotional. I still remember that time. I brought Raindrop into the team. At that time, we were really young and frivolous. At that time, I pointed to you and introduced you. That was your uncle's. Lei Changtian drank too much. Stop. Zhuo Chonglu reached out and stopped him. Why are you talking about the past? It's my fault. I'll punish myself with a jar. Just when they were drinking the most happily, Wu Yuding came out of the room and frowned. Drinking again? It's just a small drink. Lei Changtian said, "Look, we just drank 1 jar. The second jar has just been opened, and it's still full." The 20 or so jars that had been emptied earlier had already been collected by 2 people who were familiar with the business. As habitual offenders, they definitely cleaned it up flawlessly. At the very least, they would rather let people know than see it, leaving room for their own justification. "I don't believe the 2 of you," Wu Yuding snorted. As smart as she was, she naturally did not believe the nonsense of the 2 people in front of her. But obviously, she did not want to pursue the matter. She waved to Zhuo Chonglu. "Come in. I have something to tell you. Let my father drink first. You can come in later. Tonight, you 2 are not restricted from drinking." "Not restricted? How can there be no restrictions?" Zhuo Zhonglu and Lei Zhangtian's eyes lit up. "Of course, you can drink as much as you want." "Okay." Zhuo Chonglu stood up and went into the room with Wu Yuding. Hearing that there was no restriction on drinking, Lei Changtian immediately gained unprecedented courage. He said to Bai Yunduo, "Why are you so insensible? After drinking for so long, I didn't see you make any side dishes. Hurry up and prepare." Bai Yunduo rolled her eyes and hurried off. She knew the demon ancestor's way of doing things, so she did not take it to heart. In the room, Wu Yuding pulled Zhuo Chonglu in, closed the door, and set up a soundproof enchantment. She said, "I've been looking for puppies for a long time. I wanted to tell you something. Do you still remember how you found Yin Cat?" Zhuo Zhonglu was puzzled. "How come I was the one who picked up Yin Cat? Didn't we pick it up together?" "Back then, we transformed into the mortal world and walked around leisurely, looking at mountains and rivers. We wanted to see the beauty of the world from an ordinary person's point of view. Did we find Yin Cat when we were wandering around the mountains near King Chi's tomb? Weren't you the one who saw it first? There were so many chicken feathers in a pile of withered branches. You went over and rummaged through it and found a small meat egg." Zhuo Chonglu said, "I say, why are you asking me this at this time? You're making me confused, okay?" Zhuo Chonglu was a little dissatisfied. It delayed the drinking. Wu Yuding thought for a while and said, "Was the situation not like this at that time? Let me ask you, do you still remember what you said at that time?" "Yes, I remember." "At that time, I said that this family must be too poor to even prepare swaddling clothes for the child," Zhuo Chonglu said. "Yes, that's what I said." Wu Yuding's brows suddenly relaxed. "And then you and I checked. The baby girl's bloodline, and so on were all normal human. She wasn't the remains of a demon beast, nor was she the reincarnation of an immortal. Wait a minute. Even if you and I were in the state of transforming into the mortal world at that time, and didn't bring our cultivation with us, but we still had our foresight and experience. So what's the problem?" Zhuo Zhonglu was full of confidence when he said these words. Wu Yuding nodded slowly. "Indeed, it would be strange if a baby girl could hide from the eyes of the husband and wife." "Then do you remember that you said there were feathers on the baby girls, but?" Wu Yuding said, "I remember there were 2 feathers." Zhuo Chonglu did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Didn't they stick to her butt?" "2 feathers stuck to her soft butt. I pulled them off with my hand, okay?" Wu Yuding nodded. "Yes. What's wrong with you today? Why are you bringing up the past for no reason? Did something happen?" Zhuo Chonglu asked. "Something did happen. I didn't have time to tell you. It was when Dwood was last thunder tribulation. A part of the heavenly tribulation thunder split off and struck little Nyenner, Wu Yuding said. There was actually such a thing? Is little Nyenner okay? Zhuo Changlu was stunned and asked hurriedly. Then he realized that he had asked a silly question. He had seen Zhuo Xiaoyan before, and she was perfectly fine. Well, her hair was a little messy, not as neat as it usually was. The power of that thunder tribulation thunder was not lethal. The main purpose was to pass on an inheritance to little Nyenner. The inheritance of the Phoenix clan, Wu Yuding said. How could that be? Zhuo Changlu was really shocked this time. That was the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation could not be selfish. If the heavenly tribulation was selfish, the heavenly tribulation thunder would not exist. How could it secretly pass on an inheritance to Zhuo Xiaoyan at such a time? This change had really overturned Zhuo Changlu's current understanding. It's absolutely true, Wu Yuding said with certainty. Little Nyenner has begun to cultivate that inheritance. If she succeeds, our son will have to wait a long time to get married. The wedding night will be even more distant. Unless Nyenner goes easy. There's no need to think about that. Nyen will definitely throw the game. Zhuo Changlu shook his head and said, the inheritance of the heavenly tribulation. This. Ting Er, do you believe in such a thing? Bullshit. Of course I don't believe it. But the truth has already happened, and it happened to our Mississippi. What's the use of believing it or not? Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. I will. Zhuo Changlu frowned and racked his brains. How could such a thing happen? He lowered his head and thought for a long time before saying, do you think there's another possibility? That inheritance has long been sealed in the depths of Xiao Nian's memory. That lightning tribulation was actually just removing the seal for her? Wu Yuding said in horror, that's not impossible. No, it's still not right. Zhuo Changlu said, when we picked up little Nyenner, we carefully checked her body. There was absolutely no seal on her body. She was just an ordinary human baby girl. At least in our opinion, that's what she looked like. Yes, we confirmed it again and again. Now that I think about it, such a cute child without any swaddling clothes and only a few feathers. Later on, 99 astral souls, the most talented. When she grew up, naturally, the phoenix vein followed her. You mean, why didn't others pick her up, but we picked her up? Maybe it's not because she was too lucky. Maybe it's because we were too lucky? Or maybe it's because of our luck? Wu Yuding looked at Zhuo Changlu with probing eyes. Yes. Both the husband and wife frowned. Although they didn't say it out loud, it was clear that the two of them were suspecting the same thing. That was, Zhuo Xiaoyan was a descendant of the ancient Phoenix clan. But as the possibilities were denied one by one, it made this matter even more confusing. If Nyenner is really a descendant of the ancient Phoenix clan, how could she be a human baby when she was born? Zhuo Changlu's tone was full of doubts. I can't guess this. And if this really involves the inheritance of the ancient Phoenix clan, then unless it's a trap set up by a saint, it's impossible to hide it from us, let alone for so long. But would a saint set up such a trap? Besides, the ancient Phoenix clan doesn't seem to have a saint first-rate supreme being, right? The more you say, the more I can't figure it out. This feeling is getting thicker and thicker. Zhuo Changlu thought for a long time and smiled calmly. Besides, whether it's true or not, even if it's a trap set up by a saint, even if it's really the inheritance of the ancient Phoenix clan, she's still our precious daughter, our precious treasure. Even if the heavenly Tao were to jump out, it wouldn't be able to deny it. Wu Yuding finally smiled and said, that's right. Her origin is not important. What does her origin have to do with us? That's right, don't worry. Zhuo Changlu smiled and patted Wu Yuding's shoulder. Leave everything to me. No one can take our daughter away from us. Xiao Duo's wife, no one can take her away. Wu Yuding also put down her worries and said, of course. After listening to Zhuo Changlu's words, Wu Yuding also felt enlightened. Yes, no matter what her identity was, Zhuo Xiaoyan was now her daughter and her daughter-in-law. No matter what happened in the future, this was a fact that could not be changed. Since that was the case, What was there to doubt, guess, and fear? I understand. Um, then I'll go out and drink. I haven't had a chance to get drunk in a long time. You too should drink less. Sigh, with our cultivation and alcohol tolerance, it's hard to get drunk. Everyone knows this. Haha, you won't get drunk, but you'll still spew out a stench from your pores. You don't mind, but I do. If his grandfather stinks, then so be it. No one cares anyway. If you stink, then stay far away from me. Don't blame me for telling you first. In the wee hours of the morning, Zwishauduo woke up slowly. As soon as he opened his eyes, he felt as light as a feather, as if he was about to fly. Before he opened his eyes, he was already shouting, Nien Mao, I'm flying. Let's see where you can run to now. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a Yuding's half-smiling face. Doggy, you've really grown up. You only remember your wife and forgot about your mother. How could that be? So Xiaoduo put on a fawning smile. Mom, I keep dreaming about you. This wasn't a lie. In this night's illusion, the most tragic scene was this family. For his parents in Zhuxianyan, Xiaoduo probably died more than 10,000 times in this night. That now that he had woken up, he felt pain all over his body, especially his heart and head. His head had been smashed countless times in one night, and his heart had been pierced through countless times. All the bones in his body had been disassembled, and disassembled. Now that he thought about it, he still had lingering fears. Now that he woke up and saw his mother's smiling face, Xiaoduo was very satisfied. It was great. It was great to be alive. Ha ha ha. Where's my dad in Yanmao? Xiaoduo threw off the blanket and ran out. Stop! Wu Yuding shouted, Brat, you're still naked. Oh. So Xiaoduo hurriedly went back into the blanket naked and put on his pants under the blanket. You're actually shy in front of your mother. Wu Yuding said with disdain. Since you were young, I didn't even want to look at her naked, but weren't you and your sister raised by your mother's feces and urine? Ugh, Mom. Can you change that idiom of yours? It's too damaging to your graceful and elegant demeanor. It'll make people misunderstand our food. So Xiaoduo chuckled under the blanket. He put on his pants, stood up, put on his coat, and looked at himself in the mirror. He sighed and said, Every time I become bald, I become stronger. If you want to become stronger, you have to go bald first. There's no cure for this. Wu Yuding laughed. So Xiaoduo wasn't wrong at all. Due to his cultivation method, every time he broke through, he would go bald. Not even a blade of grass would grow on his body, and not a single strand of hair would be left. After becoming bald, he really did become stronger. So strong that it was unimaginable. You're flying. You've completely transcended mortality. How do you feel? Wu Yuding asked. Not much. I just feel like beating up Nien Mao is like playing with me now, Xiaoduo said smugly. Ha! Wu Yuding chuckled, but did not say anything. With her eyesight, she could naturally see that Xiaoduo and Xiaoyan's strength were about the same. Xiaoyan had broken through to the Sky Soul realm first, and her cultivation was about to reach the intermediate stage of the Sky Soul realm, but she was not there yet. Xiaoduo, on the other hand, was at the beginner stage of the Sky Soul realm. He had just broken through and had not had the time to accumulate his foundation, so his foundation was not solid yet. However, the difference between the two's strength was negligible. Although the difference in strength between beginner and intermediate stage of the Sky Soul realm was like heaven and earth, Xiaoduo suppressed his cultivation level more than Xiaoyan. For some cultivation levels, he suppressed his cultivation level more than Xiaoyan. For some cultivation levels, he suppressed his cultivation level several times more. With this accumulation, the gap between the two was narrowing bit by bit. In this way, the actual gap between them was not much. If they were to fight to the death, Xiaoduo's strength might even be above Xiaoyan's. If they were to fight to the death, the result would be Xiaoyan dying, while Xiaoduo would at most suffer some internal injuries. It would not be life-threatening. Wu Yuding was well aware of this point. But if it was just a spar between the two of them, if the result was reversed, Xiaoduo would definitely be defeated without a doubt. He would definitely not be able to defeat Zhuo Xiaoyan. This was also a matter without any suspense. Xiaoduo knew how to use blades, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks. He was also proficient in using hidden weapons. However, his main focus was his hammer. If he were to fight Zhuo Xiaoyan, Xiaoduo's hammer would be a burden instead. He did not dare to use it, nor was he willing to use it. This included his hidden weapons. When he used the hexagram, it would definitely result in death. His injuries were not healed yet, so he did not dare to use it. As for his other hidden weapons, they would not even tickle Zhuo Xiaoyan if they hit her. There was also his Flaming Sun Sutra, elemental fire technique, and Zhu Rome's primordial fire. He could not use any of them, nor did he dare to use them. What if he really burns Zhuo Xiaoyan's hair? There was no need to burn it. Even if it was just a burn, would he still be able to live? Would he still want to recover? Along the way, Zhuo Changlu did not slack at all. He directly used his supra-cultivation and profound words to instill everything into the 12 little fellows' minds. Then, he hurriedly told them to prepare their most powerful defenses and their best weapons. Then, he gave them a portion of the many precious treasures he had accumulated, especially those that could take effect immediately and heal quickly. Calm down, you must calm down. Your cultivation is far superior to ordinary ascendant fairies. A ascendant heavenly tribulation is nothing to you. By the time Zhuo Changlu put them down, the first tribulation lightning had already struck. At this moment, Zhuo Changlu did not have the time to leave the area covered by the tribulation clouds. The first tribulation lightning directly smashed down on Zhuo Changlu's head, clearly intending to punish him. If Zhuo Changlu did not deal with it properly, he would be considered a part of this tribulation lightning. Then, whether Zhuo Changlu would live or die was still uncertain. However, Li Chenglong and the other 12 people would definitely die without a doubt. Great soul shift, Zhuo Changlu shouted. Then, he focused all his attention on the tribulation eye in the sky. In order to avoid suffering, I specially sent these 12 people here to undergo the tribulation. I hope that the heavenly Tao will be lenient with this act of kindness. Then, Zhuo Changlu himself had already moved hundreds of miles away. The Great Soul Shift was an advanced technique of the Tianyuan escape technique. When executed by Zhuo Changlu, its effect was at least 100 times better than that of Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan. Even the heavenly tribulation lightning could not catch up to him. Boom, 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 the heavenly Tao tribulation thunder chased after Zhuo Zhonglu relentlessly for a few more times, directly driving him out of the range of the heavenly tribulation. After that, it performed the greater soul shift 3 times in a row before it finally gave up. Then, Li Chenglong and the others, who had just realized what was going on, saw the densely packed tribulation eyes in the sky. Then, they heard a thunderclap and many tribulation lightning bolts struck down at the same time. Mommy, this scene was simply too shocking. Li Chenglong and the others were mostly from small places. The rest of them did not have a Skysoar realm cultivator in their family. Therefore, they knew very little about the so-called extraordinary tribulation lightning of Skysoar realm cultivators. Moreover, their progress was too fast. First, they obtained the Sacred Heart cleansing fruit and reached the peak of the profound returning realm. Then, Zhuo Xiaoduo generously lent them the spatial annihilation pagoda for their cultivation. However, this caused them to miss a deeper understanding of the truth of the tribulation lightning of Skysoar realm cultivators. Previously, Zhuo Xiaoyan's breakthrough to the Skysoar realm gave them a relatively false understanding, which led them to think that the spatial annihilation pagoda could be immune to the tribulation lightning. However, Zhua Xiaoduo's tribulation lightning was far more powerful than that of ordinary Skysoar realm cultivators. Zhua Chonglu and Wu Yuding were afraid that they would develop an inner demon while observing Zhua Xiaoduo's tribulation lightning, which would make it difficult for them to make any further progress. Therefore, they directly forbade them from observing Zhua Xiaoduo's tribulation. All of this caused the current awkwardness. Li Chenglong and the others had seen such a shocking scene before. Although they cried out in surprise, they did not slack off and did their best to deal with the tribulation lightning. However, the tribulation lightning was still the main performer in this turmoil. It bombarded wildly and caused a great commotion that boomed, 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 that the earth shook and the mountains shook. It was deafening. Wu Yuding, Lei Chantian, Bai Yunduo, Zui Xiaoduo, and Zui Xiaoyan also rushed to the left side to protect them. However, Zui Zhonglu and the other three almighties had black lines running down their foreheads. They had really neglected this matter. They had been so focused on Zhua Xiaoduo's tribulation that they could not afford to be distracted by other things. This had led to the current awkward situation. They could not shirk this responsibility, no matter how hard they tried. Out at the bottom of the death cliff, that demonic beast consumed a large amount of essence energy to heal its injuries. But its injuries had just recovered by more than half when its entire body suddenly stiffened. A familiar yet terrifying feeling arose spontaneously, and its two large eyeballs were instantly filled with tears. Fuck! It's happening again. It's happening again. And this time, it's happening in a group? This is the first time I've heard of people going through tribulation in groups. Do you think you're not dying fast enough? But can't you choose another place to reserve? Why am I the only one who can cause trouble? Where is your conscience? Where is the heavenly Tao? Where is the heavenly Tao? However, it was a foregone conclusion that this place would become a land of trouble. The demonic beasts, who knew how powerful they were, immediately moved. They picked up the big cocoon and drilled down for a full 300 miles. And why is the heartbeat in the big cocoon getting louder and louder? It seems to be aware of the thunder tribulation outside, and is very interested in it. Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaoyan were at the periphery, stretching their necks to look at the center point. Then Zhua Xiaoduo saw Zhua Xiaoyan take out her cell phone with familiarity. This operation. There's actually such an operation. Zhua Xiaoduo's eyes widened. He was excited to see this and was eager to give it a try. Chapter 1195. There are restrictions? That's right. Powerful beings of the Tao integration stage and above are not allowed to enter. Dongfang Xingyang sighed and said, there are already signs like this. It's still gathering energy. If this is true, I'm afraid it's going to be very troublesome. Why can't powerful beings of the Tao integration stage and above enter? Yudong Tian asked. Then why don't you ask Nan Zhengxian why he's the finance minister of the Shangjing? Dongfang Zhengyang snorted and glared at Nan Zhengxian. Nan Zhengxian was enraged. That's the only thing I've hidden from you, and the minister didn't allow me to say it. How can you blame me for that? What is it? Yudong Tian was very interested. Dongfang Zhengyang was annoyed. Nan Zhengxian was prepared for the backlash when he set up little Immerse soul-cleansing phoenix vein. If it weren't for some other reason, his plan wouldn't have worked. Otherwise, the grass on his grave would be a meter tall by now. Nan Zhengxian's expression darkened. The heavenly Tao formation, this time, is very different from the phoenix vein soul cleansing technique. If powerful beings of the Tao integration stage and above enter, they will most likely trigger a backlash from the heavenly Tao. Furthermore, The Tao integration stage, cultivator's cultivation base. Vital energy, life, and soul will be locked onto by the celestial bodies and become a guide. It will guide the continents outside and help them find their way back. Because powerful beings of the Tao integration stage have become one with all Taos, their life soul is already inseparable from the continent beneath their feet and can become a locator's stellar source. Do you understand? Dongfang Xingyang looked up at the sky and said, "This formation is complete." He could clearly see the 9 stars of the Big Dipper and the 6 stars of the Southern Dipper. The lightning tribulations of countless prodigies had triggered the Dragon Vein Soul cleansing technique, that the energy of the Dragon Vein Soul cleansing technique was still brewing and was about to erupt. The Dragon Vein Soul cleansing technique in the Shangjing provided the best protection for the heavenly Tao formation. It's complete. Dongfang Zhongyang looked up into the sky and sighed. Under the continuous guidance of the huge starlight, the dragon veins of the earth responded and rose up. Waves of providence soared into the sky and merged with the 15 stars in the sky that, as for the Wang clan's karmic luck, it was like a whale sucking in water. It was as if the Wang clan's karmic luck was being used to nourish this heavenly Tao formation. Well, it was a little inappropriate to call it nourishment. Nourishment referred to a subtle influence and a little bit of warmth. Now, it should be called a blood transfusion. He was forcefully supplying blood without regard to his own condition. Moreover, he was forcefully supplying blood in an endless manner. It was as if he didn't care even if he exhausted all of his luck. The Wang clan is completely finished. Their luck has been exhausted. Sigh. Dongfang Zhongyang sighed. The heavenly Tao has already been set. We are destined to be unable to interfere. Yu Dongtian said angrily. Even if the heavenly Tao plot is formed, so what if we interfere? Could it be that he would suffer the wrath of heaven? Moreover, even if the heavenly Tao plot has already been set, there will always be a foundation and a variable. We can't damage the foundation and shake it. Can't we destroy it bit by bit and gradually expand from one point to the other to achieve the effect of destruction? The heavenly Tao is derived from the heavenly Tao. It has been set long ago and is destined to be unbreakable. At most, we can use variables to affect the heavenly Tao and cause the heavenly Tao plot to deviate slightly. Dongfang Zhengyang explained, for example, the heavenly Tao plot was set long ago. Chapter 1196. After a few words, the two of them had returned to the small courtyard. Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaonian had also rushed back. When Zhuoxiaoduo saw that Li Chenglong and the others had successfully passed the tribulation, he finally felt relieved. Even though he had already read their faces and knew that they would be able to move forward without any obstacles, he was still worried when it came to it. Only now did he feel at ease. However, once a certain someone was relieved, his mind immediately turned to other things. Thus, he winked at Zhuoxiaonian along the way. Then he kept transmitting his voice to her. Nian Mao, hee Nian Mao. Little kitty, I like to play with cats. Nian Mao, I'm flying. Roar, think about what we still have to do. Roar, gagaga, flying. Flying is good. Flying is wonderful. Flying is so beautiful. Flying is so beautiful. Flying can find a wife. Flying can meow. Dang. Zhuoxiaonian felt irritated. She wanted to ride on him and beat him up to show her affection. However, she kept a straight face and ignored him coldly. She was very cold and reserved. Zhuoxiaoduo kept transmitting his voice to her, provoking, teasing, and flirting. Zhuoxiaonian still ignored him. You're actually flying. You're catching up with me. Perhaps You're even stronger than me in terms of combat power? Oomph. How dare you? Wouldn't a puppy be so proud of itself? Besides, this guy had always wanted to fly. There was another thing. Now that he was here, what should she do? Every time she thought about this, Zhuo Xiaoyan felt as if her whole body was on fire. She yearned for it, but she was also a little afraid. At the same time, she was also a little unwilling to let a certain someone succeed. Melancholy. Zhuo Xiaoyan was very conflicted. She wanted to be reserved, but she also felt that the time was up. What should she do? She would ask her mother when she got back and see what she had to say. I've always listened to her. Even if she asked me to do that, I'll just follow her wishes. He returned to the small courtyard. He spread the quilt on the floor and placed them on the bed one by one. There were simply too many people, and there was not enough space on the bed. He could only choose to place the girls on the bed first. As for the group of rough boys, a quilt was enough to cushion them. Wu Yuding, Zhuo Xiaoyan, and Bai Yunduo were taking care of the girls. Outside, Zhuo Chonglu and Lei Chongtian were chatting while Zhuo Xiaoduo was working to take care of his fellow sufferers. Zhuo Xiaoduo took out his phone and took pictures of everyone's miserable faces. He laughed as he took pictures. These were all high-quality materials. Originally, he wanted to sneak in and take pictures of Gao Qiao, or Wan Lixiu, and the others' miserable faces, but he was mercilessly suppressed by Wu Yuding and then thrown out by Zhuo Xiaoyan. He sighed and fed each of them pills, and kicked them a few times while he was at it. He wanted to use the divine stone, but Zhuo Chonglu grabbed him by the neck and spun him around. He was dazzled. Bastard, that's a good thing to use when saving lives. Now that their lives are not in danger, and there are people protecting them, what's wrong with recovering a little slower? This divine stone is a heaven-defying treasure that can instantly recover at a critical moment and turn the tables. Do you want to waste it like this? Zhuo Chonglu really found it hard to understand his son's generosity. Wasn't this guy quite stingy before? Little did he know that although Zhuo Xiaoduo was stingy compared to being stingy, Zhuo Xiaoduo was actually more afraid of trouble. Something that could be healed with the divine stone, but he, as the boss, had to wait on him for so long. How could there be such a logic in this world at this moment? Dongfang Xingyang came and landed in the courtyard hurriedly. Based on this theory, everything must be done within the rules, and no one can overstep them. As such, Xiao Duo and the others naturally cannot break through to the Dao integration stage before the 20th day of the 5th lunar month. Otherwise, their status as variables in the heavenly Dao formation would not be valid. Dongfang Xingyang sighed. Looking at the people in the courtyard who had just completed their heaven's tribulation, Dongfang Xingyang did not expect himself to say something like this. Logically speaking, cultivators who had just broken through to the heavenly Dao integration stage would need at least 30 to 50 years of consolidation, 100 to 80 years of experience, and a few hundred to a few dozen years of training. Dream on. In fact, it was normal for one to not be able to break through to the Dao integration stage in 100, 200, or even 2,000 years. However, the dozen or so cultivators in front of him could not be judged by logic. One had to know that these little cultivators were only Khanate martial masters 2 to 3 years ago, and they had only cultivated for a few days. However, they had already broken through to the embryonic breathing core, nascent soul, cloud imperial spirit, mystic soul, and ascended to the heavens. Taking everything into account, it would only take a little more than 2 years. If one were to analyze it in detail, this was a terrifying and sensational thing. At least in Dongfang Xingyang's opinion, it was not strange at all for them to break through to the Dao integration stage in 3 to 5 months. It was because of this concern that Dongfang Xingyang was worried that if he did not warn them in advance, these little cultivators would be blessed with good fortune, and they would have plenty of high-quality resources. Furthermore, with Zhuo Xiaoduo's space-destroying tower, they would all have the conditions to improve rapidly. If they suddenly broke through to the Dao integration stage before the 20th day of the 5th lunar month, the situation would be very bad. If something went wrong, the Heavenly Tao formation would only be able to watch as those who wanted to steal all the fortune in their hands. So Chenglu also thought of this, and he said solemnly, "All right, I understand. I will tell Xiao Duo. Why don't you call him over? After all, Xiao Duo's aura divination technique is also." Dongfang Zhengyang said. So Chenglu looked at Dongfang Zhengyang with a half-smile. Dongfang Zhengyang coughed and said, "I know that Xiao Duo was taught by He Yuanyue, the late principal of the second high school in Phoenix City, and his attainments are not shallow. However, I am confident that there is no one in this world who can compare to him in the Tao of aura divination." He is what Chenglu smiled and said, "If that's the case, then I will have to trouble you, Brother Dongfang." You're welcome. Thank you, boss." Dongfang Zhengyang was very emotional. Zhuo Chenglu's words were equivalent to giving him a huge karma. And this karma with Zhuo Xiaoduo was a very meaningful thing for Dongfang Zhengyang and the Dongfang family. As a grandmaster of aura divination, how could General Dongfang not understand the importance of this? Even though he was the one giving away his precious inheritance, he still had to thank Zhuo Chenglu, because Zhuo Chenglu had promised him in the future. After a short while, Zhuo Xiaoduo arrived. Dongfang Zhengyang explained the situation to him again. Zhuo Xiaoduo furrowed his brows in deep thought before ascending into the sky with Dongfang Zhengyang. Not long after, the two of them descended from the sky. Dongfang Zhengyang asked, "How is it?" "It's fine." Zhuo Xiaoduo's brows furrowed slightly. "I don't think there's a need to deliberately slow down our cultivation speed. We can just cultivate normally. Not only that, we have to speed up, but..." Dongfang Zhengyang was just about to say something when he suddenly came to a realization. "You're saying..." "That's right, if I'm not mistaken. Being in the Heavenly Tao formation is equivalent to being in another world, a world without the laws of the Heavenly Tao. No matter how hard we try, we won't be able to make a breakthrough. Uncle Dongfang, you're right to say that we're variables in the Heavenly Tao formation. However, you're overestimating us if you say that we can quickly make a breakthrough to the Tao integration stage. Taking everything into consideration, I can basically conclude that the reason Li Chenglong and the others were able to transcend the heavenly tribulation together was not only because of human factors, but also because of the will of the heavens. In fact, they were able to successfully transcend the heavenly tribulation because the heavenly Tao made use of them to break through to the Tao integration stage. The explosion of energy formed the final link of the heavenly Tao formation. After they successfully broke through to the Tao integration stage, the heavenly Tao formation was also completed. It was the best of both worlds, but at the same time, there was an additional layer of hidden connection between them. As a result, with the heavenly Tao formation now in place, it's definitely impossible for Li Chenglong and the others to break through to the Tao integration stage. We have to wait until this formation is over before we can talk about what happens next. On the other hand, what I'm really concerned about, but what I can't be sure about, is which wills of the heavenly Tao are behind this formation and what the final direction of the formation is going to be. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, "Uncle Dongfang's concerns are naturally reasonable, but you don't have to worry about us making a breakthrough in advance. Uncle Dongfang, you may not know this, but when the Phoenix Meridian soul-surging formation was in the past, Niancat clearly had the ability to break through the inherent bottleneck, but she was unable to do so. It wasn't because her cultivation was not high enough, nor was it because she didn't understand it. Instead, it was because she was in the formation, and the Destiny formation was suppressing her breakthrough." The third update is estimated to be around 9 o'clock at night. I'm writing quite slowly today, as I have to think about how to start this formation as soon as possible. I originally wanted to write 2 updates, but everyone's understanding and support makes me feel embarrassed if I don't write more. Therefore, I'll do my best to repay your kindness. Chapter 1197. Actually, from a long-term perspective, the suppression from the Destiny Bureau that day made Yin Yin's foundation unprecedentedly stable. That time, I estimate that the Heavenly Tao Bureau suppressed her true yuan at least 50 times, which is far beyond that realm. At that time, the true yuan suppression she could endure was the limit. Based on this reason, we can do the opposite this round. Not only do we not slow down, but we can also help Li Chenglong and the others reach the peak of the Skysoar realm as soon as possible. With the Heavenly Fate Bureau suppressing their true energy, we won't waste it. We can strengthen our foundation as much as possible, especially since the Heavenly Fate Bureau is helping us to suppress our true energy. We won't have to endure the pain of doing it ourselves. In other words, the earlier we do it, the stronger our foundation, the more benefits we will receive. Zhuo Xiaoduo said confidently. Zhuo Chonglu didn't understand, so he looked at Dongfang Xingyang and asked, "Is that so?" Yes, Xiaoduo is right. I've overlooked something. Dongfang Xingyang was speechless. In fact, Dongfang Xingyang didn't really miscalculate. After all, he hadn't experienced the Phoenix Pole Spirit Bureau, so he didn't know the exact effects of Zhuo Xiaoyan. It was understandable that he didn't think of this. In fact, his original plan was the more mature one. However, Dongfang Xingyang didn't expect Zhuo Xiaoduo to be so skilled that he could fix his mistakes. His heart couldn't help but warm up. "Xiaoduo, your uncle Dongfang has just discussed with me. He wants to teach you everything he has learned from Qi observation." Zhuo Chonglu smiled and said, "This is the fruit of your uncle Dongfang's blood and sweat. Kowtow to your uncle Dongfang." "Thank you, Uncle Dongfang. I'm flattered." Zhuo Xiaoduo was overjoyed when he heard this. Without another word, he immediately laid on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. He had always felt that he was lacking in the cultivation of the aura examination technique. Now that he had met a master, and one who was second to none in the world, he was naturally overjoyed. All right. Dongfang Xingyang was so excited that his voice was trembling. He looked at Zhuo Chonglu with gratitude before taking out the 9 jade pendants. "This is my unique Qi gazing mantra, a cultivation method. This is the experience of some seniors in my sect. This is a personal letter from a master of astral souls. This is the summary of the experience of the Umno Alliance. This is the Tao Leagues. These are the aura gazing methods I've collected. Some belong to the spirit race, some belong to the Yao race. This is..." He handed them over to Zhuo Xiaoduo one by one and said with relief, "With your foundation and cultivation, as long as you have these inheritances in your hands, you don't need me to teach you on the spot. You only need to see them and you will understand. However, when you have free time, you should try to understand more, especially the cases of many seniors on the Qi viewing case. You will have your own insights and improvements will be just around the corner." Zhuo Chonglu was a little surprised. "Dongfang, you seem to be in a hurry." "It's not that I'm in a hurry, boss. Since the Heavenly Tao has been set up, it will not allow people like us who can influence the situation to cause trouble here. Therefore, a lot of things will happen in the near future, and we can't stay in the capital. The Heavenly Tao is like a knife. It's not just a saying. Therefore, if you want to set up a backup plan, you have to start now." "That's reasonable." Zhuo Chonglu was deep in thought. Li Chenglong and the others had been dealt with. Now, they just had to lie down and wait for them to wake up. There was nothing else to do for now. Lei Changtian and Bai Yunduo were in charge of looking after them. Then, Zhuo Xiaoyan and Zhuo Xiaoduo, who were flirting with each other, were carried into the room by Zhuo Chonglu and his wife. Zhuo Chonglu squeezed Zhuo Xiaoduo's neck, and Wu Yuding squeezed Zhuo Xiaoyan's neck. The husband and wife looked as if one was carrying a cat and the other a dog. After they were carried into the room, they set up a soundproof barrier, making it seem like they were in a secret place. They casually made 2 small stools and let the 2 of them sit upright on them. Then, Chief Judge Zhuo and Chief Judge Wu began to interrogate the 2 of them. "Tell us," Zhuo Chonglu said sternly. "Tell us what?" Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan looked at each other. Their faces were full of confusion. They did not know what was going on and did not know why they were being interrogated. What was going on? Why were they being interrogated all of a sudden? Tell us what? Tell us about the things in your hands. Tell us, where did they come from? Did they fall from the sky? Wu Yuding glared at them. Her face was full of menace. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan actually shuddered at the same time. Their mother's power was still overwhelming. She was still the #1 threat in their lives that could not be ignored. Otherwise, how could she be the chief judge? Tell us, what exactly? Zhuo Xiaoyan had already curled into a ball. She really didn't know where her mother's question came from, so she didn't know how to answer. Just tell us what we don't know. Even if you really tell us that they fell from the sky, it's fine as long as you tell us. Wu Yuding and Zhuo Chonglu were very experienced in dealing with Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan. Although Zhuo Xiaoyan was the older sister, she had always been the most cowardly one. She would turn into a quail as soon as she glared at them. As for Zhuo Xiaoduo, he had been much more thick-skinned since he was young. Basically, he would only confess the truth after being tortured. Therefore, every time they were interrogated together, Zhuo Xiaoyan would be the breakthrough point. First, they would set an example. Then, Zhuo Xiaoduo would tell the truth. It had almost become a habit. Now that they were playing the same old tune again, it was still the same. It seemed that the trick was not new. As long as it worked, it was good. No matter how old the trick was, it was still habitual. Zhuo Xiaoduo's expression was still the same as before. He seemed to be confused, but in fact, he was stubbornly resisting and trying to come up with a countermeasure. However, Zhuo Xiaoyan had already started to confess. I didn't get anything good. I only got an ice soul. It was the one that Xiao Duo won that day. But later, I swallowed hundreds of ancient ice souls and frost essence. It was an opportunity that I got when Duo brought me to Baishan City the last time. Wu Yuding and Zhuo Zhonglu had a calm look on their faces as if everything was under their control. However, they didn't know what to say in their hearts. I only got an ice soul. Later, I swallowed hundreds of ancient ice souls. Listen, listen, listen. Is this something that a human would say? If the ice abyss which heard this, she would at least spit out a mouthful of blood. These two little guys did not realize what kind of opportunity they got at all. Also, Xiao Duo brought me and accidentally found the palace of the Azure Dragon Lord. Because of that, I got the inheritance of the Tying Fairy. Yes, Xiao Duo also got part of the inheritance of the Azure Dragon Lord. There were also some spiritual items, such as the honey of laurel. Zhuo Xiaoyan was an honest girl. She honestly told them everything. In every few sentences, she would habitually mention, "Little Duo, take me." Therefore, the mastermind and accomplice of the two were clear at a glance. Zhuo Xiaoduo did not feel anything strange about this. It was mainly because he had experienced this too many times since he was young. He was already used to it. Usually, when the siblings did something wrong, Zhuo Xiaoyan would always say, "Xiao Duo pulled me." Then Xiao Duo told me to do it. Then Xiao Duo. This kind of scapegoat had become a habit. It would be strange if Zhuo Xiaoyan did not say this one day. She would wonder if Nian Yan was sick, had a fever, had a brain damage, or had been possessed and replaced by someone else. This situation continued until Zhuo Xiaoyan became a cultivator and cultivated to the innate level. Only then did it improve. At that time, Zhuo Xiaoduo no longer had the ability to bring Zhuo Xiaoyan to cause trouble. Fighting 5 scums with a cultivator who had entered the Dao and was a high-level cultivator who was known as a genius. This combination was not appropriate at all. However, today it was obvious that Zhuo Xiaoduo had regained his ability and qualifications. Therefore, the scapegoat was naturally placed on his back. Nothing else. Xiao Duo has been running to my room these days. Sometimes he kisses, touches, cough, cough, cough. That's all. Zhuo Xiaoyan hurriedly covered her mouth. Her face was red from embarrassment. Under Wu Yuding's pressure, Zhuo Xiaoyan habitually confessed everything. She told them everything that she should not say. She almost told them how Zhuo Xiaoduo had taken advantage of her. Although she stopped in time to stop the damage, she was so embarrassed that she almost wanted to crawl into a hole. Wu Yuding and Zhuo Chonglu looked at each other. They did not know whether to laugh or cry. This girl was too honest. They had already decided to give her to Xiao Duo. If she was betrothed to someone else, how could the old couple be at ease? Well, little puppy, this guy is a troublemaker. How could they be at ease when they decided to give her to him? Sigh, children are all debts. If you give birth to a child at 100 years old, you will have to worry for 99 years. Once you have a child, you have to accept your fate. Chapter 1198. Based on Zhuo Xiaoduo's understanding of his parents, they must have known something. That was why they decided to put him on trial. But the problem was that what exactly do you two want me to say? This is how the Public Security Bureau deals with criminals. They don't ask you anything and make you explain yourself first. How would I know what to explain and what not to explain? Do you think I'm so easy to scare like Nian Mao? This creation plate came from the same place as the Azure Dragon Temple that Nian Mao had told him about, that Xiaoduo felt that this shouldn't be anything special. Therefore, he threw out the first item. Hiss. There was indeed a new discovery. Creation plate. Zhuanglu sucked in a cold breath as he deployed another layer of soundproof barrier. A corner? Why is there a corner of this thing? Take it out and let me see. This is it. Zhuo Xiaoduo took out the corner of the creation plate that he had obtained from the Azure Dragon Temple and handed it to Zhuo Changlu. Zhuo Changlu and his wife were shocked and speechless. We originally wanted to ask him what those things that had appeared when he was transcending the tribulation were. But before we could even begin to explain, he took the initiative to give us a creation plate. But this was a completely unexpected hobby. We thought that you had already integrated the creation plate into your divine soul. That's why you had that mysterious idea and supernatural power. In the end, you actually obtained another corner? Didn't that mean that this was simply turning the world upside down, okay? Holding it in their hands, the couple looked back and forth and communicated with each other through telepathy. It was the creation plate. The couple had been searching for this thing for tens of thousands of years. Or rather, the entire human race in the astral souls have been searching for this thing for tens of thousands of years. They all knew that this thing existed. Maybe, probably. But they didn't know what it was used for. Now, Zhuo Xiaoduo had thrown out a corner as if it were a glass ball, feeling the boundless and mysterious aura inside. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding were certain at first glance that this was definitely not fake. Because the profound aura of the heavenly Tao within it was absolutely impossible to fake. After watching for a long time, even Zhuo Changlu faintly felt that his path of the great Tao was a little shocking. The shock caused Zhuo Zhonglu's heart to shudder. Wu Yuding felt the same way. The two of them looked at each other, their eyes solemn. His path of the great Tao was shocking. This meant that his path of the great Tao was still lacking compared to the path of the great Tao of the creation plate. This in itself was a huge flaw. The creation plate contained 3,000 great Taos. Legend had it that among the 3,000 great Taos of the creation disk, there was a perfect great Tao hidden. Even the Tao ancestor had not discovered this great Tao. By the time the Tao ancestor wanted to seriously comprehend it, the creation disk had already shattered now. The legendary boundless great Tao seemed to be right in front of him. Zhuo Changlu closed his eyes and steadied his mind. Wu Yuding also closed her eyes and steadied her mind. The husband and wife both had the same thought. Their son had already embarked on this path of great opportunity. As his parents, how could they snatch it from their son? Therefore, the two of them had to give it up. Give it to Xiao Duo. Wu Yuding opened her eyes and stared at Zhuo Changlu. Give it to our son. Zhuo Changlu opened his eyes and looked at his wife with determination. Then the two of them smiled at each other. Then they handed the creation plate back. It had been in Zhuo Xiaoduo's hand. Put away. From now on, this thing can't be seen by anyone, including the two of us and your sister Nian. You were too vague last time and didn't ask in detail. Duo slapped his head. Indeed, the more he spoke, the more he was wrong. The more he spoke, the more he would expose himself. His parents' brains weren't made of wood. He only gave them a few clues, and then they pulled out a huge truck. It seemed like his background was going to be dug up completely. The so-called inheritance is probably the elemental fire art, and Zhu Rong's true fire, and so on. Since his parents weren't outsiders, Duo explained everything in detail. Halfway through, Wu Yuding had already flown into a rage several times, wanting to go out and beat Lei Changtian up. Even if she couldn't beat him up, she would at least go out and give him a good scolding. No, at least 2 or 3 scoldings. I never expected that the last time this old guy brought my son to the Umno Alliance, there were so many unforeseen events. After experiencing so many things, it was as if he was wandering around the gates of hell every moment. How could a grandfather be like this? I'm going to die from anger. Although my son received a lot of benefits because of this and obtained a lot of things that he couldn't even dream of, but that old guy still needs to be taught a lesson. And then what? When you were going through the tribulation, those grasshoppers, what happened? Was it the backup that Elder One gave you? Wu Yuding asked. Yes, it was that Elder One. In fact, he gave me a lot of good things. So Duo hurriedly grabbed a handful of seeds. Dad, Mom, these are the seeds of a kind of spirit vine. As long as you plant them with a spirit gathering array, 2 or 3 of them can grow into a villa on their own. Even the main body, courtyard walls, furniture, etc. Everything can grow into the way you want it to grow. This thing is great. In the future, when our family lives in seclusion, it'll be useful. And after it grows, it can automatically absorb spiritual energy to assist in cultivation. Even Zhuo Zhonglu and Wu Yuding, who had seen a lot of things, couldn't help but be stunned when they saw so many good things in front of them. That Elder One is so generous. He gave you so many at once. Wu Yuding looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo's hands. There were at least 200 or 300 seeds, right? This master of the spirit clan was so generous. These are legendary good things. How could he give so many at once to his son? Just one. So Duo stared blankly and said, This is nothing. Elder One gave me a huge sack in one go. Just based on the amount, it should be at least a few 100,000, right? Hearing this number, Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding felt dizzy. Did he give you all of his family's wealth? Why did he find you so pleasing to the eye? Little dog, tell me the truth. Does that Elder One have a granddaughter or something? Does he want you to be his grandson-in-law or something? Wu Yuding asked a little strangely. Zhuo Xiaoyan suddenly widened her eyes. Mom, you have to make it clear. She immediately turned her head and glared at Zhuo Xiaoduo. A pair of small canine teeth faintly showed. Little dog, you have to be careful with what you say. What? Mom, what are you thinking? Elder One is all alone. He doesn't even have a son or daughter. How can he have a granddaughter? He just likes me. If he really has something else, I won't do it. Just for this little thing, I won't sell myself. So Duo felt wronged. Feeling Zhuo Xiaoyan's fierce gaze, he felt cold all over and hurriedly tried to prove his innocence. Just this little thing? How dare you say that? These seeds that Elder One gave you. I don't dare to say that more than 90% of the practitioners in the 3 continents would cry and beg to be related to him. Is it necessary? Let me tell you, boy, is it necessary? Even your father and I can't afford such a big gift. Do you think it's necessary? Ha! Chapter 1199. Elder One said that, if one day I can rule the world, he hopes that I can let the Ling clan live. That's probably what he meant, right? Duo said with uncertainty. Thinking of this condition, Duo actually still felt that it was a little ridiculous. How high did he think of him? Are you sure? Chonglu and his wife's eyes bulged as they asked at the same time. Duh. Duo racked his brains again and finally said, I'm sure. Are you sure? The fate of an entire clan. This time, not only Wu Yuding, but also Zhuo Chonglu's face turned pale. Both of them felt as if the sky had collapsed. I'm sure, that's what he said. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded, a little confused. He deeply felt that his parents were making a mountain out of a molehill. It was not a big deal. Your son did not even have the confidence to reach that level. Son! Wu Yuding covered her face with both hands and rubbed her temples with her fingers a few times. She said weakly, "You're really bold." The fate of an entire clan. Zhuo Chonglu sighed deeply. For a moment, the two of them felt powerless to complain. Damn it, it's our blessing to have such an idiotic son. He agreed to the fate of an entire clan in a muddle-headed way. Where did his confidence come from? This is not a big deal, right? Zhuo Xiaoduo was a little uneasy. What do you think? I don't think it's a big deal. If I can't reach that level, this agreement is as good as nothing, right? Yes, but if I really reach that level, this kind of thing can be done with just a word from me, right? Zhuo Xiaoduo said complacently. Wu Yuding and Zhuo Chonglu looked at each other. There was nothing wrong with the little dogs thinking, but that son, you seem to have overlooked too much. You only saw the result, but not the process. Zhuo Chonglu asked, what if you don't know if you can reach that level in the future and the spirit clan is destroyed? What will you do? If the spirit race continues to face such a crisis, what will you do? Wu Yuding asked. If you give up on rescuing him, what if you end up in that situation in the future? Can you bear the karma of an entire race? If you don't give up, how many lives and sacrifices will you have to make to fulfill this promise of yours? What if you still can't reach that realm after everyone sacrifices themselves? There are too many things going on here. You think too simply. Wu Yuding sighed and tapped Zhuo Xiaoduo's forehead. You've promised the karma of an entire race. If you don't understand, you can imagine if the fate of the entire astral souls rests on your shoulders. If you say that you don't care, tens of billions of people will die. If you say that you care, tens of billions of people will live. Think about it. How big of a karma is this? Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned. Is it that serious? It is that serious. Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding nodded at the same time. Then they saw Zhuo Xiaoduo scratching his head and saying helplessly, "But I've already promised. What can I do?" This sentence made the whole family speechless. Yes, no matter how serious the consequences are, he has already promised. What can you do? Then you can only bear with it, bear with it. Zhuo Chonglu said speechlessly. Isn't that it? Wait for things to happen. What's a big deal? Zhuo Xiaoduo said. Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding were speechless. They looked at each other and felt the difference in their thinking. Is this the generation gap? Have the young people's thinking become to take one step at a time and cross the bridge when the time comes? And our thinking of preparing for a rainy day is outdated? The husband and wife were stunned for a while before they recovered. Suddenly, they felt dispirited. Forget it, what else? There's also, Zhuo Xiaoduo called Yan Shirsi out. A mass of black fog with monstrous demonic flames came and went. This is... That's not right. But that we leveled up. We really don't dare to level up like that. Zhonglu and Wu Yuding might be peerless existences in the world, and they might be the most daring people in the world, but they still wouldn't dare to accept the greetings of Grandpa and Grandma. If I didn't guess wrongly, this person should be the legendary 7th Prince of the Demon Emperor Majesty. Although he should be reborn now, his roots were still there. Even if he reincarnated 100,000 times, he was still the 7th Prince of the Demon King. Other things aside, if they agreed to call them Grandpa and Grandma, what should the Demon King, Demon Empress, and Dongwang call them when they see them in the future? The Demon King's son would call them Grandpa and Grandma. Oh my god at this. This was a damn karma that could take one's life. Zhuo Chonglu's lips twitched, and he couldn't help but scratch his head. No matter how daring I am, I definitely don't dare to let the Demon King call me Daddy. Xiao timidly plucked up her courage and called them Grandpa and Grandma. She looked and waited expectantly. However, Wu Yuding and Zhou Chonglu didn't speak for a long time. Xiao suddenly felt inferior. She lowered her head in disappointment and grievance. Tears flashed in her eyes. Mommy, Grandpa and Grandma don't like me. How can that be? Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned. What was their reaction? Why weren't they responding? Who said they don't like you? Wu Yuding quickly reacted and hugged Xiao in her arms. She laughed and said, I thought I would only be promoted after a few years. I didn't expect to become a grandma now. Good child, good child. Xiao instantly became happy. Zhou Chonglu also smiled and said, Grandpa is so happy that he suddenly has a grandson. Ha! He also thought it through. Zhou Xiaoduo had already accepted this karma. As parents, they were already involved in this karma. They couldn't escape. Since they couldn't escape, they had to face it bravely. Demon King. So what? I am the Sky Inspecting Minister, the #1 person in the Astral Souls continent. My status is not inferior to him, the Demon King. I can't defeat him. But, my seniority is higher. Zhou Chonglu searched through a spatial ring and found 2 heavenly fire essences. Each of them was the size of a human head. They were a gift from his grandparents. This was something that the husband and wife had obtained by chance. Originally, they wanted to give it to Zhou Xiaoduo after he broke through to the Sky Soar Realm. But now, they could only take out 2 of them and give them to their grandson. Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you, Grandma. Xiao was so excited that she jumped around. She was so excited that she almost laughed out loud. Dad, Mom, what about me? Zhou Xiaoduo looked enviously and couldn't help but stretch out his hand. You? Zhou Chonglu's face twisted. This is a gift for our grandson. Why do you want one too? How can there be such a logic in this world? But I am your son, Zhou Xiaoduo said confidently. Up until now, I haven't enjoyed even a little bit of the benefits of being the 2nd generation. My heart is so cold. All right. Zhou Chonglu and Wu Yuding took out the remaining 4 pieces. You can have them all. Is that enough? Can you stop acting pitiful? I can't bear to see it. It's too fake. Ha. The 2nd generation is so lucky. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. Zhou Xiaoduo kept them and beamed. Then he turned to Xiao and said, Give your 2 pieces to Mommy for safekeeping. There's such a thing? Wu Yuding was stunned. This guy is so familiar with my methods. Thank you, Mommy. Xiao happily offered them. Oh, it's great that Mommy is willing to safekeep them for me. Wu Yuding was speechless. This 3-legged grandson seemed a little silly when she turned around. She saw Zhou Xiaoyan pouting and looking at her husband and wife. Chapter 1200. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed heartily. Zhou Xiaoyan finally beamed with delight. Thank you, Dad and Mom. She quickly put it away, then glanced at Zhou Xiaoduo and snorted proudly. Did you see that? I have one too. Zhou Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, Silly girl, you've been promoted to be a father. That means you're mine. Dad and Mom are playing with the left hand to the right hand. The goodies will never fall into the hands of outsiders. Even if they give it to you, it's still given to our family. It's equivalent to giving it to me. You're so proud that your tail is wagging so high. It's none of your business. Anyway, I have one too. Dad and Mom have me in their hearts. Zhou Xiaoyan snorted. So what if I've been promoted to be a father? Dad and Mom have given me a position. I'm your man. Zhou Xiaoduo was speechless when he saw the unprecedentedly valiant Nian cat, who actually wanted to be his man. Since when did I become a woman? Isn't this a reversal of the universe? Just as he was about to speak, Wu Yuding smacked him on the head. Hurry up and continue. Don't look around and waste time. Don't you know that time is precious? Xiao was being held in Wu Yuding's arms at this moment, and she was being pampered in every possible way. Wu Yuding's mood at this moment was very strange. I have a grandson now, although he's a crow, but the feeling of holding him in my arms is pretty good too. Well, because of this crow grandson, I seem to have another pair of children. My son is a mother now. Thinking of her son and son-in-law. Oh my God, why is my family's relationship so messed up? Next, It was the Huahuang sword's turn to appear. As it appeared, Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding actually stood up and bowed to it, which was rare for them. Empress Hua's achievement of mending the sky had benefited the entire human race. In the face of Empress Hua's personal weapon, even the two of them did not dare to neglect it and gave it a very high courtesy. The sword of Empress Hua returned the favor by slightly bending its body and vibrating thrice as a response. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding were not only the top of the human race, but also the great heroes who saved the astral souls from being enslaved by other races. In the face of such figures, even the Huahuang sword, who thought highly of himself and looked down upon everyone else, did not dare to be negligent and was very respectful. After that, Zhu Ron was so angry that he refused to come out, but it was not a big deal. Zhuo Changlu knew about the existence of the real fire, so they did not force it. How could they communicate with a ball of fire? Therefore, it was better to avoid it. After that, it was naturally little White and little Jio's turn to appear. For the first time, these two little incarnations turned into a little girl and a little boy the size of a finger. They bounced out. "Mama!" The two little ones let out a clear cry. Zhuo Xiaoyan's face became darker and darker. She fiercely pinched Zhuo Xiaoduo and said angrily, "Damn it! You secretly gave birth to so many children by yourself. Not only do you have birds, but you also have a boy and a girl. You have both sons and daughters." Zhuo Xiaoduo rubbed his thighs, speechless. He wanted to say something, but he could not. How could I give birth to these children? Do I have that ability? These two are. Wu Yuding liked them very much, so she and Zhuo Changlu began to look through the rings again. Fortunately, he and his wife had accumulated quite a bit of wealth over the years, and their pockets were still quite rich. Otherwise, if Little Duo were to bring out groups of people, ordinary grandparents would not be able to afford such a high-class greeting gift. After paying Bai and Jio, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xianyan also eagerly reached out their hands. Zhuo Changlu and his wife were speechless, so they gave them another round. Chapter 1201. Zhuo Xiaoyan was so embarrassed that she turned and ran away. Zhuo Xiaoduo naturally chased after her. They laughed all the way. Then, the three little ones, Bai, Jio, and Xiao, started running behind Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo chased after Zhuo Xianyan, and Zhuo Xianyan fled all over the place, leaving a trail of tails behind her. Lei Changtian and Bai Yunduo watched and couldn't help but sigh. It's good to be young. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan, who were playing around, didn't know how worried their parents were. They only cared about having fun. The minister inspector and the minister's wife, the two big shots, sat down in the room. They felt weak all over, as if their bodies had been sucked dry. They didn't speak for a long time. "Our son is obviously here to collect debts. He really has your genes. He provokes wherever he can't. After provoking, he doesn't take it seriously. He's a typical example of fearless ignorance." Wu Yuding slumped on the chair and said weakly, "But with the things he has done, we can't handle it with just these two old bones." Zhuo Changlu was also a little annoyed. He said, "We have to do it even if we can't. After all, we gave birth to him. Let's think about who we'll be facing." Wu Yuding murmured, "I feel weak every time I think about it. There are many people." Zhuo Changlu said, "We'll only be facing the legendary Tao ancestor, the three pure ones, Demon Emperor Jun, and Azura Ancestor Mingi. After that, it'll be Her Majesty Empress Hua, right? If the legends are right." Zhuo Changlu sighed and said, "At most, we'll only have to deal with the 7 people mentioned above." "Ha, that's all." Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. "Your Excellency Minister, your heart is really big. It's so big that I have a whole new level of respect for you. Is what Changlu shrugged. What can I do if I'm not ambitious enough? The trouble has already been brought back by your son. Are you not going to take the blame? Is that okay? Wu Yuding pulled a long face and said, Anyway, I can't help it. I gave birth to him. I can't do anything about it. I gave birth to her. Sighed. The others are a bit stronger, especially Her Majesty Empress Hua. She might be easy to talk to. After all, the Huahuang sword is in Duoduo's hands. So, there should be some kinship. The most difficult one should be Her Majesty Demon Empress. Wu Yuding thought about it and became extremely melancholy. We turned his son into our grandson, and we still have to ask him for a gourd. This. Zhuo Changlu also felt that this was the most difficult one. He paused and thought for a while. Then, he rubbed his hands and said, If Her Majesty Demon Empress is willing, she can also let Xiao Duo worship her as a godfather or something. Wouldn't that make up for the seniority? Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. Do you think that these peak experts are all stupid like Flood? The two of them discussed for a long time, but they still felt helpless. The two of them were still in melancholy when they suddenly saw Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian rushing in. Dad, Ma, what's the matter? Zhuo Changlu's face darkened. Why didn't you knock on the door before rushing in? Where are your manners? Ha ha ha. So Xiaoduo scratched his head and laughed foolishly. I thought of something, and I feel that it's necessary to tell you too. What's the big deal? Why are you in such a hurry? Wu Yuding's face darkened when she heard the word old. Her eyes were very unfriendly. Aside from causing trouble, this brat actually thinks that my mom is old. She suddenly wanted to beat him up. I still have something to tell you. It's not a big deal, but it's not a small one either. Zhuo Xiaoduo said. What's the matter? Say it. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding instinctively sat up straight. They actually looked a little nervous. The dignified, heaven-inspecting minister couple, whose temperament had been tempered for countless years, had been ruined by their son in just a few days. Now, they were about to become birds that were startled by the twang of a bow. Since this brat said that it was not a big deal, but it was not a small one either, then it was definitely not a small matter. After hearing about the reunion of the calabash and the wish of a family reunion, the two of them were exceptionally fragile. It's not a bad thing, Zhuo Xiaoduo said proudly. I forgot to give you something. What good thing? Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed and took out the huge piece of heaven-mending stone from the spatial extermination pagoda. This was a complete piece. It was the size of a human head, perfectly round, and faintly glowing with a 5-colored halo. Zhuo Changlu's eyes turned solemn, and he said coldly, Stop. However, the moment Zhuo Xiaoduo took out the heaven-mending stone, his newly promoted fairy cultivation erupted for the first time. With a crisp crack, the 5-colored heaven-mending jade in his hand was broken into many pieces. Each piece was the size of a baby's fist. It was divided into 24 pieces, 24 equal parts. Although he had just advanced, his control of his strength was still very good. Zhuo Zhonglu and Wu Yuding, the couple, stood up in shock after witnessing such a tragic scene with their own eyes. Looking at the broken heaven-mending jade, they only felt their minds go blank. This legendary divine item, a super treasure that could heal any kind of injury, a treasure that could instantly replenish one's vitality, was broken by Zhuo Xiaoduo just like that? What are you doing? Wu Yuding was so heartbroken that she could not breathe. Her eyes were red. Zhuo Changlu was also furious. He rubbed his fists and was eager to give it a try. It was obvious that he was about to lose control of his temper and give this prodigal son a good beating. He had to give him a good beating with his fists. I didn't do anything. So Xiaoduo jumped in fright and said in horror, I just feel that. We are often not together. This thing, you and my mother each carry a piece with you, and each of us also keep a piece with us in case of emergencies. This good thing is for us to use. His anger instantly disappeared. The husband and wife stood there in a daze. At that moment, they only felt a warm feeling in their hearts. So, our son was worried about us and gave us treasures. But you didn't have to break it. Wu Yuting felt so warm that she wanted to cry. But at the same time, she was also heartbroken. She said, "Isn't there a small piece? That piece doesn't have much internal energy left. How is it enough?" Zhuo Xiaoduo pulled his mother's hand over and placed 2 pieces of heaven-nourishing jade on it. He said, "These 2 pieces, you and my father each have one. Yin Yin Mao, you take one too. This thing can save your life. It's very useful for prolonging your life. It's also very durable." Zhuo Xiaoduo also placed 1 piece in Zhuo Xiaoyan's hand. Then he thought for a while and took out 10 pieces. Also, senior brother and senior sister, grandpa, and others. "Father, you could divide them as you see fit." Zhuo Changlu took a deep breath and said, "How can we use so many? This is heaven-nourishing jade. Do you want everyone to have one? Since I'm giving it to you, it's yours. You can divide it as you see fit. Then, I still have 11 pieces in my hand. It's enough." Zhuo Xiaoduo put the rest into the space of the Tower of Annihilation. 10 pieces were buried under the mountains, and 1 piece was placed in the space ring in case of emergency. After the distribution, Zhuo Xiaoduo clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Life is unpredictable. Our family can only be at ease if we have this heaven-nourishing jade to protect ourselves." "You silly child." Zhuo Zhonglu smiled with gratification. He took a piece of heaven-mending stone that was the size of an infant's fist. He slightly congealed his strength in his palm, and with a schwa schwa schwa, he divided the entire heaven-mending stone into 10 pieces. Each piece was 1 centimeter thick. He sensed the energy reserves inside, and said in a deep voice, "Just this 1 piece is enough for your senior brother to recover 5 times. How can we use so many? If we can't escape or win after 5 times of recovery, then we'll still die after 500 times of recovery." So Changlu said, "I'll make the appropriate arrangements. Leave 3 pieces for us. It's enough. We don't need more. If you don't need it, you and my mother can keep it for yourselves." So Xiaoduo said, "Anyway, I won't take back what I've given out." Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuting smiled warmly. They looked at each other and said, "Okay." Their son's filial piety made the husband and wife feel comfortable all over. They felt especially comfortable in their hearts. At that moment, they felt that, even if they fought against a few saints for their son, it seemed, they still couldn't fight back that after measuring the elemental energy reserve in the heaven-nourishing jade, Zhuo Changlu couldn't help but calculate in his heart. The number of jade pieces cut into such pieces was still limited, but it was enough for the higher-ups of the astral souls. As for those below the marshal, it would depend on the specific situation. He couldn't give 1 piece to each person. Among the 4 major legions in the east, west, north, and south, he would give 1 piece to each of the 4 marshals and leave 1 piece for the entire legion in case of emergency. It would be enough. There's also Yin Zhonghu, Bai Yinduo, Yu Dongtian, and the others. After all, everyone was a leader. If one of their subordinates was fatally injured, it would be enough to take out the multicolored stone to save them. This thing was naturally good, but shouldn't be distributed too widely. Moreover, it couldn't be made known to everyone. Otherwise, it would cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. In this way, Zhuo Xiaoduo gave them a total of 12 stones, and at least 9 of them could be kept as backup. This was a top-notch resource. Unless it was a last resort, they would definitely not use it. Seeing Zhuo Changlu divide the heaven-nourishing jade, Zhuo Xiaoyan, who understood his intention, said happily, "This is great. With this, the number of casualties in the future will. You think too much. This thing is good, and it is worthy of being a top-notch resource. However, it is not a renewable resource. There must be a limit to its use." Zhuo Changlu rolled his eyes and said, "If there are no strict restrictions, and it is directly handed to the army, do you believe that those 4 idiots can make it all in 1 day? Then, they'll turn around and ask you for more. Even if you say that you don't have it, they won't believe you and will make a fuss about it. Even if they figure out how rare this thing is, they won't care too much about it. If they use it, then they use it. If they don't use it, then they don't have it. But when it really comes to the critical moment, they will regret it and be caught unprepared. This point must be considered again and again. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuting both pondered carefully. Tens of thousands of people died in the Sun-Moon Pass every day. No one was willing to lose any bit of battle damage. However, this heaven-nourishing jade was useful for anyone who was on the verge of death, but it could not be used on everyone who was on the verge of death. This choice would most likely become a great trial of conscience in the future. A person's own value, especially at such a critical moment of life and death, became extremely important. There was no fairness in the world. It was even more so in the face of life. Both were terminally ill and seriously injured. Some people could recover as good as new, while others could only wait for death. However, this unfairness was something that Zhuo Changlu had to create by himself. After all, the heaven-nourishing jade was not a cold medicine. So Xiaoyan also copied Zhuo Changlu and cut her heaven-nourishing jade into 10 pieces. She also carried one piece with her and kept the other 9 pieces carefully. This thing is more precious than a love token. Why did you copy your father and break it into pieces? Wu Yuting looked at Zhuo Xiaoyan and teased her. Zhuo Xiaoyan did not blush at all. She held her head high and said, "Since it was given to me, it's mine. How I deal with it is my business. So what if it's more precious than a love token? I'll accept it and deal with it." Wu Yuting chuckled and pretended to be evil. She said, "Girl, you've already received so many gifts from our family. I'm afraid you've already received thousands of love tokens like this. Isn't it about time you give my son some benefits?" Zhuo Xiaoyan's face turned red. She twisted her body and said unhappily, "Mom, who are you with?" Wu Yuting snorted and said, "My son just gave me such a big gift. Of course, I have to be with my son now. Even if I don't think so, I have to say so. Don't you know that?" Zhuo Xiaoyan immediately started to act coquettishly. A moment later, "Are you done?" Wu Yuting asked Zhuo Xiaoduo. "Everything is done. That's good. We can move on to the next project." Before she finished speaking, Wu Yuting pulled Zhuo Xiaoduo over. She didn't even seal his cultivation. She placed him on her knees and raised her hands skillfully. A series of slaps landed on his face. Who was Wu Yuting? Her cultivation was at the peak of the world. Zhuo Xiaoduo's cultivation was only at the sky realm. How could he resist her? Naturally, she could do whatever she wanted. Sealing his cultivation or not, it was unnecessary. Zhuo Changlu cheered from the side. "Use all your strength. Beat this prodigal up with all your might." Such a good thing was actually smashed by this little bastard with a single slap. When I saw the scene just now, I almost fainted. He's simply a prodigal. What is a prodigal? This kid is one. He's a prodigal. If we don't teach him a lesson, when will he change his prodigal habit? He doesn't know how hard life is. Little bastard, little turtle, little coward, little lamb. Slap, 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 slap. That not only did Zhuo Xiaoyan not dissuade them, she even gloated and cheered them on. "Mom, use all your strength. Beat him up. Let me do it too." Slap, 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 slap. Wu Yuting kept slapping him, while Zhuo Xiaoyan sneakily kicked him from time to time. "Mom, Dad, I'm doing this out of filial piety, a pure and innocent heart." Zhuo Xiaoduo struggled. "I'm doing this to contribute to our family." How is this prodigal? This is a huge contribution. I'm a hero of the family. Don't use too much strength. I still have a great mission to carry on our family's ancestral line in the future. I'm a hero. I'm not convinced. Why are you hitting me? This is not fair. Mother, you're being too unreasonable. The more Zhuo Xiaoduo spoke, the angrier and more indignant he became. His words were sonorous and powerful as he retorted. So many reasons, so many great principles. I just want to hit you. Is this reason enough? Is it enough? Even if you dismantled the treasure for the sake of the big picture and filial piety, but our hearts ache. Our hearts ache so much that we want to die. Just because of our heartache, we have to hit you to relieve our pain. Otherwise, we won't be able to recover. I've already said that I dismantled it for our family. You can't even dismantle such a huge treasure. It's a waste of God's gift. Even if you give it to us, our hearts will still ache. So we hit you. What about it? Zhuo was speechless. It's over. It's completely over. My son is willing to give up anything for his parents, no matter how precious it is. I didn't give birth to you for nothing. Zhuo Changlu's heart was also extremely warm. Thinking of the moment when Zhuo Xiaoduo crushed the heaven-nourishing jade without hesitation, Zhuo Changlu's eyes were full of gratification and warmth. However, he still scolded, "It's too wasteful. You wish, you old thing." Wu Yuting rolled her eyes. Zhuo Xiaoyan followed Zhuo Xiaoduo out. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked around to make sure there was no one around. Suddenly, he said with a serious expression, "Nian Mao, why haven't I seen your ice spirit after you flew into the sky?" Zhuo Xiaoyan said, "There wasn't any battle. Why do you want to see her? There's a huge taboo in this heaven-nourishing jade. You must be careful," Zhuo Xiaoduo said seriously. "What taboo?" Zhuo Xiaoyan suddenly became nervous. "Will it cause harm to Xiaoduo?" Zhuo Xiaoduo took a deep breath. He looked around and said, "It's not convenient to talk here. Come with me. I'll tell you in detail." After that, he pulled the concerned Zhuo Xiaoyan into the Tower of Annihilation. Now, the Tower of Annihilation was empty as far as the eye could see. What secrets does this puppy have? "Your son." Sigh. Zhuo Changlu sighed. "Nian Mao is too honest. Sooner or later, she'll be cheated by him until she has nothing left." Wu Yuting curled her lips and said, "In the end, she still obediently gives birth to children for the Zhuo family. Just like me. Like father, like son. Men are all bad." Zhuo Changlu quickly changed the topic. "Where are we eating tonight?" "Eat your head." Wu Yuting got up and left angrily. Duh. Zhuo Changlu touched his chin and went out. He called out to Lei Changtian, who was looking at Li Chenglong and the others. "Second brother, come here for a while." "Coming, boss." Lei Changtian came over and said, "What's the matter? Drink with me tonight. Let's have a good chat. By the way, I'll give you something good to save your life." Zhuo Changlu said, "Go and ask Ting Er to make a few dishes." "Okay, I promise to complete the task." Lei Changtian expressed that he was very excited. Boss was becoming more and more pleasant to me recently. Hence, he hurried to find Wu Yuting. "Rainy, make a few more dishes tonight. Boss and I will drink some. Make more spirit beast meat, especially the tendons of the hoof." Whoosh. A fried ladle flew out and almost hit Lei Changtian's head. Lei Changtian was dumbfounded. Drink, drink, drink every day. Can't you use your brain? You set up your daughter and grandson. After setting up your grandson, you're being used as a tool to set up your daughter. Can't you do something decent? Can't you?" Wu Yuting's trembling voice came from afar. It was deafening and thought-provoking. "Zhuo Changlu, you can order your father-in-law to deal with your own wife. You played this trick very well. You played it very well. Since ancient times, you were also the first one to do so." For a moment, the Sky Surveyor throne and the demon ancestor were both dejected and scolded for a long time. Both of them were speechless. This temper, Zhuo Changlu sighed helplessly. "Boss." Lei Changtian transmitted his voice nervously. "These years, it's been hard on you." Zhuo Changlu looked helpless and sad. It was as if he had suffered many grievances these years. Lei Changtian felt more and more uncomfortable. "Sigh, it's all my fault for spoiling her. Then you can talk about her. It's not too late to correct her now." "I don't dare." "Then why did you say that?" "Boss is right." After scolding for a long time, Wu Yuting finally remembered something very important. "Sigh, I only know how to drink and chat. I can't even remember to do something serious. In a while, I'll go and lay the foundation for Gouda and watch him refine that." "That." Zhuo Zhonglu understood tacitly. "Understood. That." Lei Changtian scratched his head. "What's the matter? What's that? Even I can't know." Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuting looked at him with a strange gaze. "You don't need to know. When the time comes, you just need to guard and do your work. You don't want to tell me anything. I don't have the right to know. But do I have the right to be your worker? Is that what you mean? Lei Changtian was angry. Other people's son-in-law is their father-in-law's worker. But when it comes to me, I don't know if I should curse him or not. That's all for today. Today is a special day for me. It's our engagement anniversary. My wife said that she'll make me pork ribs, beef, chicken drumsticks, half a duck, some vegetables, and chai pancakes. She asked me to go back early and said that I'm allowed to drink tonight. Let's celebrate. So I won't write tonight. Hee hee. So I'll update in the afternoon tomorrow. Life is a ball of hemp. It's a flower made of hemp. Chapter 1202. Wu Yuding and Zhuo Changlu were determined not to let Lei Changtian know about this. They would rather die than say anything. This mattered. They could still keep it a secret if they told others. But if they told you, it would be very difficult. If it really became a secret that everyone knew, it would be very interesting. Not in the Tower of Annihilation. What's the taboo? Zhuo Xiaoyan asked with concern. This is not a small matter. The secret must not be spread. Come closer, and I'll tell you. What? There's no one else here. The secret must not be spread. So Xiaoduo planned for a long time and finally made Zhuo Xiaoyan fall into his trap and fall into his evil hands. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel proud and high-spirited. He hugged her tightly and moved closer. Zhuo Xiaoyan struggled, but found that she couldn't move. Zhuo Xiaoduo hugged her too tightly, so she stopped struggling. It wasn't that she didn't want to resist, but that she couldn't resist. Xiaoduo was so fierce and strong now, so much so that after a long time, Zhuo Xiaoyan opened her eyes. She looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo in front of her and murmured, "Dog, I knew you were up to no good." Zhuo Xiaoduo bit her little nose and asked, "How am I bad?" "Anyway, you're up to no good." So Xiaoduo hugged her slender waist and murmured, then, "Do you want me to be even worse?" "No, I don't." "Nian Mao, we're flying. Didn't Mother say? Flying. We can do that." "No, no. You. Take your hand out. Don't move. I've been holding it in for a long time." After a long time, Zhuo Xiaoyan was finally released. Her face was red, and she looked at herself up and down worriedly. Well, she was dressed neatly, and her skirt was not wrinkled. Her two small hands touched here and there restlessly. Sometimes she touched her collar, sometimes she tugged at her skirt, sometimes she adjusted her belt. Then he took out a small mirror and looked at his hair as she bit her plump lips. Her eyes filled with shyness, joy, embarrassment, and anger. His eyes were blurred, as if there were thousands of stars in his eyes. Little doggy was too mean. "You're so bad." So Xiaoduo, on the other hand, followed closely behind her with his hands in his pockets. His face was in high spirits as he whistled nonchalantly, as if nothing had happened at all. No matter how much Zhuo Xiaoyan rolled her eyes, Zhuo Xiaoduo remained calm. Wu Yuding came out of the room and sighed as she looked at the two of them. She was experienced in the ways of the world, so there was no need for her to say anything. She didn't even bother to guess. Zhuo Xiaoyan was like an iceberg in front of outsiders, but when she was in front of her family, she seemed to be transparent. Everything and any emotions were written on her face that basically one could tell what had happened just by looking at her face. 100% sure. So, whether these two had gotten into trouble when they were young, one could tell just by looking at Zhuo Xiaoyan's face. It was still the same now. No matter how calm Zhuo Xiaoduo appeared, no matter how calm and nonchalant he was, anyone who saw Zhuo Xiaoyan's face would know that these two had made a breakthrough. Or rather, Zhuo Xiaoyan had taken a step back, and Zhuo Xiaoduo had taken a step forward. "Nian." Wu Yuding waved her hand and said, "Come here." Zhuo Xiaoyan walked over bashfully and said in a mosquito-like voice, "Mom, don't misunderstand. We didn't do anything." Wu Yuding covered her forehead. "Did I ask you? What do you want me to not misunderstand?" Seeing Zhuo Xiaoduo's innocent face as if he really didn't do anything, Wu Yuting sighed helplessly. Thinking of the previous agreement, it seemed that now that he had soared, she couldn't restrict him anymore. Before the fusion is complete, you can't lose your virginity. Do you understand? Wu Yuting looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo. I understand, Mom. A deep gaze quietly looked over. The moment they met this gaze, Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuting's body stiffened. They suddenly felt that they couldn't move at all. It was as if this gaze determined the life and death of the two people with a single glance. However, this face immediately rippled and shook. A domineering aura suddenly appeared and rushed over. Vaguely, it was filled with infinite anger. A voice was faintly discernible and indistinct. I created the world, but you plotted against me behind my back. The merit of creating the world was stolen. You actually became the heavenly Tao. Do you have any shame? It was intermittent, and the last three words suddenly sounded like a bell. The simple face suddenly shook and then dissipated. Then, the entire jade pendant bloomed with a clear aura. The brilliance began to circulate, and the true appearance of the jade pendant also appeared. The corner of the plate of creation on the table seemed to feel some kind of summoning. Suddenly, it flew up and spun around, slowly emitting a purple mist. The purple gas also emitted from the round plate slowly became thicker, then began to spin. As soon as it started to spin, a black and a white light suddenly appeared on it. As it spun faster and faster, the black and white light merged into a ball dot with a whoosh. The corner of the plate of creation flew over. It circled around the jade pendant and then slowly spun until it couldn't be seen clearly. Only a ball of light was spinning. Then, a faintly discernible tremor sounded. It was as if family members who had been separated for tens of thousands of years had suddenly reunited. They were trembling with excitement and crying. It was a kind of feeling that came from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, that whether it was the continent of astral souls or the continent of Umno, Alliance, and Tao League, everyone, no matter what they were doing, including the soldiers who were fighting at the Sun Moon Pass, suddenly, they all felt a kind of sadness in their hearts. It was the kind of sadness that came from being reunited with joy after a long separation. Suddenly, one by one, they quietly shed tears. No one was an exception. In the major cities, everyone silently bowed their heads, tears falling like rain. In the major cultivation holy lands, everyone quietly comprehended, tears streaming down their faces. The husband and wife who were quarreling suddenly shed tears at each other. Their hearts softened, and the husband silently pulled his wife into his arms in front of the Sun Moon Pass. The people who were fighting to the death suddenly stopped fighting. One held a saber, while the other held a sword. They looked at each other with tears streaming down their faces. Many people simply threw away their swords and sabers and sat on the ground. Their hearts were filled with grief as they wailed loudly. It's too hard, too hard. Countless old generals who had been fighting for countless years closed their eyes at this moment, tears gushing out like a tidal wave. They had been fighting for such a long life. The fresh faces that fell next to them flashed in front of them one by one, and each of them smiled at them. These old generals who didn't frown and only had pride in the face of death cried like children. On the Sorcerer God Mountain, the flood which closed her eyes. She felt sad, and 2 drops of tears fell from her eyes. But then, she suddenly woke up and looked up at the sky. The sky is crying. All the points of providence that Zhuo Xiaoduo had collected in his divine soul seeped into the creation plate drop by drop. They turned into smoke and merged with the purple clouds. Half went into the creation plate, and the other half went into the creation horn. Then 2/3 of a drop went into the jade pendant, and 1/3 went into the creation horn. This ratio gradually shrank. In the end, 99% went into the jade pendant, and 1% went into the creation horn. So Xiaoduo sat cross-legged, feeling countless emotions rushing to his heart. He cried and laughed, and tears flowed continuously. He seemed to see endless sadness and helplessness, and countless joys and sorrows. He saw the mighty figures who moved mountains, filled seas, and laughed proudly at the stars being plotted against and killed one by one. That kind of grievance, helplessness, and anger countless heroes after doing what they wanted to do the most. But the greatest benefits were stolen by others. That a general who had gone through hundreds of battles and conquered the world was framed and killed before he could even complete his mission. That a person who had given the world ample food and clothing for. The reform was killed at a celebratory banquet. That a person who had single-handedly covered the retreat of the entire sect was killed by a sneak attack by his junior brothers and sisters who had always been jealous of him when he was seriously injured after defeating a strong enemy. Countless thoughts surged into his mind. Everyone can overcome the dangers in front of them, but even immortals can't guard against a knife in the back. It's difficult to escape the trajectory of fate. Heroes of the world can't control fortune and misfortune. The trajectory of fate. The heavenly Tao is heartless. Who can predict fate? Who can see through people's hearts? Who can reverse fate? Not controlled by man, not locked by the earth, not determined by the heavens. To man, it's a blessing of life and death, but to the heavens, it's the rotation of fate. The appearance of heaven and man is not an appearance. It's a way to defy the heavens and change fate. Anyone who defies the heavens will be punished by the heavens. How domineering is the heavens? Since the creation of the world, only one person has not occupied the karma. So Xiaoduo heard a loud laugh in his mind. The heavens are created by me. The karma of the world is but a smile. Then came the second stage of the appearance of heaven and man. All the techniques poured into him like a tide. So Xiaoduo was struggling to hold on. Although it was only the second stage of the chant, it was so vast that it seemed endless. It was almost bursting his head. I don't occupy the karma, so I can create the appearance of heaven and man. Turn yin and yang, reverse the universe, know fortune and misfortune, predict fate, defy fate, and govern life and death. Those who inherit my legacy will do as they wish. I was born free and unfettered, and I will leave at ease. I don't think about the past, and I don't think about the future. Although I have plotted against you, I have no regrets. The opportunity of the great calamity of the world is to perfect the Tao of the heavens. I use the opportunity of the great calamity to shatter the heavenly Tao plate. You became a god as a mortal, so I will open the door as a mortal. I don't lose a bit of my true spirit. I just want to see the person of destiny, the appearance of heaven and man. Wherever you can go, there will be where I can go. Ha ha. There was a burst of heroic laughter. Go, go. Xiaoduo let out a long breath. He only felt a swelling pain in his head, and it was instantly filled with countless knowledge. Automatically assimilated, he spat out a mouthful of blood. This mouthful of blood was bright and eye-catching, and even a little dazzling. It was so red that it was glowing. It was Xiaoduo's natal spirit blood. Puff! He spat it onto the jade pendant that was still spinning slowly. The jade pendant flashed with red light. Suddenly, it exploded with an indescribable red light. The red light was so dense that even Xiaoduo's figure could not be seen. The red light suddenly exploded, and then it suddenly retracted. It stopped spinning and stopped in front of Xiaoduo. It was a jade pendant. The palm-sized corner of the creation plate was only a little small protrusion after fusing with it. It was the east. After the fusion, the eastern corner began to emit infinite purple light and purple chi. And then it was injected into the jade pendant. The creation plate and the jade pendant were no longer separated. Even the connecting point did not have a single crack. It was as if it had always been like this and had never broken. Then, the entire jade pendant turned into a ball of purple light and slowly seeped into Zhua Xiaoduo's body. Zhua Xiaoduo's body swayed twice. He only felt that his spirit was exhausted to the extreme. He slowly fell to the ground. Before he completely fell to the ground, he was already snoring loudly. Zhou Changlu and Wu Yuding appeared. They only felt that the shock in their hearts had reached the extreme. The two of them looked at each other, and both felt a lingering fear. Their hearts were thumping violently, and their mouths were dry. "This is Great God Pangu?" Wu Yuding bit her lip and transmitted her voice. "Be careful with your words." Zhui Changlu hurriedly reminded her through voice transmission. "Don't mention it." Wu Yuding's face was full of fear, and she nodded repeatedly. This Xiao Duo's opportunity is really. The husband and wife did not know how to describe it. Who would have thought that this was a trap? And it was the two of them who were playing. And the one who was now in charge of everything was unaware. Zhui Changlu and Wu Yuding wished that they could erase their memories from just now. But they could not do it. This was no longer a fight between immortals. But they did not dare to think about it. They did not even dare to think about it. Looking at the sleeping Zhui Xiaoduo, Zhui Changlu's expression was very interesting. "Our son, I have to say, he has a big heart." Wu Yuding's head drooped. She looked up and revealed a bitter smile, as if she was crying. "Yes, he really has a big heart. I feel like I'm awesome now. I can't believe I could give birth to a son with such a big heart." "Me too." That night, a strong earthquake occurred in Shangjing City, and the ancestral tomb of the Wang family suddenly collapsed for some reason. The land where the ancestral tomb was located, along with some of the surrounding areas, directly turned into a large lake. The Wang family was shocked to the point of losing their souls. The ancestral tomb was gone. What was going on? At the same time, there were many cave-ins in Shangjing. The ancestral tombs of several families were damaged or collapsed, and the alarms of the entire continent suddenly sounded. The situation at the Sun-Moon Pass changed. Currently, the Tao League's 2 million troops were fighting against the Umno Alliance. But for some reason, the situation changed overnight. The Tao League's heavenly kings made a mistake in their decision. The 4 defense lines of the east, west, north, and south were all lost. The Wu people's army marched in. They stepped into the Sun-Moon Pass. As for the Tao Alliance army, they had been fighting a battle of attrition for quite some time. However, after falling into a disadvantageous position, they actually began to fled. It was simply unbelievable that such a thing happened to the army at the front line. But it happened because the 2 heavenly kings of the Tao League realized that they could not win and made another choice: strategic retreat. They retreated 2,000 miles and formed a new defense line. But with this retreat, the army's morale changed. So, the retreat became a retreat. Now that we finally broke through the defense line, we have to give the order to retreat? Then, all the people who died, all the battles, what was the point of all these years? The sudden deterioration of the battle situation caused the 3 continents to shake violently. That you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.